Welcome to this complete Laravel course. In this series, we will learn Laravel step by step, starting from the basic and moving into advanced real-world concepts while building a complete e-commerce application in the background. Throughout this course, we will cover a wide range of Laravel topics, as you can see in the screen. At the same time, we will be building a complete e-commerce system that includes a landing page that displays trending products, a shop page with filtering, sorting, and add to cart functionality, a full functional shopping cart, user authentication, and also a admin CRUD system for categories, brands, and products. By the end of this course, you won't just have a finished project, you will have a deep understanding of Laravel and the confidence to build your own application from scratch. If you are serious about learning Laravel the right way, this course is for you. So let's get started. So let's start by downloading and installing all the required tools for our development. So first thing, let's go to the Laravel documentation and see what tools we need. So let's click the Laravel and let's go to the documentation. Then in the installation section, scroll down until we find the installing PHP and Laravel installer. So first thing we need PHP, then Composer and the Laravel installer. So we are not going to install any Laravel installer package or anything. We are going to start from the scratch. We don't need this. Then we need npm and node. So let's start with the PHP. For the PHP, I'm going to use WAMP server. So let's type here google.com and let's type download WAMP server and click the first link. Then click the download section. In here, instead of clicking this, just click the change log button and your download will start. So let's wait until the download starts. Okay, good, it's downloading. Now let's wait until it's finished. Okay, so the download has been finished. Now let's install our WAMP server. Let's double click. If you get an error like this, it means that the Visual C++ redistribution package is not installed in your PC. You have to install that also. And if you scroll down at the end of this installation, you will see Visual C++ package. Just click this last link which is provided in here and it will redirect you to this page. Scroll at the end of the page and select this Visual C++, the distribution runtime all in one. Click this one and it will bring you in this page. Then click the download button. Then select any server which is near to you. So let's click this one. Once it's downloaded, just extract it. Extract all. Just remember that these things that we are going to do, just we are doing it only one time. For other projects that if you install, you don't need to install them all the time. So let's click install all, run. Let's wait until the installation is finished. Okay, the installation is finished. Now let's continue with our WAMP installation. Click next, next again. Okay, our WAMP server has been installed successfully. Now let's close all of these and let's go to the next tool that we need to install the Laravel, which is the Composer. So let's download and install the Composer as well. So let's go to Google again and type here download Composer. Click the first link, then click download and run composer.exe. Op- Open it and install this one as well. Install for all users. Next, in here you have to select the PHP 8.3 version. Currently by default it's selected 8.0. We need 8.3 version. If the version is not listed in here, you can always click the browse button and choose your version from your C drive. So let's go to our C drive, the where we installed the WAMP. Then you have to go to bin and PHP. Then in here you can see all the PHP versions listed here. So you have to choose 8.3 or a version which is above 8.3. So let's say I will choose 8.3. We will click open. Now again let's click this one. Click next. Click next again and install. Next and finish. So our composer has been installed. Okay, so composer has been installed also. Now finally we need node and npm. So let's go to the Google again and type download node and npm. Enter, click this one, the first link, then click Windows installer. Now let's install this one also. Okay, so all the tools that we need is finished. Now we need to download our IDE, which we are going to use to edit our code. So for that, I am going to use VS Code. So in here we can write down load VS Code as well. Now click the first link again as usual, then Windows. Let's wait until the download is finished. Install this one as well. And let's not run it now. Click finish. Okay, so all the tools, all everything that we need is finished. Now it's time for us to create our first Laravel project. So let's go to our WAMP folder, WAMP server folder inside our drive C in here and WAMP. Then you have to go to www. In here you have to create your Laravel project. So you have to open the CMD from here, type CMD in the top bar, in the address bar, and in the CMD you have to create a new Laravel project. You have to type composer create dash project, then Laravel slash Laravel, and finally your project name. So in my case, let's type e-commerce. Now press enter. Now it will download and install all the packages that we need for our project, and it will set up everything that is required. So let's wait until the download is finished. Okay, so our project is ready. Now let's open it in the VS Code. You can click open with code. If you did not found it in here, just click show more options and click open with code. Okay, our project has been opened. Now if we go inside our composer.json file, in here we can see that the Laravel version is 13. The first thing in here that we need to do is to install npm. So go to terminal and select new terminal. Then inside in your terminal, you have to type npm install to install all the required packages. Okay, let's open a command prompt in here. Now let's type again npm install, enter. Now let's wait. Okay, all the packages which are required has been installed. Now if we run, okay, let's CLS clear everything. Now in our composer.json file, in here just you have to search for fail. In here we get this package Laravel slash fail. We don't need it, and if we scroll, let's find it one more time. In here when we try to run composer run there, in here it will run this one also. So just remove this part of the code, php artisan fail dash dash timeout. Not, you don't have to change anything else, just remove this one. Okay, once we remove this change, save the changes, come back to the terminal, and in here run composer run dev, enter. Now let's wait. It will run for us. It will run php artisan serve, artisan queue listen, all the required command it will run. So let's click allow. Now our application is running, and if we click on, hold the control and click this link, it will open the browser and we can see our project. So this is how our project, and it's fully running. Now, let's see how many ways we can run and access our Laravel application. So, the first way that we can access our Laravel application is by running the WAMP server. Once the WAMP server has been started, then we can go to our browser, and in the browser we can type local host slash our project name, in my case e-commerce, then slash public, and enter. Now we can see our application in here. So this is my application because I have just installed it. It's showing like this. Then another method that we can use to run and access our application is using the Laravel itself by typing php artisan serve, and when we press enter, it will generate a URL for us, and if we hold the control key and click the link, again it will open the browser and it will show us the home page of our application. And finally, the third and my personal favorite one is running the application using composer run dev, because it will run multiple commands in the background which will help us a lot in our development. So let's press enter.
Now it also generated a link for us, same as previous one. So let's hold the control and click this link. Now it will open our browser in this the correct way, because running composer run dev, it will run all these commands in the background. So with one command we can run npm run dev, php artisan serve, q listen, and all the required commands that we need for our development. So for my personal favorite one is using composer run dev.
Before starting with Laravel, let's understand about MVC because Laravel uses MVC pattern. MVC stands for Model, View, and Controller. It's a software design pattern that separates an application into three clear responsibilities so your code stays clean, organized, and maintainable. The model represents database table and manages the application's data and business logic. The view displays the data to the user in the form of HTML, and the controller handles user requests, coordinates between the model and the view. Now, let's see how a MVC works. So, we have a user, he makes a request, the request goes to the controller, and from the controller, it goes to the model to fetch or store the data. Once we fetch or store the data, then we return back to the controller, get the view, and pass the view back to the user as a response. This is the normal VMC flow. Now let's see the most common flow of Laravel. So we have a user, he makes a request. The request goes first to the route, then from the route it goes to the controller, and from the controller in there we decide to fetch data from the model or store data in the model. After that, we move back to the controller, get the view, and pass the view back to the user as a response. There are other flows also that Laravel follows. For example, when a user make a request, the request goes to the route, and directly from the route it returns the view. So no need to go to controller and model. Maybe it's a static page, there is nothing in the database to show, and there you can also create an application like this. For example, the user make a request, the request goes to route, and from the route to the controller, then directly from the controller get the view without the data and pass it back to the user as a response. So let's start with the route because every request hits the route first. Routes define how URLs in our application responds to a request and decide what logic should be run. We can write a route like this. First we write route, then colon colon. After that we specify the HTTP request method such as get, post, patch, put, or delete. Next we define the URL. After the URL, we create a callback function, and inside that callback function, we write the logic that should run when the route is hit or when the route is found. Now that we know what is route and how we can write a route, it's time for us to create our first route. For that, we have to go inside our routes folder. Then we have to go inside web.php. In here, we will have all our routes. As you guys can see in here, we already have a predefined route. We don't need it now. Let's delete it because we will create our own route. So let's type route colon colon. The type of HTTP request should be GET for now. Then our the URL for now, let's say slash or root project, then comma, and our callback function. Now inside the callback function we can type our logic. So let's type here return hello from route. Now let's open the terminal. Let's go to terminal and op new terminal. Then in the terminal we will type composer run dev. Enter. Now that the composer is running, we have to click on this URL. So hold the control and click this URL. Now the page has been opened. Our application is running and we can see our text in here. Hello from route. If I go and create another route in here, let's create one more route colon colon gate, and this let's call this about, and callback function. After the in callback function we will type return about us. Now let's go back to the browser, and in the URL here let's type about. Enter. Now I got about us. So this is how we can create our routes in Laravel. We can also group multiple routes together. For example, let's create two routes, one as a product details, and in here I will return for now, return details, and let's create one more route with a type of gate, and let's call the product slash view and our callback function. In here let's return view. So if we go to the URL and instead of pro about, I type here product slash details, I will get details. And if I type here view, maybe okay, product. Now let's go back to the browser, refresh. I will get view. So if I come here, I have two URL with the same prefix. Now I don't want to repeat this again and again and again. So instead of that, I will create a group route by typing route colon colon prefix, and in here I will type product. Then after that I will say group all of them, group with our callback function. Now I just have to cut this to URL from here and paste it in here. Now I don't have to type this products. Now let's save everything and let's go to the browser. Now if I refresh, I get the view, and if I change this to details, I will get my details. So nothing has been changed, just we remove the repeating word of the prefix and we add it in here. Then we group all our URLs together. Now let's see how we can pass parameter in our route. So in here let's create a new route with the type of gate, and let's call it vendor, and create our callback function. Inside the callback function, let's return hello vendor. Now if we go to our browser and instead of this URL I type vendor, I get hello vendor, but I want to pass the vendor ID as well. So for that we can go to our browser, and after the URL we can type slash, then curly brackets, and inside the curly brackets, we will type our parameter, so ID. Then in my callback function, I will pass this as parameter like $sign ID. Now I can access it inside my callback function. So let's here concatenate it dot ID. Oh, sorry, $sign ID. Now if we go to browser and in here pass the vendor ID as 100, enter, I get hello vendor 100. I can make it a string as well, for example, new vendor, and I got here hello vendor, the name of the vendor. Now let's see how we can pass multiple parameters. So let's go to our VS Code, and if you want to pass multiple parameters, you will just again type slash then curly brackets, and inside the curly brackets you can type as many parameters as you want. Then inside the callback function you have to pass it with $sign. Now you can access it. So let's add a space here, something. First we got the ID, then we got the name. Let's save everything, go back to the browser. So now the first parameter is the ID and the second parameter is the name. If I type here vendor, enter, I got both 100 and the vendor name. So this is how we can pass the parameters inside our routes. We can also make a parameter optional. So if you want to create a route with an optional parameter, for that we will just create a new route. Let's call this user and our curly brackets. Then inside this we will type our parameter name such as name. Then after that you will just add a question mark. This will tell Laravel that this parameter is optional. It can be null or it can have value. Now let's type our callback function. So let's type here function and pass our parameter $sign name. And in here we have to give it a default value. So if the parameter is empty, then Laravel use this value. So we will call this as a user1. Now let's go inside our callback function and return user $sign name. Now let's go to the browser and in the state of vendor, first let's type user without any parameter. I got user1, but if I pass a name in here, users like this something, I will get that value. But if I remove it, Laravel will use that default value that we provided. Now let's see what happens when we type a wrong URL. For example, in here if I type something which the route is not available, I will get 404 not found. We can also create a fallback route to prevent 404 or to say a meaningful message to the user. So for that, let's go to back to our VS Code, and in here we have to create a new route. So route colon fallback. Now whenever a user types a wrong URL, this route will get executed. Inside the fallback, we will type our callback function, and inside the callback function, we will type our custom message. So, for example, are you lost? Now, let's go back to the browser and refresh. Instead of 404, I got a custom message. Are you lost? You can add in here any message you want. Now, if you want to see how many routes you have or which routes are available in the Laravel, you can do that also. So you have to just type php artisan route colon list. This will list all the routes that are available inside your application. So we have uh, our home route, our about, product detail, view, storage, app, user, vendor, and finally our fallback route. So this is how you can see the list of all your routes inside your application. Now that we have understand routes, let's move to the next topic, which is views. Views are responsible for displaying content to the user, and Laravel views are written using Blade, which is Laravel templating engine. The views are stored inside the resources views folder, and all the Blade file must end with .blade.php extension. Blade allow us to mix HTML with dynamic PHP logic in a clean way. Let's start by creating a view. So for this we have two options, two ways to create a view. First is we can go to resources, views, and in here we can right click and select new file. Then we can give it a name, for example about us dot blade dot php. This is the first method. Another way to create a view is opening the terminal, and in the terminal we can type php artisan make colon view. After that we have to give it the view name, for example contact us, then press enter and it will generate a view for you inside the resources views folder. So these are the two ways that we can use to create a view. Now let's write an HTML content inside the context as page. So in here, let's type HTML, and inside the body, let's type h1 tag, and in here, let's say hello from view. Now let's close this, save everything. So we have wrote our HTML. Now it's time to display this to the user. So for that we have to go inside our routes web.php. Just like our demo route, we have to create a route for this to display our view to the user. So let's delete it and create our own route. So let's type route colon colon gate, give him a URL as contact slash us, then our callback function, and inside our callback function we will just type return view, then the name of the page that we want to return. So the name is contact us, and that's it. Now if we run, uh, let's run composer run dev and open this link. Now in here if we type contact us, hit enter, we will see our text in here. Now if our view is inside a subfolder, so in here we have our views folder, then inside this I will create a new folder with the name of products, Then inside the product folder, I will create a new view with the name of index.blade.php. Now let's create our products page and our h1 tag. Then let's type products. So now let's see how we can show this file. So let's go back to our web.php, and in here let's create a new route with the URL of products, then our callback function, and inside here we will return our products page. For that we will call the view function, and first we will type our folder name, which is products. So let's type products, then dot index, the name of the file. So first the folder name, then dot, and after that the file name. Now if we open our browser and instead of contact as we type products, enter, we will get this error because we forgot the semicolon at the end. Now let's save everything. Let's go back, and right now we got our products in here which we wrote inside the index.blade.php. So this is one way to return the view to the user. But in the routes, we have one more option. Since in both of these URL, we are directly returning the view to the user. So instead of writing our routes like this, we can simply write route colon colon view, then the URL. For example, let's call the URL products. After that, the view that we want to return. So our products dot index. So instead of writing this, we can simply write this to return the view directly from the route to the user. So right now we don't need this. If I comment this out, save everything and go back to my browser, refresh, I still got my products page. And even if I change anything in here, let's change something, product 1 2 3 4 5 6, something like this. Go back, refresh, I got my page. So if you are returning a view directly from the route, instead of writing this, you can simply return the view like this. Now, let's see how we can pass data from the route to the view. So let's use this method first of all and comment this one. Then let's create two variable, one with the uh, name, so product 1, and another variable with the name of price and set it to 200. Now to pass these two variables to the view, we have multiple options. First option is to use with function, WITH. For each variable we have to call the with function. So first we have to define the key, so name, then the value which is our variable name, and again for the price we have to type with again. So let's type with and type the key, price, and the value. Now let's save everything here and let's go to our view. Now in the view, if we want to access our variable, we can do it like this. Let's call it here. So let's type price. Now to call our variable, we have to open curly brackets, double curly brackets. Inside this, we have to type our variable name, which is price. Then close our curly bracket. Let's above this call the name, h1 name, open curly brackets, then name, and close the curly brackets. Now close our h1 tag, save everything. Let's go to our browser, refresh. Now I got my name as a product 1 and the price as 200. So this is the first method that we can use to pass variable to the view from the route. Another way is using compact function. So in here, let's call return view products dot index. Then in the same view function, you have to type comma and call the compact function. Then after that, inside the compact function, you have to pass the variable names as a string. So let's copy the name here, then comma the price. Let's copy this and paste it in here. Now let's go back to the browser, refresh. Again, we got our product 1 and the price 200. Let's change the price to, for example, 400. Let's go back, refresh. We got the price as 400. The third option, the third way to send data to the view is by using an array. So let's type return view products dot index. Then after that comma, and we have to open an array. Then inside this we have to pass key and value. So the key will be the name, and the value we can type the value here, or we can just simply call our variable. So for in my case, the name, then the price. Let's type the price manually as 600. Now let's save everything. Let's go back, refresh. We got the price as 600, the product name as product 1. So these are the three ways that we can pass data to the view. Now let's pass data using this method. So let's comment all this and use this method. So for this method, we can only use the array method. So in here array, let's copy everything from here, or let's type, it's easier. Name is equal to product 2 and the price is equal to 800. Now let's save. Let's go back to the browser, refresh. We got the name as product 2 and the price as 800. Now let's see how we can access the URL parameters inside our route. So for example, if the user writes something in here as a URL parameter, so let's see how we can pass it to the route, and from the route to the view, then display it here. So let's go back to our VS Code, comment this out, and in here to access our parameters, we have to type here the parameter name. So the first parameter will be name, and the second one will be the price. So price. Then inside our function, we have to also pass them as name and $sign price. Now we don't need this too, so let's comment them out. In here, just we have to pass them as it is. So this one will be the price. It's same for these two also. We don't have to change anything in here. We just have to reference the parameters. So price will be price and name will be name. Nothing will change. So let's comment these two. Now let's go back to our browser and let's pass some data. So product 2 and the price is 96. Enter. We got product 2 and the price 96. I can change it to anything else. So for example, this is the price. I got the price as I wrote in here. Now let's go and see how we can pass the parameters in this method. So let's comment this out, and in here let's create a new route. So type route colon view products, then my first parameter and slash my second parameter, which is price. Then after that the path of the view, which is inside the products folder dot index file. That's it. We don't have to change anything else in the route, and also we don't have to change anything inside our view as well. So now if I go and refresh my page, I get my product 2 and its price. So let's change the price to something else. Enter. I got the price as well. Before we start coding, let's understand what a templating engine is and what it does. A templating engine is a tool that helps us write dynamic HTML code more easily. For example, if you want to display multiple images on a page, you don't have to manually write the HTML code multiple times. Instead, you can use blade directive like for each loop to loop through your data and automatically generate all the images for you. When we write a blade file, Laravel does not send it to browser directly. First, Blade compiles the template into plain PHP code. Then the PHP code is executed on the server, and finally the resulting HTML is sent to the browser. Now, let's see some examples of Blade directives or how we can write PHP code inside our Blade file. So let's start with the writing a comment. To write a comment, we have to open two curly brackets, then dash dash and close it. Then between this, anything we write, it will be treated as a comment. We can write multi-line comment as well. Now, if we go to inside our browser, in here refresh the page, we don't see anything, and even if I open the page source, I don't see my comment because the codes are rendered in the server. In here, if I write a HTML comment, so if I write something like this and write save, go back. Now if I refresh, I can see the HTML comment, but I don't see the blade comment because this renders in the server and it will not render it in our browser. We can also write loops or conditions inside our blade file. For example, we can, if I want to write a loop function, I will just type add, then after that for, and I will type my $sign I is equal to 0, then do this until I is smaller than 10 and $sign I plus plus. Now in here we cannot use the curly brackets like this. Instead of this, we don't need it. We just at the end we will type add end for. Now inside this, anything I write, it will run for 10 times. For example, if I want to display my variable, I will just type, let's create a p tag and the closing p tag as well. Now in here, to display my variable, I will just open curly brackets, then $I. Now save everything. Let's go to the browser, refresh. I got my numbers in here 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 up to the 9. You can also write an if condition as well, just like a for loop. We can also write our if condition, or also we have to start with add symbol, then if, and we can write any condition in here. Let's say for example, if I is equal to 3, print something, and if, now between this, let's print something, for example h1, close this one as well. This is $I. Now let's go refresh, and the third, I got this is the third loop. We can also write pure PHP code in here as well. So if you want to write a PHP code, you can just type add PHP and end it. Let's end PHP. Now inside this, we can type our pure PHP code as well. So for example, let's type echo hello from PHP. Now let's save this. Let's go back, refresh. Now I got hello from PHP. So there are multiple blade directives. If you go to Laravel documentation and go to the blade template, in the here you have blade directives. You can read more about this in details. In this video, we are going to discuss how we can share data to all our views. For example, in here, I have 3 views: one welcome, contact us, and about us. If I want to pass a data to all my views, I can do like this. For example, here I can say product as a computer and pass this here with a compact or using array. So compact and product. Now I have to do exactly same to the all views. Paste it here, paste it here as well. Let's fix this compact. Now let's copy this also and paste it in this. Finally paste in here as well. Now to access them, I can go to my view and I can just h1 tag. Then inside here I can access it by curly bracket, $, and the name of the variable. Let's close our h1 tag as well. Now if I go to the browser, refresh, sorry, to the welcome page, I get the variable. Then if I copy it to the contact us as well, copy, paste, and the about us also. So let's paste it like this. Now let's go back to browser, type here contact us. I got my variable. So imagine if you have like 50, 60 or 100 pages. You have to do this exactly same thing to the all of them. In Laravel, we have a better approach for this. We can create a shared data so all the views can access it. For that, we have to go to inside our app folder, providers, and app service provider. Then inside the boot method in here, we can type view share, then pass the key. For example, the key will be the product, and pass the value. So the value is computer. And don't forget to import this class as well by holding the control key and pressing the space, it will show the list of all possible classes. In here, just select this one from the facades, enter. The IDE will automatically import this. Now, uh, we don't have to type it in the routes, so let's remove them from here, and these ones also the compact. Now in the view we don't have to change anything, and if we go to our browser, refresh the page, we still got our variable. And if I go to another page, I get my variable computer. Now if I want to change anything, I just have to change it in the one place. So in the state of computer we can type PC. Now let's go back, refresh, I got PC. So this is the one way that we can share data with all the views. If you don't want to share it to all the views and you want to share it with just a specific views, we can do that also. So let's comment this out, and instead of this we can type view colon colon composer, then the view name. So I want to pass only in for the welcome page, so welcome view, then the callback function, so function, and pass the view as a parameter. Then inside this function you can type $view with, and now you can pass your key in here. So in the key is product and the value is PC. That's it. Now let's save. Let's go back to the browser, refresh. I got the PC. Now if I go to contact us, in here we will get an error undefined variable product, because this variable is only shared with the welcome page. But if you want to share it with all, you can use this method, or if you want to use this method, you instead of welcome you can just type here star. Now if I go back to the browser, refresh, now again all the page views can access it, see. And instead of this, let's go to about us. I got the PC. Using this method also you can also pass some complex logic as well. For example, instead of only as variable, I will pass a array. So first I will create my array in here. Products is equal to all the names of products, so PC, computer, maybe mouse, like this. And instead of PC in here, I will pass my array. So now in the view, to access the array, I will create a for each loop. So add for each dozen products as product. Then I will add this here. So let's cut it from here, and in here let's type h1 product. Now let's close this and fix the spelling of our this product. Okay, now if we go to the welcome page, I can access all the list of my products. So undefined products. Uh, Here not product, here we have to type products. Okay, now let's save everything. Let's go back to the browser, refresh. Now I got all the list of my products in here. So this is how we can share data with all the views in Laravel. Now let's talk about subviews. A subview is simply a smaller blade file that we include inside another blade file. And instead of writing the same HTML code again and again, we can extract it into a separate file and reuse it. This makes our views cleaner and more organized. So let's see how we can make it. First of all, inside our views folder in here, let's create a new folder with the name of sub views. You can name it anything you want. The name is up to you completely. Then inside here, I will create another file. For example, let's say I want all my inputs inside my system to look same. So I will create a sub view for this and call this one input.blade.php. Now inside here, I will just create my input. So input type is equal to text name. Let's give him uh, some name ID as well, class also, and let's close this, save. Now to call this subview inside our main page, we just have to type at include, then the path and the name of our file. So it's inside the subview dot input. Now if I go to browser, refresh my page, I get my input in here. I can include it multiple times as well. So if I copy it, I can get multiple inputs in here. Now one problem in here it is that all the name ID and classes are same for all of them. If I right click somewhere in here, as you guys can see, all the names and IDs are same. We can solve this by passing the name and ID separate for each of our inputs. So to pass that, we just have to in here type a comma, then open an array, and in here we can pass our data. For example, let's say the name should be for this one should be name, then the ID for this one should be name as well. This is, let's say this is for email, so then name will be email and the ID email also. So let's delete this three. Now inside our subview, we can access these by just opening double curly brackets and dollar sign, then the name of the key that we want. So array, the key is name. So in here we will type name, and here the key is ID. So we will type ID. Now let's go back, refresh. As you guys can see in here, the name of an ID of both of these inputs have been changed. For this one, the name is name, ID is also name, and the second one is email and the ID is email. So this is how we can make a subview and include this inside our main page. Now let's see how we can make our own layout in the Laravel. So in here I have this basic HTML CSS layout. As you guys can see, there is nothing else except the CSS and HTML. If I open the browser, this is my page. I have a sidebar, a navbar, footer, and a section for my content. So let's make a template so we can use it in all our pages. So let's open our browser, and in the views in here I will create a new folder with the name of layouts. Then inside this folder I will create a new file with the name of main layout.blade.php, and inside this main layout.php I will move all my HTML tags. So let's copy everything from here, Control X, and paste it in the main layout. Now we can access our main layout inside the welcome page by typing hash extends layouts dot main layout. Now if we go here, refresh, nothing has changed, so we can access our main layout. The first thing that I will do inside my main layout is to separate the sidebar and navbar to make the page a little clear. So let's move our sidebar and navbar from here to a separate page, and let's create a new file. Let's call this sidebar.blade.php. Now in here let's move our sidebar. So where is our sidebar? This is the content. Here is our navbar, and on top of that, here, this is our sidebar. So let's move all of them from here. Let's cut and paste it inside the sidebar. Paste. Now to include the sidebar inside my main layout, I will just type at include, then layouts dot sidebar. Now if we go refresh, still we have our sidebar, but we move it in here. Now let's do same thing for our navbar also. Let's create a new file and call this navbar.blade.php. Now let's move our navbar also. So in let's take it uh, from here, from header section. Let's cut all of them and paste it inside our navbar. Save and include it inside our main layout page. So add include layouts dot navbar. Now save, refresh our page. Now we have our navbar and sidebar and our template ready. Now in our welcome page we have accessed our template, but we also want to add our content also in our welcome. For example, if I want to add some input in here, so let's say input type text value something. Now for this to include it in the content section of our layout in here, right now if I refresh, the input is here, but I want it inside my content section. So for that we can specify the content section, the style section, and also we can specify the JavaScript or our script section. So this is my content, and I want all the content of the pages to be included in here. So for that I will type add yield, and I will give it a name, for example content. Now inside the welcome.blade.php, if I work this in content section, so let's type here section content, and after that we have to end our section as well, so we will type end section. Now save everything. Let's go back to the browser, refresh. Now our input is in here. We can also specify as section for the style and scripts also. So if I want my styles to be in the head, so in the head I will type add yield styles. Same for scripts, and after the body I will say all the scripts should include in here, so I will type yield scripts. Now if I want to add any style specific to this page, I will just have to type, for example, let's type here add section styles and ended end section. Then in here if I type any style, for example let's say h1, it should have a color of uh, red. Now let's open, and if I see go to the page source, as you guys can see the style has been added at the top, but I have wrote the styles at the end of the page after the content, but in the when the page renders it will move all the style at the top of the page in the same place where I specify my yield. Doesn't matter in which part of the page I write my styles, it will automatically move it on the specific place. Same thing you guys can do with the scripts. So this is how we can create our template in PHP. You have to specify all the places for each section of your page. Now that we have covered the view, let's move to the controller. A controller is a class that handles the logic of your application. It sits between the route and the view. The route receives the request, the controller processes the request, and once the process is finished, it returns back the request to the user. Now, let's make our first controller. So in the terminal, let's open a new terminal in here, and in the terminal we have to type php artisan make colon controller, then give it a name, for example first controller. Enter. The controller has been created. Now if we go inside app folder http controllers, we have our first controller in here. This is a class, so we have to type our methods inside this class. So let's type our first method in here. Let's type public function index, and in this we will return hi from controller. Now to access this method, we have to create a route for this also. So we have to go to inside our routes web.php, and in here you have to type route colon colon the type of route, then the URL, let's say for example index, after that comma, then you have to open an array, and inside here you have to type the controller name, which is first controller, then colon colon class, and the method name finally. So our method name is index. Let's copy this from here and paste it in here. Remember, VS Code will automatically add this line when you call the controller at the top of your route. If it does not include it automatically, you have to write it. So this is it. Now let's go to the browser and visit the index. Enter. We got hi from controller. We can create as many methods as we want inside the controller. So for example, let's type public function about us, and inside this I will return eRofi. Now let's go back to the web.php and create a new route. So let's say route : get about us, then array, then the controller name, first controller, : class, comma, then the method name which is about us. Don't forget to add a comma bit here as well. Everything is set. Let's go change this to about us. I got my name in here. Now in here, if you guys have noticed, I have two routes with the same controller. Instead of writing each of them, we can group all these routes which use the same controller inside a group route by just typing route : controller, then the controller name, first controller, : class, and you can type group all of them, then type your callback function. Now you can move all your routes inside this group route and no need to route these again. So let's remove them. Now save everything. Let's comment this too. I don't need them now. Now let's go back, refresh. Still I can access my controller. So if I change it back to index, I got again hi from the controller. So this is how we can create and use our controller. If you want to pass data from the route to the controller, we can do that also the same way we did with the previous route. We have to accept a parameter. So we have to type, for example, id, then slash. Let's say we will accept the name. Now let's go to the controller, and inside here in the method we have to accept the id and the name as a parameter. Now we can access them. So let's type here the id is and $id, then the name is $name. That's it. Now if we go to the browser, and in here we have type about us slash pass the id and pass the name as a John. Now we got the our id and our name. If I change it to something else, enter, again we got it. Now to pass this parameters in the view, we can also do that also. So and instead of returning a string, we can just type return view, and let's say return the about us page and pass the data from using compact function, the id and the name. Now let's go to inside our about us page. In here first, let's add our template in here, layouts.main layout, then section content, and end the section. Okay, our template has been added. Now let's add our id and name. So h1 id. To access our id, double curly brackets, and inside here we will type our variable name. So we have to do the same thing for the name as well. So name, instead of id we will just type the name variable. Now let's go to the browser, refresh. Okay, our template is here and our id and name is also in here. So Basically what we did is we pass the data from the route to the controller, and from the controller we pass it to the view. Now let's talk about types of methods inside the controller. Currently, if you have guys noticed, when we create a new method, we use public in front of the function. First we write public, then we type function. After that we type the function name. In here the public means that this function or method is accessible outside this controller. As you guys can see in here, we can access it from the route. There is another type which is private function. So in here if I type private function, then the function name, for example ABC, this function is only accessible inside this controller. We cannot access it inside the route. So in here if I type a new route, so route colon colon gate ABC, and call the my private function which is ABC also, then if we go to the browser and in here we type ABC, our URL, we will get an error, and the error says call to private method. So this function is only accessible inside this controller. So let's return something. For example, this is private function. Now to access this function inside one of these method, we have to type return $, this, then arrow key and the function name ABC. Now if we go to index, let's type here index. Now I got this text that this is private function. We can only access the private function inside the same controller. Another type is the construct function. So if a controller have a construct function like this, public function underscore construct, this function will run always when this controller is called. So whenever we call this controller, this function will automatically run. So for example, if I create a variable in here, protected $name, and in here if I call this function, then name function. So let's comment this out. Instead of this, let's return our variable this name. Now if we go to the browser, refresh, we don't get anything. Now let's assign a value to this. So we will assign here a value to this by typing $, this name is equal to my name. Now if we go to the browser, refresh, that as we can see I got my value. So whenever you need a logic or anything to execute when the controller run for the first time, you will create a construct function. In this part we are going to talk about the types of the controller in Laravel. Basically there are two types of controller, invocable and resource controller. Now let's see what's the difference between them and how we can make them. Let's start by making the invocable controller first by typing php artisan make controller, then the controller name, let's say my second controller, and make it invocable dash dash by typing dash dash invocable. enter. Our controller is ready. Now in here we only have one method, so any controller with one method is called invocable controller, and you can write your logic inside this invoke method. So if I say return, this is invocable controller. Now in the route, if I go and call this one, so let's go to the route, and in here let's create a new route gate. Let's give them a URL show controller. Now in the second parameter I will just pass the controller name itself, so we can type here my second controller colon class. That's it, and don't forget to include this in the top if your VS Code does not add it. So in invocable controller I don't have to pass the method name, just the controller name. Now if I go to the browser, and in here if I type the controller the URL, I will get my text. So if you want to create a controller just for one logic or one method, it's better to create an invocable controller with only one method, and in the route also you don't have to pass the method name since it's a single method or single function controller. Laravel automatically calls that method. Now another type of the controller is resource controller. So let's see how we can make a resource controller. Let's clear everything from the terminal, and in the terminal let's type php artisan make controller, and let's say this is the controller, and this controller should be resourceful controller. We can type we can create it by passing dash dash resource. Enter. Our controller has been created. Now if I open this controller, in here it has all the methods that we need to create a CRUD application. So we have the index, we have the create method, we have the store, show, edit, update, and finally the destroy method. So when you are creating a CRUD or create, read, update, delete for a feature in your application, it's better to create a resource controller. Later we will see how we can easily access each of these methods in the route. So let's rewind everything. If you want to create a controller with a single method, go for the invocable controller, and if you are making a CRUD, go for the resource controller. Now let's start with a new topic, which is migrations. A migration in Laravel is like version control for your database. A migration is a PHP file that allows us to create, modify, or delete database tables using code instead of manually writing SQL. Imagine three developers working on the same project. If one developer creates table manually in their database, the others won't automatically get those changes in their database, and they will face an error because they don't know about the new changes in the database. So to prevent this, for each change in the database, we create a new migration so all developers know what change inside the database. Now that we have understand what is migration, it's time to connect our database with our Laravel application and create our tables. So for that we have to go inside our .env file, and in here that it's written db connection, we have to change the SQLite to MySQL and uncomment all these lines. Then In the DB database, you have to provide your database name. So for us, let's say call it e-commerce. Then, and if you your database has a username and password, otherwise if you are working locally like me, you don't have to change anything. Keep the username as root and password empty. Before moving forward, we need a tool to manage our database. So for that, we have to download MySQL Workbench. So we have to go to Google and type here download MySQL Workbench and click this link. Then click the download button. Now let's wait until the installation is finished. Sorry, until the download is finished. Okay, so the download is finished. Now let's install MySQL Workbench. So double click. Okay, so the installation is finished. Let's click finish button. Then after that, you have to run the WAMP server. Click yes. Once the WAMP server has been started, then we have to go to our taskbar, and in here in the icon of WAMP, just click, then go to MySQL, then MySQL setting, and from the default storage engine, select InnoDB. Click this one so we can change the default storage of MySQL. Now let's wait. Okay, everything is done. Now in MySQL we can see, if we open it, continue, schema, in here we can see our database. Now in the terminal, if you type php artisan migrate, it will create your database and table. So let's press enter. First thing, it asks us that the database does not exist. Would you like to create it? We will just type yes and enter. Now it created our database and also some tables. Now if we go to MySQL Workbench inside our connection, as you guys can see, there is a new database with the name of e-commerce, the same name that we provided in the .env. And if we open, go to tables, right now we see there are some tables already available in our database. These tables are the default Laravel tables. So if we go to our project inside database migrations, we can see we already have this 3 files. Each file create some tables. So we can see the user table is created in here, password reset session in here, as well as if we click this file, we can see that in this file there are 2 tables created, and in the third file we have jobs and job batches, and finally failed jobs, same tables which are in here. Now let's see how we can create our own migration file. So let's close all of them and clear the terminal as well. So to create a new migration file, we have to type php artisan make colon migration, then space your migration name. So for example, I want to create a categories table, so I will type here categories, enter. Now our migration file has been created in here. Inside this file we have 2 methods, one up and one down. The up method is to use to create a table or modify it, anything that you want to change inside your database. The down method is used to roll back all the changes that you made inside the app. For example, if you want to create a table in here, in the down method, you will drop down that method, because whenever you want to reverse your changes, you will just call this function. If you want Laravel to create your schema also, you can create your migration files like this: php artisan make migration create underscore your table name. So in my case it's categories, so let's type categories underscore table. Now if we press enter, it will create the migration file, and if I open it, as you guys can see, the schema is ready. The table name is also here. The down method is also created. We only have to type the column names. But if you just write the name, it will give you a blank migration with up and down method only. So it's better to write your table names like this when you are creating a new table. So let's delete this one. And in here, in the categories, we want, for example, we want name. So let's type table, arrow key. Now the type of the column, data type of it, what you want to be. For example, let's say I want to create a column for the name, and the data type of that should be a string. In here, first I will type the data type, then the column name. For example, name. Let's add some more columns in here. Let's say name. Let's add one for slug, and finally one for the image. For the image, the reason we selected string as a data type, because we want to only store the path of the image, not the image itself, only the path of the image. That's why we choose string. Now if we go in the terminal and type php artisan migrate, enter, it will create our categories table. And in the database, if we go refresh it, we can see our categories table in here with the column of id, name, slug, image, created at, and updated at. But we did not write this three columns, the id and the created at, updated. They came from here. The id, it came from here, and the time stamp created our created at table and updated at table. If we remove this, let's delete this and uh, roll back our changes. So now let's call this method to reverse our changes. For that, we will just type php artisan migrate colon roll back, enter. Now it undo our last changes. So if we go refresh our page, sorry, refresh our schema, the categories table has been deleted because we run the down method. Now let's okay, now we remove the time stamp. Let's run the migration again. It has been created. So refresh categories. Now there is no created at and updated at. So if you need them, you can just keep the timestamp. But if you don't need it, you can remove the timestamp. So let's undo our changes one more time and run the migration again. Let's go back, refresh, we got our table ready in here. The ID, name, slag, image, created at, and updated at. Now let's add some new tables inside our database using the migration. So we have categories. Now let's create the brands tables to store the brand names by, let's type PHP artisan make migration, then create brands table, enter. It has been created. Now let's copy all the columns from the categories and paste it inside the branch, because all the columns between both of these tables are same. So let's format this. Now let's create another table for the products. So let's type here in the set of brands, let's change this to products. Enter. Now inside our products table, first of all we want to create a relationship between the categories, brands, and the products. So each product can have one category and one brand. So to create the foreign keys, I will type table foreign ID, then the column name, for example, brand ID. Then after that, I will call constraint function, and inside here I will pass the table name in with the table that I want to create relation. So in this case it's brands. Let's copy this and paste it in here. You can also make it cascade on delete by typing cascade on delete. Now let's create another foreign key for categories as well. Copy and paste, then change the brand ID to category ID and change the brands to categories, the same name that is in here or your table name. Paste it in here. Then we want the product name, so the type is string and the column name is name. You can also add a slug. So let's make this slug, slug, and if you want this to be unique, you can just pass the unique function by typing unique. Then after that, we can add, for example, regular price or the price. So let's type here $sign table. For the price, I'm going to use decimal because it can have decimal places. So for that, I will in a set of integer, I will type decimal. Then I will pass the column name, which is regular price, and in the second parameter of the decimal, we have to define how many digits we want. For example, I want it to, in total, it should be 10 digit, and 2 digit of them should be used for the decimal places. In total, there will be 10 digits and only 2 of them will be used for the decimal places. Okay, we have regular price. Let's add a sale price also. So $sign table decimal sale price. Again, the total number of digits should be 10 and only use 2 digits for the decimal. Now, some products can have sale price, some products can not have sale price. So it means that this column is nullable. We can allow null values in this column. So for that, to allow a column to be nullable, we can just type nullable and enter. Now this column allow a null value. Then after that, let's add a SKU also for the product, so string SKU, and this can also be a label. Then let's keep the record of how much of this product we have in our inventory. So for that we will say thousand table, and in here I am going to use integer because it can be 1 2 3 or 100. It's an integer number how much quantity we have. So let's type integer, then the column name, let's call it stock quantity. In here let's say this column cannot be nullable, so I will say nullable is equal to false, and I will give him a default value as well. The default value should be 0. So whenever we create a new product, automatically the quantity should be added as a 0. Actually, let's do something much better than this. Instead of these, let's make this nullable, and in here let's create a new column as a enum. Now in enum columns are those columns that accept only the specific values. For example, in here I will create an enum column with the name of stock status, and I will say that this column should only accept these values. One is in stock and another one is out of stock. And we can also define the default value for this, which can be in stock. Then let's create another table for feature products and make it as a string, then call it feature, and by default let's say no. Now each products can have two description, one long description and one short description. For the short description we can use it to show in the product card, and for the long description we can use it to show it in product page. So let's create those table also. So let's say string short description, and this can be nullable. Then uh, our long descriptions, so the long description I will use text as my data type because it can be very long. So let's call this one description and make it nullable as well. After that we will create a column for the status of the product, so it can be draft or for sale. So let's say status default should be draft. Now if we move to our terminal and type php artisan migrate, it will create brands and products table. If we go to our database and refresh, now you guys can see we have our brands and our products table in here. So this is how we can create our tables inside a database. So our products table has been created, but in here I forgot to add a column for the thumbnail of the product. Now let's see how we can add a new column inside our existing table in Laravel. So for that we can create a new migration file. So let's type php artisan make migration, then this name, for example, add new columns to products. Then after that you have to specify that table name by typing dash dash table and the table name in which you want to bring changes. So in my case it's products. I can type here products, enter. My migration has been created with the schema inside it. Now in the app method I can type $table string and my column name, which is thumbnail. We can set it to nullable label. Now, if I go in here, type PHP artisan, migrate, enter, and go inside the database, refresh. Now you guys can see my thumbnail has been created and it has been added at the end of my table. But if you want to add your column into a specific position, so for example, I want to create a new column and I want to that column to be after the category ID, or for example maybe after the status, you can specify the column also. So let's create a new migration file, php artisan make migration. For example, this time let's add a new column to keep track of the users who created the products. So add user ID to products, then dash dash table is equal to products. Enter. Now this migration has been created. In here we will add a user ID or who created this record. So for that, the $ table foreign ID, then created by, and we say constraint to link it with the users table, users, and after that cascade on delete. So before the constraint in here, you just have to specify the position of the column in which you want. So I want to add it after which column. For example, let's say I want to add it in after the status. So in here I will type add this after the status. That's it. Now let's save everything, and in here let's run php artisan migrate, enter, done. Now let's go back to our products table, refresh. Now in here we have a status, and after the status we have created by column. So this is how you can add a new column inside your existing table. Okay, so up to now we have understand how we can create a new table, how we can modify that table inside our database using the migration. Now let's see how we can roll back or undo our changes inside Laravel migrations. So in the each migration file, if you open it, you can see there is a down method. This method is used to roll back or undo your changes. So in the categories we have created categories table. In the down method there is a schema drop if exists. So it will delete our table. Now again inside our product we have the down method which deletes our table, but this last two migrations that we created, we don't created that down method. So let's create the down method. In the down, in this migration we have added a column with the name of thumbnail. So in the down method I will undo or do the reverse of what I did in here. So in here I created this column, and in here I am going to drop that column by just typing $table drop column and the column name. Same thing, let's go to the user ID when we created the created by. In the down method, let's first of all we have to drop the foreign key, then after that we have to drop the drop the column. So now these two down methods are created. Now in the terminal, if I want to run the down method, I will type php artisan migrate colon roll back, enter. So when I press enter, it will only run this down method. In here, we we are dropping the created by column. So let's press the enter. It only run this migration. So now if I go to the products table and refresh, there is no created by table. And if I run the migration again, php artisan migrate, it will recreate our created by. So let's go and refresh. Now you guys can see here I have my created by column. If you want to roll back multiple migrations, you can do that also by just typing php artisan migrate colon roll back dash dash step and specify how many steps you want to go back. So let's say we want to go back 2 steps until the products table. We want to delete that thumbnail and create it by. So if I type here 2, it will undo last 2 changes. Now if I go back to my products table, refresh in here, now I don't have the created by and the thumbnail columns. Not just this, you can also reset your migration. So if you want to reset all the changes and delete all your tables, you can just type php artisan migrate, migrate colon reset. This will delete all your tables from the database and give you a database without any tables. So now enter. All the tables have been dropped. Now if we go and click refresh, you guys can see there's only one table with the name of migrations. All the others are deleted. But if you want to reset it and also have your tables also, so in a set of reset you can run fresh command. So let's migrate again, migrate, clear everything. All the tables are here, so let's add some data as well in here. Let's add something, a fake data. Let's add fake data in our brands also. So now if you want to reset your migration, drop all tables and recreate your database table from the beginning, you can just in the terminal you can just type php artisan migrate fresh. This will delete all the tables and it will create them back. So enter. All tables have been dropped and again recreated those tables. So now if I open and refresh, I have my tables, but if I open the branch, there is no data. Same for the categories. If you want to know more about the migration, then you can visit the official Laravel documentation. You can go to their documentation, and in here you can go to database, then migrations. In here you guys can see all the things that you can do inside your migration. For example, in the tables you can see this is how you can create a table, or if you want to update anything inside your table, this is how you can do it. Same for the column, and also for all the data types and column types, you can visit the available column types. In here there is a full list of the data types that you can use when you can create your tables. Now that we have understand migrations, let's move to the next topic, which is model. A model is a PHP class that represents a table in your database. It acts as a bridge between your Laravel application and the database. Using model, you can interact with your database tables to retrieve, insert, update, or delete data. In most cases, each database table should have a corresponding model in your Laravel project. Now that we have understand what is a model, it's time for us to create our first model. So let's go to the terminal, and in the terminal, if you want to create a model, you have to type PHP artisan make colon model, then give it the model name. So for example, let's create the categories model. So in here, let's type category. Sorry, category. When you are making a migration, remember that the table name should be plural, and when you are making the model, the name should be singular. So let's press enter. Now our model has been created. If we go inside app models category model, here is our model, and this model is connected with our database table with the name, which is the with the name of categories. So in here, as you guys can see, we already have this categories table. Now this is its model. If you want to, like, for example, if you are creating a CRUD application or any other application, you want to create a model and the migration and the controller, and instead of creating each one separately, you can make all of them at once. So let's for example, let's delete these categories from here, and also let's delete all the tables that we created. So we created categories, brands, products, this one and this one. These three are default Laravel migration. We will not touch them. Let's delete them. Now let's create a new category model with the migration and with the controller. So let's clear this, and in here we have to type PHP artisan make model, then space dash MC. M stands for migration and C stands for controller. This will create both. Okay, I forgot to add the name. So let's cancel this. Let's type it like PHP artisan make model, then the model name. So in our case, the model name is categories. Category. Then dash MC. Enter. Okay, our model has been created in here. As you guys can see, this is our model. Now this is the controller. Automatically Laravel change category to categories, and if we go to app http controller, our controller is also ready. Now let's refresh our database by typing PHP artisan migrate fresh. This will delete all old tables and create the new one. So let's press enter. Now let's go back to our database, refresh. As you guys can see, all the tables have been deleted and our categories table has been created again. So let's add our columns in here as well. So we add the name, then the slash, and finally the image. Okay, let's uh, refresh our migration again. Okay, done. Now let's go. Okay, our table has been created. Now let's add some fake data in here. Also in here. apply. Now let's see how we can retrieve these data from that database using our model. So let's go to our routes web.php, and in here right now we don't need these routes. Let's delete all of them. Let's create a new route with the type of gate and make it categories. Then inside here we have to create a callback function, and inside our callback function we will return the our model name. So our model name is, let me go, category. In here we will type our model name, category : all. Now remember to include this class as well if your ID does not include it. So now in the browser, let's go, and in here let's go to this URL category. Now we can see all our data in here because we called all. If you want to return this from the controller, which you should do instead of route, so for that let's delete this from here, and in here let's just go to category controller : class index. Now let's go inside this, and in here let's create a new function with the name of index and return our category : all. Now in here it does not, I did not add it automatically, so it's showing red, which means that the Laravel does not know what is category. So for that we can hold the control key and press the space. It will show us the list of all the classes. So in here I will select the category, it will add it automatically. Now let's go back to the browser and refresh. Again we got all our data in here. Now that we have understand the model, let's create a very small and basic CRUD operation using models. So let's create the add, edit, update and delete operations using the model. So in here the first we have the all method, which will display the list of our categories. Now let's see how we can add data inside our database. So let's create a new method. Let's type here public function add. Then in here let's pause this copilot also. Okay, so in here to add a new data, first of all you have to create a new variable, for example item, then set it to new category model. Then after that you have to pass those columns that you want to add data on it. So in here if I open, I have name, slag and image. I want to add data in this column, so I will add these column names inside my add method. So I will say item name is equal to, then I have to pass it a value. So for example first category, then we have the slag, we will say first slag, and finally the image. So for now for image we will just use a random text or a string or anything. Then in the future we will actually upload the image and add the path in here. So let's type item image is equal to, this is image for now, just this. Then at the end of this, you have to save all the changes. So to save all of the changes, the uh, you will call your variable arrow key and you will call the save function. That's it. Now let's create a new route for this function as well, so we can access it using the browser. Let's change this to group controller as well. Category controller colon class, then group and our callback function. Now let's move this to here. No need for this one. Okay. Now let's create our route for the add. So for adding a new data, usually what we use is post, but since it's a demo CRUD, I'm going to use gate because I'm using the browser gate method. But in the future, for the post update, you should use post method. So let's type gate and let's call it add category. Now, which function we want to call? We want to call add function inside the category table. Now, let's go to this URL inside our browser. Enter. Okay, it's showing nothing. It means it's successful. Now, if I go refresh, uh, my first category has been added, and all that those text that I added is here. Now let's return something also. So for now, let's return added successfully. Now let's change something. Let's go back, refresh. Okay, duplicate for Slack. Let's make this like also. Let's go back, refresh. Okay, we got our text added successfully. Now, if we go inside our database, refresh, that data has been added. Now, let's see how we can search inside our database and show only one record. Let's create our show method. So let's type here public function show, and for the show, since we want to only display on one record, we have to pass the ID of that record as well. So this will accept the ID, and in here I will create a variable with the name of item, and I will call my category model, then colon I will type find or fail. Now I will pass the ID, and finally I will return the my variable. Now let's create a route for this. Let's go here and let's type route gate show category, then my variable, my parameter. So I will need the ID, and which method inside the category controller, show method. Now let's go to show category URL inside our inside our browser. So let's go to the browser and let's search for the ID 4. So let's type here show category and ID 4. Enter. We got our record in here. If I want to display another record, for example this one 6, I will just go and change this 4 to 6. Enter. Now I got that record. The next method that I want to cover is the update method. How we can update a record inside our database. So let's create a new method, public function, and let's call this, for example, update. So for the update also we need to pass the ID of the record which we want to update. So we need the ID. Let's pass the ID as a parameter, and in here again item. Then same thing that we did in here, we will write also in the update also to fetch or get the record. So category colon find or fail, and I will pass the ID. Then which column I want to update. So for example in here let's update the name. So I want to update the name. So item name is equal to the new value you want to set. So new and updated name, for example. Then finally at the end we will just say item update function. Now let's return a message also, updated successfully. That's it. Now let's create route for this one as well. Route for update. In real CRUD application you can use post or patch, but since it's a demo I'm going to use get. So update category and the ID, then the method name which is update. Now let's save everything. Let's copy this and go back to the browser. Instead of show category, let's change this to update category and the pass the ID. So for the record with the ID of 4, I want to change the name. So now let's press the enter. We got our message updated successfully. So now if I type here show, enter, I see the new value in the name. So new and updated name. Now finally let's create our delete as well. So let's type here public function delete, and for this again we need the ID. Again you can type same thing here. So let's copy this from here, and in here let's say item delete. That's it. Return a message also deleted successfully. Okay, our delete is ready. Now let's copy this as well, paste, change update to delete, and this update to delete as well. Now let's go. And in here in the state of show category, let's type delete category with the ID of 4. Enter. Deleted successfully. Now if I type here show, I will get 404 not found. And if I open it inside my database, as you guys can see, there is no record with the ID of 4. Now let's see how we can add a fake data into our database, because when developing an application we need data to work with it and create our features. So for that we need some fake data to add. Now in Laravel we can use factory to create and add data inside our database. So to create a factory, in the terminal we can type php artisan make factory, then the factory name. So I want to create a factory for my category. In here I will type category factory. then space dash dash model to specify the model name, and in here I will type my model name, which is, let's go, where is here is the model name category. So in here I will type category. Now enter. It will create the factory for us inside our database folder factories, and in here we have our factory. The first thing that I'm going to do, because I have created the model first, then the later I created the factory. So in the model I am going to type use has factory. Great. Because I want to tell Laravel that this model has a factory. Now let's go back to our factory. In here in the definition method, inside the return array, we can write our column and what we want to add in it. So in my category table, if I go, I have the name, slug and image. So in here I will say for the name, add $sign this faker arrow key name. This will generate a fake name in this column. Then for the slug, so for the slug I'm going to use str colon colon slug. Remember, right now the ID did not added the class in the top, so I'm going to double click on this, hold control key and press space bar. Then it will show me the list, and I am going to choose the illuminate support one. Then after the slug I will say this faker, and since the slug is unique, so I want a unique slug for each row. So I will type unique in here, then I want a unique name. After that we have the image column. So for the image, right now I am just going to paste a placeholder URL, then we will replace it. So let's add this in here. Now our factory is ready to run this factory. First we need to go to inside our database, then inside the seeders. Then after that database seeder.php. Let's comment this out. Now to call my factory in here, I will type category, the model name, then colon colon factory. Inside the factory function, I will type how many records I want to create. So for example, I want to create 10 records, and after that just I will call the create function. Now this is done. If I go inside the terminal to run this factory, I have to just type php artisan space db colon seed, enter. Now it's running and it's finished. If I open my database, refresh, as you guys can see, it created 10 records inside my database. Now since I created this factory after I created my model, that's why I wrote this. For other models I want to create, so let's create one model. Let's create our brand's model. So let's clear this and create a new model. Okay, sorry, php artisan make model. Now I want to create the brand model. So in here I want migration controller and factory. So I will type MCF, M for migration, C for controller, and F for factory. Now enter. All of them have been created. Now inside my brand model, if I click, as you guys can see, it added this line automatically. So now inside the brand factory, if I add my columns, so let's where is the migration? Let's go to the migration, and in here let's add the brands columns. So let's paste them. So same name, Slack, and image. Let's copy all of them from the category, same thing, and paste it inside the brands. Let's bring our class also, copy and paste. Now, okay, we did not add it inside the database seeder. Let's add the brand here also, factory. I want 10 brands also, and create. Now, in the terminal, if I can type PHP artisan migrate dash dash seed. This will run my newly created migration and also both these seeders. So if I press enter, the migration has created my table and also it seeded my database. So if I open my category database, refresh, now in here you guys can see I have 20 records, and in my brands I only have 10 records because in the categories we run it twice, so it added 2 times. So this is the basic of the factory. In the next lecture we are going to create a factory for our products table to add for more columns. In the previous part we have discussed about the factory and how we can make it, but we only created a factory for our brands and our category and it had only 3 columns. Now let's create a factory for our product table. So let's create our product model first by typing PHP artisan make model, then product. After that I want the migration, the controller, and factory. Now let's press enter to create all of them. Okay, it has been created. Now let's add our product columns and for our database, the ones that we already made. So I will copy and paste them. If you guys didn't, this is the all the columns. So let's let me scroll down so you guys can see. Now let's go to the factory, product factory, and in here add some fake data so we can work with it. So I'm going to copy all these from here. So we have this. Let's copy all of them and paste it inside the array. Okay. So for the brand, since the I need the ID of the brand in here, I have to call my brand model. So for the brand ID to get, I will just call my brand model, then colon colon. Now I want to get a random ID from my brand table and assign it to this product. So to get a random brand, I will just type in random order. So this will fetch a random record from the brands table, then value, and what I want to get from that record, I want to get the ID. Then I will type same thing for my category. So category colon colon and random order and value ID. After that, let's create the name. So I will type this same as we wrote on the previous fakers name, then the slug. So in the previous factories, the name and slug are fully different. They don't have anything in commons because we wrote this function directly for the slug and it will generate a new slug for the name. But in the products, I want to create the slug as it is for the name. So that's why let's cut this from here, and in the top and of return I will create a new variable and assign this in here so we can use it multiple times. Now let's set this name in here, and for the slug I will again say str colon colon slug, then dollar sign name, and I will concatenate this with the unique ID to fully generate a unique slug for us. So unique ID like this. Now for the price and sale price, I want to add a number in here. So I have to provide a range of numbers in here so it can pick from one. For that I will type this faker, then number between. Now here I will specify the range of numbers from which number up to which number I want. So for example, I want the smallest number should be 100 and it should be up to 9999, something like this. For the SKU, let's generate a random string. So for to generate the random string, we can just type str colon colon random, and how many characters it should have. Let's say 10 characters. Actually, let's make it uppercase also. So let's warp this inside str to upper function. So it will generate uppercase all of them. Then for the quantity, let's again generate a number. So let's copy this and paste it in here, and this should be from 0 up to 100. Then for the status, if I open the migration file and open the status stock status in here, as you guys can see, I have an enum that only accept this two value. So let's copy them from here. Actually, let's copy full array and let's go back to our factory. So for this I will type dollar sign this faker random element, and I will pass my array in here. So this random element will choose between this and this. Anything that we add include inside this array. Now let's go for let's go for the feature. So in the feature also we only want yes and no. So in here we have no, and let's copy this again, paste it here, change this one to yes and this one to no. Then we have the short description. So to write a sentence, we have another function with the name of sentence, and we can type the number of words we want. So let's type 10. We can also add a paragraph. So let's add a paragraph for our description, and in here let's type this faker paragraph and number of sentence that we want. So I want 5 sentences in here. And for the status, same thing. So let's copy this one, paste it here, and change this to draft and published. Let's add the comma. Finally, for the thumbnail, so for the thumbnail also we want to include an image. So let's copy it from here, this one. Let's copy this and paste it in here to add an image. Finally, the created by, since we have not created a user factory. Laravel by default gave us a factory for our users. We are going to use this factory to create a fake user in our database. So first of all, let's say if user exists, then get a user in random order and add the value of id. So if the user exists, it will get a random id from the user table. Otherwise, if the user table is empty, then we are going to create a new user by typing user : factory. That's it. Now let's add our, okay, let's add the category string and the user model. That's it. Everything is done. Now let's go to inside our seeders folder, database seeder. In here, add our product factory as well. So type product : factory, and let's create 10 products here also. Okay, everything is set. Now in the terminal, let's run our migration and our seeder together by typing php artisan migrate -- seed. Enter. Okay, we got an error. Okay, after searching for a while, I found my mistake in the it's in the migration of the product. This one, I don't have to use the after function. No need to use it inside the same function. So let's delete this one and let's go back to the terminal, clear everything, rerun our php artisan migrate -- seed. Enter. Okay, the migration is done. Now time for the seeder. This is also done. Now let's open our database and refresh my database here. So I have my products table, and if I open it, as you guys can see, I already have that data that I need to work with. Remember, this is all the fake data. We just created these fake data to work with it. Once our application is finished, then we have to clear all these data from our database. In the previous part, we have seen how we can add fake data inside our database. Now let's see how we can add our default data to our database. By default data, I mean there are some data. For example, in our application, e-commerce application, we have some categories which are default in all the e-commerce websites like beauty, accessory, fashion, food. These are the default categories that we have to add and include it inside our database. Let's see how we can add those inside our database. So for that, we need to create a seeder. So to create a seeder in the terminal, we have to type php artisan make seed, then give it a name. For example, let's create a seeder for our categories table. So let's close them. Okay, so let's create a seeder for my category table. So let's name this categories seeder, then enter. Now our seeder has been created. If we go inside our database, then inside here we have a folder with the name of seeders, and inside this you guys can see that a new file has been created with the name of categories seeder. So let's open this. Then inside the run method we can add our data and add it inside our database. So in here I already created some data for my categories table, so let's add that. So okay, this is my array of categories. We have accessories, we have beauty, fashion, health. All these I want to be inside my database by default. Now to add this inside my database, I can type db colon colon table, then my table name, which is categories. If I open my SQL, in here, as you guys can see, the name of my table is categories. You guys can see this inside the migration also. So inside the migration, same name. So let's copy this and paste it in here. Then after that, insert and my array. So categories. Let's pause this Copilot also for some time. Okay, this is done. Let's add the class also. Now, same thing that we did for the factory, you have to register this inside the database seeder file. That in here you have to type $, this, then call and your seeder class name. So in my case, categories seeder colon colon class. That's it. Now let's save everything and comment these out. Then to run this same thing that we did in the factory, we will just type php artisan db colon seed, enter. Now it added those data inside my database, and if I open this, refresh, now as you guys can see, all of them have been added inside my database. Now if I run this one more time, it will add again. So now we will have duplicate data. As you guys can see, I get this error also that there is a duplicate. So to prevent this, or my personal favorite is to use for each $, categories, my variable array name, then after that as category, and inside this I can call my category model. So category colon colon first or create, then my category inside this. So the good thing about this method is, for example, in the future, if you want to add some more data, you can add it easily in here. So for example, name, test data, or let's call this new data, slug, new slug. Now it will not create this one, it will just add this last one if you use this method. So let's clear everything from the terminal and run the dbseed again. Now I did not get any error, and also it added this one. If I open my database, refresh, scroll down, as you guys can see, it's in here. Now it doesn't matter how many times I run this, it will not create a duplicate, and it will just add the new data inside my database. In this part, we are going to talk about how we can execute our SQL queries or run our SQL queries inside our Laravel application. So basically, we have three approach for that. The first one is raw SQL, second one is query builder, and the third one is Eloquent ORM. all three have their own pros and cons. So let's start by the security. For the security point of view, raw SQL is highly risky because of SQL injection. It's very easy to execute a SQL injection when using a raw SQL in our Laravel project. For Query Builder, it protects us against SQL injection, and same for Eloquent ORM. So, and for the security point of view, raw SQL have a minimum security because of SQL injection. Now let's jump for performance. For the performance, because raw SQL directly talks or communicates with the SQL, so it's the fastest of all. After that, the query builder is fast. Then finally, the Eloquent. So if you are making a application where the performance is high priority, so you have to use raw SQL. Otherwise, go for query builder or Eloquent ORM. Another topic that we are going to talk is about flexibility. Raw SQL is fully customizable, allows complex queries, and Query Builder is flexible, allows complex queries with readable syntax. But Eloquent ORM is less flexible for high quality optimized queries. Now, let's talk about maintainability. The raw SQL is harder to maintain and debug, requires manual query writing because it needs a lot of queries to write if you want to add result. But for Query Builder, it's easier to maintain than raw SQL but lacks full object-oriented mapping capabilities, which the Eloquent have. Eloquent is easiest to maintain. For example, if you in the future, if you want to maintain your application, the best option is Eloquent ORM because it's easiest to maintain, follows object-oriented principle. Now, let's see that use cases. So, for raw SQL, when performance is critical or complex queries are needed, we will use raw SQL. But when you need a balance between performance, security, and complexity and flexibility, then the best option is Query Builder. And finally, for Eloquent ORM, when working with models, relationship, and prioritizing maintainability, then you will choose Eloquent ORM. Now that we have understand what is the difference between Query Builder, Eloquent, and Raw SQL, it's time for us to add some data inside our database using Query Builder to know more about the Query Builder and how it works. So let's delete all these old routes from our web.php and let's go to app HTTP controller. Inside our categories controller, we don't need this old code. Let's delete them as well. Now in here, let's create a new function with the name of store. Then in here, to add a data or insert a data inside your database, we can type db : table, then our table name which is inside our database. So in our case, categories. Let's copy and paste it here. After that, insert, and inside the insert we will open an array. Then inside this array we will pass our column names as a key and its new value, its value. So we have a column with the name of name, and I want to add this data. Then we have slag. So for the slag, let's say I will add this one. And finally we have image. So right now, since we are not submitting a form, we are not uploading the actual image, I will just pass a fake data to it. Later when we submit a form, we will upload the image. So inside our controller is done. Now we can save changes in here and we can go to inside our route and create a new route to access the store method inside controller. So let's call this category, and in here call our category controller, then : class and our store method. That's it. Now let's go to inside our browser and let's go and let's access the category URL, enter. call to, and we forgot to import this class, so let's add the class as well. Now let's go back, refresh. Okay, we did not get any error, which is means it's successful. So let's refresh, scroll down. We got our data in here as we wrote inside our controller. So this is the one way that you can add a single data inside your database. If you want to add multiple records inside your database using the query builder, we can do that also. So let's copy this and comment this out. Then in down, to add multiple records, you have to put all your records inside a separate array. So right now we have this main array. Now I will put this one also inside an array. So let's add array in start of array and end of the array. Now for my second record, I will just open another array. I will type same. So that this time the name should be this. Let's change this because we will get duplicate. Now for the slag, let's this time say this is the slag, and finally image. This is the image path. That's it. So for each of your records, you have to open an array, close, then write your column names and your values. Now let's save this and let's go back to our browser. Let's refresh. Okay, no error means successful. Refresh, scroll down. Now as you guys can see, our newly added record is visible inside our database. There are some times that you want to fetch or get the ID of newly created record. For example, in here we created this record. Now after it save, we want to fetch its ID, so we can do that also. Let's comment this out and copy this in the down and comment this. Now to get the ID, first of all you have to store this inside a variable. So I will store this inside the ID variable, and instead of insert I will use insert get ID. Now let's go and return the ID. Let's go to the browser, refresh. Okay, we have to change. Let's change this to something this the slag also to this. Let's go back, refresh. Okay, so it created a new record and the new record ID is 73. We can confirm it by going to inside our database, refresh, and we can see the ID is 73. So these are the ways that we can use to insert a new record in our database using query builder. Okay, so we have learned how we can add data inside our database. It's time for us to see how we can fetch our data or get our data from that database using the query builder. So in here, let's create a new function with the name of function. Let's call it get my data. Anything, you can name it anything, doesn't matter. So to get data, first of all, I will create a variable with the name of categories, and also this name is completely up to you. Then db colon colon table my categories. So let's copy this, it's easy. Then after that, you just have to type get. That's it. Now this will fetch all the records inside the categories table and it will show you. So let's create a new route for this also. Let's call this get data, and inside our category controller colon class, and the method name is get my data. Now let's go to our browser and let's go here and call get data, enter. Okay, we did not return anything, that's why we did not get anything. Categories. So remember to not forget, like me, to call or return this variable. Now let's go back, let's refresh. Now as you guys can see, I got all my data which are inside my database table. In here, as you can see, it is showing all the columns. But if you want to display only specific columns, we can do that also. So let's, and it state sorry, so to get a specific columns, we can type select, then inside the select we can mention our column names, which columns I want. So for example, I just want the name column. Now let's go back, refresh. Now I only got the names of the categories. You you can pass multiple option column names in here. For example, I want the ID also. So now if I go refresh, now I got the ID as well. But if you want to get all the columns, either in here you can type a star or don't type anything. If you type a star also, it will give you all the columns. So now I got all the columns. If I remove this, again I get all the columns in here. Right now I got all my records, but if you need only one record, instead of typing get, you can just type first. This will bring the first record. So right now, without any refreshing, my first record is the one with the ID of 1. Now when I refresh, I will just get this record with the ID of 1. But if you don't want to get this record, you have a specific record in mind, we can use a where condition. So in here we can type where ID is equal to, for example, let's see which ID is we have. Okay, let's say 71. Now in here let's type 71. Let's go back, refresh. I got the record with the ID of 71. Now to just this, if you want to just display the value of an column instead of all these, you can just after the first, you can just type value, then let's say the name you want, you can just type name. So sorry, let's remove the first and keep the value. Now let's go refresh. As you guys can see, I only got the value of the column that I specify in here, which is name. So this is the way we can fetch data from our database. In here we can also limit the number of the records that we want. For example, if let's comment these and type here get. Now if I go to my browser, refresh, now it will bring all the records which are inside my database table. We can also limit this as well by just typing limit before the get function, then how many records we want. So for example, I want only 4 records. Now if I go and refresh, I will get only 4 records. If I change this to for example 2, I will get only 2 records. Let's refresh. Now as you guys can see, I got only 2 records from the database. Now let's see how we can implement where condition using the query builder. So let's create a new function in here. So let's public function, and let's call it, for example, where condition. Then in here, let's create our categories variable and set it to db colon table categories. Now for to add a where condition, we can simply type where. Then after that, in the first parameter of where, we have to pass the column name. So let's say here I want to fetch the record with the ID of 5. So the first parameter will be the ID. So in here I will type ID. Then in the second parameter I will type my operator, so equal, and then my value, so 5. Now let's type get and return the categories. Now let's create a route for this also. Route get where, then category controller class and my method name. Now let's save everything. Let's go to the browser, and in here let's change the URL. Okay, let's go return and put the semicolon in here. Refresh. Okay, now we got our record here with the ID of 5. Now let's see how we can do and condition in here, because let's scroll down in our database. In here I have 2 records with the same name. So in here, if I change the ID to name and this to toys, and go to the browser, I will get 2 records. So refresh. Now I have 2 records in here, both with the name of toys. Now in here I want to add one more condition and condition. So for that I can just copy this and paste it in here, then change my column name. So let's say let's uh, let's add the ID, for example, where ID is equal to, and add the ID 44. Now let's save everything, go back to the browser, refresh. Now I got only a single record with the ID of 44 and the name of toys. Instead of and condition, if you want to use or condition, we can do that as well. So just before where, you have to type or. Now let's save. If I go and refresh again, I got 2 records because the names of both are ID. Sorry, the name of both is toys, one with the ID of 45 and one with the ID of 44. You can also add another or condition in here. Now let's see how we can do where end conditions. So for example, if you want to fetch multiple record where the IDs are is 2 3 4 5, something like that, we can do that also. Instead of typing where we can just type where end. So let's copy this and paste it in here and comment this and delete this one. To use where n, just you can type where n, then in the first parameter you will pass the column name, which is ID. Then in the second parameter we will open an array, and inside this array we will pass all our values that we want. So let's say we are id n 1 2 3, that's it. Now let's go and refresh. It will fetch all those records where the id is 1 or the id is 2 or the id is 3. So this is how we can use where in condition. But instead of where n, if you want to use where between, we can do that also by just typing, changing where n to where between. This will bring all the records which is between the array values. So for example, in here I want to get all the records where the id is between 1 and 10. So let's go back, refresh. Now I got the ID 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and finally 10. So it will bring all the records where the ID is between 1 and 10. Then after that, if you want to fetch those records where the column is null, so for example, let's say get all the records in here where the image is null. So for that, let's copy and comment this out. For that, if we type here where our column image like null, it will not work. So if I go to the browser and refresh, I will get an empty array, because with the null you cannot type like this. So for that you have to type where null. Then after that the column name, and that's it. You don't need to type anything. For the where null you have to just pass the column name. Now if I refresh, now I got all those records where the image is null. So these are the some ways that you can use where condition using the query builder in Laravel. Now let's see how we can update a record in our database using query builder. So let's create our function first. Then inside this, let's call our db table. Then our table name again. So to update, first we have to type the condition which record we wanna update. So for example, I want to update a record with the ID of 5, and then I want to type update. After that, which column I want to update. So I want to change the name, and what should be the new name. So for example, let's say updated name, and just return a message also successfully. Now let's go and create a route for this. Route colon get update record, and call our controller colon class, then our method which is update, the same name we wrote in here. Okay, now let's go to this URL, copy it, paste it here. Okay, we got the success. Now let's go to the database, refresh. Now as you guys can see in here, the name has been changed. If you want to update multiple columns, you can do that also by going to inside our controller. In here, first we change the name to updated name. Let's change it back. For example, let's change the name to 123, then change the slash. So to change another column, you just type the column name, but before that comma, then column name, and after that the value. So the slash is new slash. That's it. Now let's save and go back to the browser, refresh. Okay, we got the success message. Let's go back, refresh. Now in here, as you guys can see, the name has changed to 123 and the Slack has been changed to new Slack. So to update, you can use this code to update an existing record inside your database. Now let's see how we can delete a record from our database. So let's type public function delete, then our db table, our table name, then our condition where id is equal to, for example, again 5, and we will call the delete function. Let's return a message also, deleted successfully. Save everything, go back to the route, create a route for the delete, then call the controller class and delete. Now let's go to this URL, enter. Okay, delete, what is the public? Let's change the name to something deletes, something like this, and paste it here. Now let's go back. Okay, deleted successfully. Now if we go inside our categories, there is no record with the ID of 5, and if you want to delete another record, just change this to that ID, for example 10. Now let's go back, refresh, deleted successfully. Let's check. Now there is no record with the ID of 10 as well. So this is the way you can use Query Builder to delete a record from your database. In this section, we are going to talk about the joins. So if I open my products migration, in here we have two foreign keys, one for brand ID and one for category. So it means that here we will store the brand and category ID, and our products have relationship with these two tables. Now let's see how we can create our joins using Query Builder. So let's go to our products controller. So here is my products controller, and let's create a function, public function. Let's call it index. Now let's create our variable, and in here let's call our products table. To create a join, we have a function with the name of join. The first parameter in here, we will mention our table, in which table we want to join. So for example, if I open my database, I want to join with my brands, so I will add the brands table name in here. Then after that, okay, actually let's bring the db class also. Okay, done, it's been imported. Now let's continue. In the second parameter, we will mention the first table foreign key, which is products dot brand id, and in the 10th parameter our operator, and finally in the fourth parameter we will say the primary key of our brands table, which is brands dot id. Now after that, let's type get and return our products. Now let's go and create a route for this. Let's go to the route, and in here create a new route, products, and call our products controller class. Method name is index. Now let's go to this URL. enter. Now we got all our products in here, all the products with the brands of it. So we have the brand image, we have the products column in here. If you want to specifically only, for example, select some columns, we can do that also by typing select. For example, I want to get all the columns from the product, so I will type products dot star, and from the brands I only want to select the let's say ID. And now let's go refresh, enter. We got the all the columns from the product. In here we only got the brand ID, so let's change it, give it a alias as brands ID, like this. Let's go back, refresh. Now we got the brand ID in here also. This is how we can create our inner join using the query builder. We can also join multiple tables the same way we did with the brands. We can do that with the categories also. So let's copy this and paste it in here, change the brands to categories, then the brand ID, the foreign key in here is category ID, and here as well we have to change it to categories. Now let's save everything, let's select all. So let's remove everything from here and type a star to select all. Let's go refresh. Now it is showing all the columns, all the records which have product and the brand relationship. So if you want to create a left join, we can do that also. This will bring all the products which have the brands and categories. But if you want to get all the products, even if brand or category is missing, you can use left join. So let's copy this and comment this out, paste it here. Let's copy again, paste, come on, copy and paste. Now let's do with one join. So for the left join, we can just type left and that's it, nothing we have to do. So now let's go and refresh. Now it will show all the records even if they don't have a brand. So this is how we can create our relationships using the query builder. Now let's move to the next topic, which is Eloquent in Laravel, and add some data in our database using Eloquent method. So in here I have another table with the name of brand, and if I open my database, refresh, I have name, slag and image. So we are going to add a record with these columns. So let's go to our brand controller, and in here let's create a new method with the name of any name you want. For in my case, add data. Now to use Eloquent, first of all we will create a variable and assign it to the new brand model. So in here it automatically added the class, then after that item, arrow key, and the name of the column in which you want to add data. So in here I have name, slag and ID. So I am going to add a value to the name. In here I will type name is equal to then my values. So let's say Nike, then item, my second column which is slag, and I will call this Nike as well. Finally the image. For the image, just we will type this, later we will add it using a form. And finally, to add this, we will call item save. That's it. Now let's return something also added successfully. Now to access this method, we have to create a route also. So let's create a route inside our web.php. In here, let's set up route gate, add brand, then our brand controller, colon class, and our method name, which is add data. Okay, now let's copy this URL and go to the browser, access it, add data. We got our message added successfully. Now if I open my database, refresh, scroll at the end, here you guys can see my data has been added. So this is how we can add data inside our database using Eloquent. In the next part, we are going to talk how we can mass assign or add multiple data inside our database using Eloquent. In the previous part, we have seen how we can add data using Eloquent. Now in this part, we are going to see how we can mass assign or add multiple records inside our database using Eloquent. So for that, we have to tell Laravel that which columns are fillable or which columns can be added using mass assignment. So for that, you have to go inside your inside your model. In my case, it's brand.php, and at the top you have to type hash open array, then type fillable, and inside the fillable function you have to pass another array and type your column names. So in my case, I have name, I have slug, and I have image. So I am telling Laravel that these columns can be mass assigned. If I don't specify them in here, Laravel will block me for mass assignment. So now after adding these fillable columns inside the model, let's go back to the controller and comment this out, then call my model. After that, create, then inside here I will pass my column names as a key, then the values. So the value, let's call this Nike Pro, then the slug, let's call this Nike Pro as well, and the image as image.jpg. That's it. Now let's go back to the browser, refresh. We got our message added successfully. Let's go to the database, refresh. Now as you guys can see, our data has been added, but we only added a single record. To add multiple records, you have to warp this array inside another array. So let's move this at the bottom. Now we can add as many records as we want. So let's copy this and paste it here, change this one to 1, add 1 here as well, comma, then change this to 2, 2, and let's add one more record as 3. Okay, and change this one to 3 as well. So everything is done. Now let's save everything, go back to the browser, refresh the page. Okay, we got an error. Let's go back. Sorry, for the mass assignment we have to change it to insert. Now let's go back, refresh. Okay, we got added successfully. Now let's go and refresh, scroll down. As you guys can see, all my records have been added successfully. Now one important thing that in the Laravel 13 we use PHP attributes for fillable, but in older versions, if you work in the older versions, instead of this there is another way that we define our fillables by typing protected $fillable, then our column names, so Slack and image. In in Laravel 13 we use this method, but in Laravel 12 and below, if you want to define your fillable columns, you have to use this way. Otherwise, in the new Laravel, use PHP attributes to define your fillable columns, but don't use both of them. So let's delete this one and save. Now let's see how we can fetch data using Eloquent. So let's go to our controller and create a new function with the name of get data. Then in here I will create a variable and assign it to my model. To get all the data, you just have to type all function, then return $my variable. Now let's create a route for that. Get brands, my brand controller colon class, and my method name. Okay, done. Now let's go to the browser, enter. Okay, as you guys can see in here, I have fetch all the records from the database, even all those records that we added and which were inside my table previously. But if you want to fetch only a single record based on the ID, you can do that also. For example, let's say we are going to fetch this record, the record with the ID of 26. So for that, instead of typing all, let's comment this out, brand, we can type find and we will pass the ID. So the ID was 26. So let's type here 26. Now let's go back to the browser, press enter. Now I only got that record with the ID of 26. Now let's see what happens if Laravel does not find that record. So in here I am going to type this ID which is not inside my database, and if I click refresh, I don't get anything. I don't get any message, anything that the Laravel did not found that record. So to get an error message, we can call find or fail function. Now if we refresh the page, we will get this 404 message from the Laravel that this record does not exist. So let's comment this out. Now let's see how we can fetch the first record. So let's type our variable, then our model. To get the first record, we will just type first. This will return the first record that finds. So if I refresh now, as you guys can see, I get the first record which is inside my table with the ID of 1. The same record I get it inside my browser. And if you don't want to get the first record, you want to get the latest record, you can do that also by just typing items is equal to brand colon latest and get. This will get the latest record which is added inside your database. So now if I refresh, Now it will show me all the latest records inside my database. So instead of get, if I change this to first, I will get on the latest record inside my database, which is this record with the ID of 25. If I go and refresh, scroll down, this is the latest record actually, because this is the sorry, this is the latest record because it have a time stamp. It does not, this record does not have time stamp, so Laravel thinks this one is the latest record. If you want to return only a single column or select specific columns, we can do that also. So in here, before the first function, we can type select, then we can pass our column name. So in the columns that we want to fetch, for example, I want to fetch the ID and the name only. Now if I go to the browser, refresh, it will just show me the ID and name. And if you type here star instead of the column names, it will bring all the columns for you. And if you want all the columns, then no need to write the select stars and refresh, still you will get all the columns. So these are the ways that you can fetch a record or records from your database. Now let's see how we can update a record. So let's create a function with the name of update data and create our variable, then assign it out to model. First we have to fetch the data to update it. So to fetch it, we can just type find and we will pass the ID. So let's go to our database and let's say, for example, I want to update this record with the ID of 21. So in here I will type 21, then I will say item. Now which column I want to update. For example, if I want to update the name, I will just type the name here, and after that I will type the updated value. So let's say Nike updated, and finally there's an item update. That's it. Now let's return a message also. So let's say updated successfully. Okay, let's go and create a route for this. In here, route colon get update brand controller colon class and my method name. Now let's go to this URL, enter. We got our message updated successfully. Now open our database, and if I refresh, as you guys can see in here, my record has been updated and the name has been changed to Nike updated. And if you want to update multiple columns, we can do that also by just passing all the columns in here. So let's update the slug as well. So let's call this Nike updated again and change this again. Now if I go back to the browser, refresh, I get the message, and if I open this, scroll down, I got, as you guys can see, my data has been updated successfully. So this is the one way which we can use to update our record. If you want to directly update, there is also another way by just calling your model, then where pass the column name, sorry, the your condition. So I want to first search based on the ID, the one with the ID of 21. Then I will call the update function, and inside this update function I will pass my column name as a key. So name and the value. So let's fix this. Now the value of the name should be, for example, Nike next update. We can also pass the another column, so slug and Nike the next update. That's it. Now let's go back to browser, refresh. I got updated successfully. Now refresh our database, scroll down. In here, as you guys can see, we have updated our record successfully. Okay, so we saw how we can add data, how we can fetch our data, and how we can update our data. Now let's see how we can delete our data. Let's create our function and call this delete data. Then in here, the first way that we can delete a record is using by find method. So we will create a variable, then we will call our model, and we will pass the ID for the find to fetch the record. Then after that, item delete. This will delete our data from our database. So let's fix the items and return a message also, return deleted successfully. Okay, let's go and create the route for this. Route colon colon get delete brand controller colon colon class and my method name, which is delete data. Now let's copy this and go to the browser, call this URL. Okay, we got an error, syntax error, unexpected identifier route. So let's go back to our web.php. Oh, here there was an extra L. So let's go back. Now we got our message deleted successfully. If I go refresh, now that record with the ID of 21 has been deleted. Now let's delete this record also with the ID of 25. So let's go back to our brand controller and change this to 25. Let's go back, refresh our browser, delete it successfully. Now let's click refresh. Now that record has been also deleted. So this is the one way that we can use to delete a record. If you don't want to use this method, there is another way that you can directly call your model and call the where condition, then pass the search based on the ID. So let's delete this one with the ID of 26, and in here type 26. Then after that, directly call the delete function to this record. This will also delete the record for you. So now let's go refresh. Okay, we got our message. Now let's refresh again, scroll down. Now as you guys can see, there is no record with the ID of 26, which means it has been deleted successfully. So these are the ways that you can use to delete a record. Now that we have covered the CRUD using the query builder and Eloquent, it's time for us to move to the next topic, which is very important. It is called where conditions, and see how we can apply our conditions in Eloquent So in here I have a model with the name of products. We already created this, and inside my database we added some data also using the factory. So we are going to apply our conditions in this table. So let's go to our controller, products controller here. Okay, let's delete all the codes from here and create a new method, public function. Let's call it index. In here let's fetch all our products, so all, and let's create a route for it as well to access it. Products, and okay, we have, so let's go to this URL. Okay, we did not return anything. Return items. Okay, now we got all our records. Now let's apply some conditions or filtering to this record. So to apply a where condition, first of all, we don't use all, we use either first or gate, but we will not use all. So let's change this to gate, and before this gate we have to type our where condition. Now the first parameter of where condition is our column name. So in the first parameter we have to write our column name. So in here I have these columns. Let's filter based on, for example, okay, let's filter based on the status. Let's say status is equal to, in the second parameter you have to type your condition. So I'm going to write is equal, then in the third parameter you have to write your condition. So let's say I want to fetch all the records with the status of published. Now let's go to the browser, refresh. Now I got all the records where the status is published. So this one status publish, this one publish as well, this one as well, and also this one published also. In here you can type other conditions also. For example, now let's say, okay, first of all let's say where status is not published. So now if I refresh, now all the records that I get, they are the status of all of them are draft. So here draft, there is no record with the status of published, so all of them are draft. We can add another logic here as well. So let's this time add based on the price, add a logic. Okay, let's say stock quantity. So in here the stock quantity should be greater than let's say 50. Now let's go back, refresh. Now in here if you check, all of them have the stock quantity greater than 50, none of them are smaller than 50. And there's one good thing about the where condition. If you want to use equal, for example, is let's say status is equal to draft. Let's go back here. Now let's get, it will get all the records with the status of draft. So if you are using the equal, then there is no need to write equal. You can directly in the second parameter write your own value, and by default Laravel will say where status equal to draft. Now if I refresh, nothing will change. Still I will get all the records with the status of draft. We can also chain multiple where conditions. When we change where methods in Laravel will automatically apply and logic on it. So for example, in here, if I want to add one more logic, for let's say where the status is draft and where stock, uh, let's say what was the column name, okay, stock status, copy the column name here, is equal to n stock. Now let's go refresh. Now I got all those records where the status is draft and in stock status is in stock. So 1 2 records only. Now if I change this to published, I will get other records. So 1 2, still 2 records we have where the status is published and also stock status is in stock. Now if you don't want to apply and logic, you want to apply or logic, you can do that also. So instead of writing where, you can just type or in here in front of the where, you can just type or, then Laravel will apply or logic to this. So now if I refresh my page, now I got all those records where the status is draft or where the stock status is in stock. So if you want to apply or logic, you will just add or in front of the where. Otherwise, if you want to apply and logic, you just chain where conditions one with another. Now one more thing which is very important, you can also combine or group where conditions. For example, if you want to combine and or logic, we can do that also. So in here, let's create our variable and call product model. Let's say I want to fetch all the records where in stock, where the stock status is in stock and where status or feature is yes. So either the status should be, for example, publish and or the feature should be yes. So let's go now. In here we can type where, and first of all my first condition is stock status should be in stock. Then my second condition contains two other condition. Either the status should be published or the feature should be yes. So for that I will type where, then inside my where condition I will write a callback function with query as a parameter. So this query will contain all this logic inside it. Now I can type query where this is equal to published or where featured is equal to yes. Now let's type at the end, let's type our get method to execute the query. Let's go back to the browser. Now I will get all those records where status is in stock. So stock status is in stock. So if I scroll, all of them are in stock and also in stock. But for the status, you guys can see this one is draft and this one is published, and the feature in here it's yes and in here it's no. So this is how you can change, how you can group where conditions. Next we have where n. So you can, if you want to check if a column value exists inside an array, or if you want to check based on multiple values, we can do that also. So let's type product, our variable, then our model name. Now instead of where, we will just type here where n, then my column name. So let's say my column name, okay, let's get the, do it with the id this time, where id, then I will pass all the values that I want. So I want, for example, 1 2 3. Now let's type get. Let's go refresh. Now it will show all the records with the id of 1 2 and 3, all the records that match these conditions. If you don't want to fetch, for example, if you want to fetch all the records where the id is between a range of the numbers, we can do that also. So for example, let's comment this out and call items again product. Now I want to fetch all the records where the id is between 1 and 10, or 1, let's say 1 to 5. So I can type also where between, then my column name, and in here I will open an array. The first item I will pass my first number, then in the second item I will pass my last digit numbers and get. Now if we go and refresh, I will get all the columns, all the records where the id is between 1 and 5. So here I have the id with the 1, id 2, id 3, 4 and 5. That's it. Now another thing, let's say, let do we have a null column here? No, we don't have. Let's okay, let's say for example I will delete two stocks. So if you want to fetch all the records where the column is null, we can do that also. So that's why I deleted this two records. So let's apply. Okay, now I have two records where the column is null, so nothing is in here. Now if, oh come on, okay, now if you want to fetch those records where a specific column is null, you can type products. So the column that we just deleted is stock status. So where null, then my column name, that's it, You don't have to type anything else in here. So you just say we are null and the column name. Now let's go and refresh. Okay, we did not get anything. Maybe it's not null, it's empty. So let's delete, apply. Okay. Okay, this column is not nullable, so let's delete this one. Okay, SKU. Let's change it to SKU. Now let's go. Okay, now I got those column where SKU is null, and but if you want to fetch those records where the column is not null, you can do that also by just typing products where not null and pass the column. Now this will fetch all the records where the specific column is not null. So now if I go and refresh, I will get all the records except those records where the column was null. So here these two columns with the ID of 4 and 5, I did not get it. So I have ID 2 at 3. There's no record with the ID of 4 and 5, then 6 and all of them. So this will get all the records where the specific column is not null. So these are the where conditions and how you can use them inside your application in Laravel. Now let's talk about two new where conditions in Laravel, which is where all and where any. So in the old way, when we want to search a record based on two column, we will write the column write two where conditions. So for example, regular price is equal to 1000 and where uh, sale price is equal to 1000, then get. Let's comment this out. Now this will bring the record where the regular price and sale price, both of them have 1000 as a value. If we go to inside our browser, refresh, we will get this record with the ID of 5, which is same as our database with the ID of 5. To make it shorter, because if you have multiple columns and you want to search based on those, you have to change one by one each of them. So it's better to use where all conditions. So let's comment this out, and instead of this we can type items, then our model colon where all, then in this will accept three parameters. The first parameter will be the array of our column names. So in my case, the regular price and the sales price. Then in the second parameter, your operator, for example, equal to. Then in the third parameter, the value in which you want to search. Now let's type get, go back to the browser, refresh. Still I got the record with the ID of 5. So this is the short form of this query. Similarly, if you want to search multiple columns using OR conditions, we have another condition for that. So let's type items is equal to product colon. Now we want to use OR condition. So for multiple columns, if you want to search based on a single value, we will use where any. Then again this will accept three parameters. The first parameter is our array of our column names. So regular price, then sale price, and let's add one more condition, one more column name in here, ID, then our operator, and finally our value. Now the get function. Let's go back, refresh. Now again we got our record with the ID 5, because in here the regular price has 1000. If I change this column to something else, for example, let's say name, then go back, refresh. Again I got my record with the ID of 5. So instead of price list tested with the name and slug, so in here we have the name, and let's change to slug, and change the 1000 to something, for example, only this value. Now let's go, refresh. Now we did not get any record because there is no record with the same EMA value. So as you guys can see, this is the full name of this, and here also this is the full. So in the state of equal, we can use like also in here and put the percentage sign. Then now let's go back, refresh. Now I got my record, and if you are using equal in here, so in here you don't have to write the second parameter directly, you can write your third parameter. Laravel will automatically add the equal sign for you. So now if we go refresh, again nothing, and if we change it to regular and sale price, change this to back to 1000, refresh, we will get our record in here. So this how you can use where all and where any conditions in your project. Now let's move to another two very important topics in Laravel, which is first or create and update or create, and see what they do and what is the difference between these two. So let's go back to our brand controller in here. Now in here we saw how we can add a record, and also we saw how we can update a record. Now let's say if you want to first check if a record exists in the database, then return it. Otherwise, if it's not exists, create it. So let's go to our add data in here, comment this out, and normally if you want to see a data exist or not exists, you will first fetch the data. So let's say brand is equal to brand, where name is equal to, let's get a name from our database. Okay, let's say for example this one, Nike Pro 2, and first. Now to check if it's available or not, we will type, okay, let's fix this. We will type if $sign brand, then return $sign brand. Otherwise else, we will create a new record and set it to brand, sorry, new brand. Then our column names, name is equal to Nike Pro 2, then $sign brand slash Nike Pro 2, and finally the image, and at the last we have to save it. So this is the normal way that we see if a record exists, then return the record. Otherwise, if the record does not exist, create that record. But Laravel will give us a better or easier option for this way of coding. So instead of this, we can just comment this out and type $brand is equal to our brand model first or create. Then this will accept two parameters. The first parameter is the array of the condition in which we want to check. So if we go the first parameter, accept this one that we want to check based on the name, that if this record exists or not. So same thing we will write here also. Inside an array, the key will be our column name. So name, then the value. So the value will be our own value, Nike Pro 2. Then in the second parameter of this, we will type our values for each column. So you will open an array. Let's bring them down so we can understand easily. Okay, so the first column was name. Then in here we don't have to retype our column. We can directly type another column / which is Nike Pro 2, and the third column is image, which will be image.jpg. That's it. Now let's return that also, brand. Now let's go to the route. For this, add data, brand, route. Okay, this is the route. Copy this and paste it in here. Enter. Now we got our record with the ID of 27. If we checked inside our database, we can see the ID is 27. Now let's pass this a new item. So instead of Nike Pro 2, let's say Nike Golden, and let's give him a / also golden. Save everything, go back to the database. So in here you guys can see that let's go, sorry, in the database the last record is 28. Now if we go to our browser and run this browser, we got this as an ID of 29. So we got the record name / image updated by and created by. And if I go refresh the database, you guys can see a new record has been added inside my database with the name of Nike Golden and the / of Nike Golden as well. And again, if I go refresh again multiple times, come back, refresh, no new record has been added, only it returned as the record which is inside our database. So this is the first or create. This will fetch the first record that it finds based on the this condition. If it does not find, it will create that record inside our database. Now let's move to another topic, which is update or create. So let's comment this out and uncomment our example code. In here, for example, we check our database and see if the record exists. If the record exists, then we will say we want to update the record. So let's paste it here and delete this one, change this to update. So this is the normal way that update a record inside your database if exists. If it does not exist, you will create a new record. So this is the normal way, but in the Laravel there is an easier way and simpler way to do the same logic. If the record exists, update it. Otherwise, if it does not exist, create that record. So let's see how we can do that. Let's comment this out and write our own logic in here using the Eloquent. So for that, let's create our brand variable and our brand model, then colon, we have to call update or create function. Again, this will accept two parameters, both of them are arrays. So let's type our arrays in here. Then in the first parameter, you will pass your condition, same as the firstOrCreate. So let's say copy this from here and paste it in here. Then in the second parameter, you will pass your column name and their values. So in our case, again, slug. Now let's change the slug to something else. Previously we changed it to Nike Golden, but this time we will update the slug to, let's say, something this, and also the image to image2.jpg. That's it. Let's fix them to okay, that's it. Now let's go to the browser and just refresh the page. Now we got our record with the ID of 29. The name is Nike Golden. The slug have been changed to SSS, and also the images also changed to this. Now let's go back to database and delete this record and again refresh our page. So let's go and refresh our page. Now again bring that record to us, and if we go refresh, as you guys can see, it this time it just created the record, but previously that record was inside my table. Laravel just updated that record. So these are the two ways that you can use to create or update your existing record inside your database. Now let's talk about the query scopes in Laravel. Query scopes allow us to define reusable queries inside our model. So in our case, let's use the products model. Instead of repeating the same where condition multiple times, we can define them once and reuse them anywhere we want. So let's go inside our controller and in here let's create a function with the name of, let's call it something where condition, and let's fetch our products table where, and let's go to inside our products table. In here let's add a condition for the let's see, okay, let's add a condition for the status. And here let's type where status is equal to published and return $items. So now we will get all the products where the status is published. Imagine if I want to call all that products in another place, I have to retype everything. So let's copy and paste it here, change the name where condition 2 for example, and I have to retype my where condition. And in the future, if I change anything, instead of publish I change it draft to draft, so I have to type it in 2 or 3 places, or and I have to change it in all the places. To prevent this, we will write our condition logic inside our model and we will call it in here. So let's go to our product model, and in here we have to create a function, and this is very important that the function name should start with scope, after that your keyword. So the keyword, let's say draft products, and you have to pass the query as a parameter. Then inside this function type return query, and after the query you have to pass your condition. So let's copy our condition from the controller. Let's copy this and paste it in here. This is our scope is ready. Now that our scope is ready, let's go inside the controller and call this condition. So in the state of where let's delete them, we just call graph. That's it. Now let's create a condition for this. Let's create a route for this inside our web product. Here route gate draft products. Then our controller class and our method, which is, let's copy a where condition. Now let's go to the browser to this URL. And we get this error. Let's go back to our code. Okay, the reason because we got that error is that we forgot to type the get function. Let's copy this here and add it here as well. Now let's go back, refresh. Okay, now I got all the products where the status is draft. So here, as you guys can see, the status draft. In here as well, the status is draft. If you want, instead of writing the condition statically, you can also pass a parameter from that query scope. So instead of writing draft, which will bring only draft product, we can create another query scope, and in here we can accept a parameter from the user or from the controller, from whichever place we call it. So let's call this status, and the first parameter always will be our own query. Then the second parameter that this will accept is the parameter that we want to send. So in our case, let's call this parameter as status type. Let's fix it. Okay, now return $query where our column name, and after that we want to get this value. So just copy this and paste it here. Now we can pass the status from our control to this query scope. So let's go comment this out and type again items is equal to product status, then our value. So if I type here draft, then get, now it will get all the products where the status is draft. So let's there's an error. Okay, yeah, we forgot to add a type scope in here. And now let's go back. Okay, it's done. Now let's go to our controller, our browser, refresh. Okay, column not found status. Okay, now we got all our products where the status of the product is draft. Now let's change this draft to publish. So let's go and inside our controller change this draft to publish, save. Let's go back, refresh. Now I got all the products where the status is published. So this is how you can create your query scopes and use them multiple times everywhere you need them. Then you just have to call this query scope, and Laravel will automatically apply that condition to your queries. Now let's start with the soft delete. So whenever we delete a record, in here it will delete that record permanently. But sometimes we don't want to lose the data completely. Instead, we want to mark it as deleted and keep it for future recovery. This is where soft delete come in. So to mark a record as a deleted in Laravel and not deleted permanently, you have to add a deleted add column in your table. So for that, let's create a new migration. Let's type php artisan make migration add soft delete to brands table. Okay, the migration has been created. Now inside here we will just type table soft delete. That's it. Now if I run php artisan migrate, it will add a new column inside my brands table with the name of deleted add. Right now it is completely null. Now whenever we want to delete, it will mark add a date and time of deletion. So let's go to brand model. Also we have to add one more thing on the model. Okay, yeah. So in the model also you have to use a soft delete trait. So type here soft deletes. Now it will automatically add the trait inside your model. We are ready. Everything is set. Let's go to the brand controller and delete. Let's delete one. Okay, let's delete this one with the ID of 4. So let's type here the ID 4 and let's go to the delete brand URL. Deleted successfully. Now if we opened our table and refresh this, in here as you guys can see, date time has been added to in the deleted add column. It will specify tell Laravel that this record has been deleted at this time without deleting the actual record. Now if we fetch all the records, so let's brand controller add get data. Okay, now if we fetch all the records from the brand, it will show us all the records except that record which has been deleted. So let's get. Now in here as you guys can see, I have the ID 1 2 3, then directly the ID of 5. It's not showing that this record with the ID of 4 because it is marked as deleted. If you want to fetch all the records which are deleted, we can do that also. So instead of all, here we can type items is equal to brand colon only trashed, then gate. This will fetch all the deleted records. So now if I go here and refresh, it will just give me a single record with the ID of 4. Now we know that this record has been deleted. But if you want to fetch all the records including the deleted records, instead of this you can type let's the items brand colon with trashed. This will fetch all the records including the deleted records as well. Now if I go and refresh, here I got the ID 1 2 3 4 also and 5. Now I got all the records in my database including the deleted record. If you want to restore a record, we can do that also. So let's create our variable brand, then with trash, then after that you find by id, so we can fetch that record, then items restore. This will restore that record back. So let's go and refresh. Now we got our record, and in here, as you guys can see, the deleted at has become null. So now if I do this, return all the records, in here this deleted record will also show because it has been restored. If you want to permanently delete a record instead of soft delete, you want to fully delete that record, you can do that also. For example, let's call our brand again, brand find by IDs for and items, then in here you have to just type force delete. That's it. Now this will permanently delete that record. Let's go to the browser and refresh. Okay, the item has been deleted successfully. Now if I refresh, there is no record with the ID of 4. If I delete another record, so let's delete the record with the ID of 5, this one, go back, refresh. Now we got that record, and in the database it has been deleted. So right now we don't have any record with the ID of 4 and 5. Now that we have covered the basic and essential parts, it's time for us to create a full CRUD with the help of controller, model, route, and the view. So let's start with the brands. So let's delete all the codes, we don't need them. We will create them the right way. Let's delete all of them. Let's delete all the codes from the routes also. Let's go to web.php and delete them. No need for these. Delete these classes from the brand also. Then let's go to our views and delete all the old codes. Now we don't need these, we will create them. So let's go delete. Okay, everything has been deleted. Okay, I will create the CRUD for the brand. If you guys can, you should create a CRUD for the categories, because both of them are almost same, to save some time and make the videos shorter. So first of all, let's go and create our create part for the brand. Let's open our resources and create our view in here by creating a new folder with the name of brand. Inside this, I will create a new file with the name of add.play.php. Okay, this is ready. Now let's go and create a route for this also, so we can access it from the browser. Let's create a route. Actually, let's create a group route and give it a prefix of brands, and in here group, our callback function, then in here route colon view, because we are just returning a view, we don't do any logics, that's why I wrote here view. Then the URL create and the path of our add, which is inside the brand folder, brands.add. That's it. Let's save everything. Let's go to the browser, and in this URL, brands/create. Okay, now we can access our view. So let's go back to our VS Code, and in here first thing first, let's call our layout by typing extends layouts dot main layout, and call our section for the content in here and section. Now if I go and refresh my page again, my template is ready. So to make this video shorter, I already prepared the HTML part. So I'm going to copy and paste that here. Copy, paste. Okay. So this is my HTML part. Only I have all the basic things in HTML, nothing about the Laravel or about the PHP, just a form with some inputs of HTML. And if I open my browser, refresh the page, in here you guys can see this is the form, just two inputs and a place to upload my image. That's it. So now let's go and create the our controller for this form, so we can submit this form from the browser. So let's go to the controller, branch controller, and in here we will create a new function with the name of create, and this will accept request $sign request. This is wrong. Let's remove this one and let's import it back from eliminate HTTP. That's it. Now let's create the body of our function. So as we have studied previously, we are going to use Eloquent to create our CRUD. So for that, I will create a variable item is equal to new my model name. Then after that item, my database name, which is name. So copy this and paste it in here. After that, we want to add the value of it. So to get the value of the form, we are using the request, and this request will give us all the values which comes from this form with the name of the input field. So for example, in here, if I want to store the value of name input, I will just type $sign request request, then my input field name. So in here for the name, I am using name. So in here also I will type name, then $sign item slug is equal to request. What comes from the input form for the input, it's slug. So let's copy this and paste it in here. Then we have a image. For now, let's set the image to null. Later we will upload image. Then after that item save, and this will save our new record inside our database. And finally we will say return back. This will return us back to our original page, which is this create form. After it saves successfully, it will return us back to this page. So everything is set. Now let's create a new route for this and add it inside our form. So let's go to the web.php, and in here let's create a new route with a type of post and call it add. Then we will call our brand controller class and our method, which is create. Now let's copy this and go to our form. Inside our form and the action tag, in here I will type double curly brackets URL, and inside this I will paste my URL, so which is brands slash add. That's it. Everything is set. our button is also ready. Now let's go and create a test brand here. Test brand. Now click save. Okay, route post. One more important thing that we have to add inside our form is the CSRF token. So without that, you will get this error message that the post method is not supported for this route. So let's add that also. Add CSRF. That's it. Now let's go back, refresh our page. Test brand, test brand, click save. Okay, this time we got another error, image cannot be null. Okay, just let's add some empty string. Let's go back, refresh, test brand, test brand, click save. Okay, finally no errors, nothing, we got redirected back to our page. So let's go and check our database and see if it's added. Refresh, scroll down. Yeah, finally it has been added, our new record inside our database. So this is the uh, actual way that we create part in Laravel. We create the route for both for viewing the page and for posting the form, then our view, and finally our controller. Now that we have understand how we can create and how we can submit a form to create a new record inside our database, it's time for us to create our index page and in there show all our records inside a table. So let's go back to our uh, resources and create a new file inside our brands folder with the name of index.blade.php. This will be our main page for our brand. Then again I have already made the HTML part, so I will copy and paste all my HTML tags in here to make the video shorter. As you guys can see in here, there is nothing else, only a table head, then the table with the column. So at the top, let's import our template also by typing add extends layouts.layout, and here at section, my content section, let's end this also at ends section. Now let's go and create a route for this. Let's go here and create a new route by typing route colon. This time it will be gate because we will type our logic inside the controller. So index, then our brand controller colon class and index method. Let's go to our inside brand controller and in here create our index method by typing public function index return view brand.index. Okay, so let's go to the brand. Actually, instead of index, let's just type here slash, so it should be default. Let's remove the create and only brand. Okay, so this is our main index page. In here we just have this table and this header, nothing else. We don't we didn't created any PHP or Laravel code yet. Now the goal is to fetch all our records and show it in here. So let's go back to our brand controller, and at the top of here I will create a new variable, let's call it brands, and set it to my brand model, then colon all. As you guys know, this will fetch all the records from the brand table. Then to pass it to my view, in here in the second parameter of the view I will type compact brands. That's it. Now we can access all our brands inside our view. So let's go to the table body. In here we want a new row for each record of our brand. So I have to create a for each loop. I can create a for each loop by typing add for each, then $ brands, the same variable name that we send in here. So brands as, then this name is up to you. You can name write anything in here, but I prefer it brand because this is the plural and this should be singular. Now let's go table body and end our for each loop after the closing tag of the table body for end for each. Okay, now if I go to the browser and refresh this, the as you guys can see, all the rows have been created, but they are empty. To fill these rows for each row, so the first one I have logo. So here this is the first TD. I will keep it empty for now. Then I have the name. So to display the name, I will open double curly brackets and close it. Then inside this, I will type $brand, then my column name, which comes from the database as a name. Same thing for the slag. Now let's go and refresh our page. Now I got my name in here and also my slag under it. Then I have the created ad. So to display the created ad, I have to type, let's scroll down, and in here let's type curly brackets $brand created ad. Now in here refresh. Now I will get my date also. So this is the basic way that how we can display and fetch our data from the database and show it in here. Now let's see how we can delete a record. So in here let's create our action button delete. So we can delete a record. Let's go to our code back, and in the last PD I will create my action button for delete. So for the delete, first thing that we need is to create a form so we can send the ID of the record which we want to delete. So let's create a form and give it an action. Now let's keep it empty. Later we will add our URL in here. Then method post. After that, inside our form we call Laravel function to change the method of this form to delete. So in here for that we will type add a method, then change it to delete. Then after that I will call my CSRF token. Remember that if you want to submit a form in Laravel, you have to call CSRF every time. This is very important. And finally my button which I will display to the user to click and delete the record. So submit, and on click of this also, let's give a user an alert and confirm it. So I will say on click return confirm. Are you sure you want to delete this brand? Then the text of this, okay, let's close this one and give it a text also, delete, and write our closing tag. That's it. Now let's create a route for this. So let's go to the web.php, and in here let's create a new route with the type of delete, then call it destroy, call our brand controller colon class, finally the destroy method. Actually it will be simple if I change this to delete also the URL. So one more thing I forgot to add here, that we need to accept the ID of the record as well. So in here I will pass a parameter with the name of ID. Now let's go to the brand controller and create our destroy method. So at the end I will type public function destroy, and this will accept the ID. Then I will create my variable brand and set it to brand model colon where ID is equal to $ID first, then $brand, delete, and return back. That's it. Okay, now let's set this URL to our form as well. So let's go here, and in here we have to type URL, then brands, our prefix which is here brands, then our delete brands slash delete, and in the second parameter I will pass the brand ID, the brand which comes from here. In the previous part we cover this. So brand ID, that's it. Now let's save everything. Let's go back to our browser, refresh. Okay, we have our delete button in here. Click, let's delete this one, the last one. Click the delete. Okay, it returned back. Right now there is no test brand record, and if I open my database, scroll down, as you guys can see we have it here. So let's test brand, maybe this is the another one. So let's go. Okay, in here we don't have it, but there it's showing. Ah, sorry. Yeah, the reason is because we are using the soft delete. That's why it mark it as deleted, but it is still in our database. So actually let's remove the soft delete also. So let's go to the brand, and we don't need the soft delete. Delete it, make it null again. Apply. We got our record. Delete it again. Okay, it has been deleted. Now let's go and check again. Okay, now as you guys can see, it has been successfully deleted even from our database. So this is how you can delete a record, by typing this method inside your controller. Now Let's go and create our update page also, so we can update our records. Let's add a button in here to redirect us to the update page of the brand first of all. So let's go to our index, and in here below of the form, sorry, at the top of the form, we will create a tag function with href of url. So for now, let's keep it uh, empty. We will add it later. Then give it a class of btn secondary, and after that, the text of it. Okay, now if we go refresh, we got our text in here. So let's add a class for the delete button also. Let's add a class here as a btn danger. Okay, so let's go and create this route. First of all, let's go to our web.php, and in here create route colon the type is gate, and let's give it edit with the id as a parameter. Then we will go to inside our brand controller colon class, then edit method. Now let's go to our brand controller and create our edit method in here by typing public function edit, pass the id, and let's get our brand is first of all where id is equal to id first. Then we will return a view which will be inside the brands folder, and let's name it edit and pass the brand here. Now let's go and create this page also inside our resources folder, view brand, and in here new file, call it edit.blade.php, and extend layouts.main layout to add our layout in here. Okay, everything is set. Now let's add this route also to our index page. Copy them, go to our index and add it here. So it will be brand slash edit, and in the second parameter I will pass my brand id. Okay, for now I think everything is set. Let's go and test, see we can get redirect to the edit page or not. Okay, let's edit this one, the last one with Nike golden. Okay, first error. Let's go to our controller, brand controller, compact. Here we directly pass our variable instead of a string. Okay, now I think it will work. So let's go refresh again. Yeah, right now we are inside our edit page. So let's go and add our fields and form in here. Uh, okay, let's call our content section ended end section. Now I will just copy everything from the add and paste it in here, because and when we are editing, all the fields will be exactly same. So let's go and copy everything from here and paste it inside the edit page. The changes that we want to bring in here is, first of all, is the URL. So instead of brand dot slash add, we will create a new route for it, the name of update, and also we need to pass again our id when we submit the form. So for that reason I will call my brand id as a parameter in here. So in here if we go, we pass the brand as a brand here. That's why in here I will, to get the id, I just wrote it like this. Then inside our input fields, first of all we have to display the old value of that. So for that, inside this value tag, I will open the curly brackets and I will type my column name. So this input field is for the name, so I will type here name. Then this input field is for slag, and I will call my slag here slag. So everything is set. Now let's save them. Let's go to the route and create a new route to submit our form on that one. This one, that type will be post, and we will call it update, and we will accept the ID of the brand. Now let's call our brand controller colon class and update method. Let's go to the brand controller and create that update method. So public function update. First of all, the same thing that we did in the create method, we will call our request to be able to get the user input. So request $request, and in the second parameter I will get my ID. Then same thing that we did in the create method. So let's copy everything from here and paste it here, and instead of new brand we will just find our old brand which match our ID. Then okay, let's fix this. Then our field names with the new value, and okay, so now here we don't need to write the image, we can delete it. Then instead of save method I will change it to update. That's it. Now let's save. Let's go to our browser, refresh the page. We got our form, and also we have their old value. So now if I change it to something like this, and let's change this also to this, click save brand. Now it has been redirected back to this page, so it means it has been updated successfully. Now if I go inside my database, refresh, scroll down, as you guys can see, the value of the brand have been changed. Sorry, the value of this brand have been changed to the new value that we provided it. So this is how we can update inside our Laravel application, our method inside the controller and our fields in here. Now in here, one important thing that I want to say, most of the time, like 90% of the time, the input fields inside the add and edit page are same. So instead of typing each of them separately in the edit and in the add page, we can move all these inside a sub view and call it in here. So I'm going to do exactly that. I'm going to inside my brands folder, and in here I will create a new folder with the name of templates, or anything you want you can write it here. Then I will create a new file inside it and call it fields.blade.php. Now, and let's move all the fields which are common in the add and edit to this field. So let's move them. Let's move this, the fields, and paste it in here. We don't have to change anything in here, just a small change and nothing. So now inside the edit, we will just call include, then our fields in here. That's it. Now let's do same thing inside the add also. So let's copy this and remove all the input fields from here, paste it here. Now let's go back, refresh. Now as you guys can see, nothing has changed. Still we have our input fields inside our edit page. And if I go to inside the create page, I will get this error that undefined variable brand, because in the fields file in here we call our brands. In the add page we don't have it, so we can easily fix it by typing double question mark and an empty string. Let's add this here also. Type double question mark and an empty string. Now save, still refresh. Okay, now as you guys can see, my input are empty inside the edit page, but if I go to the edit page, my input fields are filled with the original value. So this is the easiest and best way to create your add and edit page, is to put all your fields inside a single file and call it an add and edit page. Now, let's go and add a filtering inside our index page so we can filter our data inside our data table. So let's go to our index page of for the brands, and in here let's create a new input to search or filter our records. So for that, at the top of my page before the table, I will create a new form in here. So form, then set the action of this to exactly same as in for our brand. So the same URL, it should be same URL that you access your brand. So let's copy this and paste it here by typing URL brand. Then after that, the method of this form should be also exactly same as the method of the page. So in here the method of our index page or our main page is get. So I am going to write get in here. Then after that, inside this we will create a new input with a type of text, give it a name also. Let's call it search field, and class of form control. That's it. Now finally let's add a button also. So button type submit, and the text should be search. Okay, that's it for our index page. Now we have our input, our form, and our submit button to search. Then let's go inside the controller, brand controller. In here in the top, in the index page where we fetch all our records, instead of all we will type when $request dash our field name, which we give in here search field. If it's available, in that case run this callback function, and we will pass the query as a parameter. Then inside this we will return our query with our where any condition. So in here we will type where any, so we can be able to search inside multiple columns. Then in the first parameter of this we will pass all our column names, which is name and slag. If you want to add more columns, you can add there also. Then in the second parameter of this we will call our request search field. That's it. Things that we have to add here is request, $sign request, so we can get the user input, and also after the query, after this you have to type use $sign request. Put this inside the brackets. That's it. Everything is set. Now let's go to our page brands, refresh this. Okay, we forgot to add the get method in here. Now everything is set. Let's go and refresh. Okay, we have our input and also we have our search. So in here, if I want to search, for example, this record, so let's copy this and paste it here, click search. We got that record inside our table. Now let's remove everything and search based on the slug. So let's search based on the slug and paste it here. Now we got that record, but in here the problem is that we have to write full name. If I write some part of the name and click search, it will not return the result. So instead of this, we can use the like method. So let's write here like, and before the request we have to pass the percentage sign, then dot, and we have to type same thing in here also. Now our query will search based on a like. So now if I go and in here type half of the name and click search, it will bring me all the result which have that clean inside their name. So as you guys can see, this have in here and this is have in here the word. If I even type a small letter, for example this, and paste it in here, click search, it will bring me the result. So in the background I added some more data in my database. If I open my database and refresh in here, you guys can see there right now there are 105 records inside my database, and if I refresh my page it will show all the records inside that table. So imagine if you have 1000 or 2000 or even a million records, showing all of them will take a lot of time and it will be impossible to display them inside a browser. So to prevent this, we are going to use a pagination. So let's go back to our VS Code and let's go to inside our brands controller. To make this query as a paginated query, so it will return our records in a chunks. For it, we can use pagination in here. So instead of get, we will just type paginate, then we will pass how many records we want to fetch from the database per page. So for example, I want to fetch 10 records per page. That's it. Now in the our index page, let's go at the end of my table. In here, end of my table here, I want to add my pages and show my pages in here. So for that I will type $sign brands, then links. Remember that brands is the same variable name that I send here. So I write brands links. Now if I go to the browser and refresh my page, now it only return 10 pages with the previews and next buttons. Now if I click next, it will go to the next page. Here you guys can see it will go to the next page, and if I click next again, next page, and if I click the previous, it will return back to the previous page. But in here I want my page numbers also. So to show the page numbers, you have to pass pagination colon and the version of bootstrap that you are using. So in my case, I'm going to use the latest bootstrap, so I will choose bootstrap 5. Now let's go refresh. Okay, now I got my page numbers also. The reason that it's showing like this, because I have not added the bootstrap css inside my project yet. So let's go inside our main layout, and in the top, in the links in here, I will add the bootstrap 5 links. So let's go and type here bootstrap 5 cdn and go to the bootstrap documentation, then css, and just copy this. Now let's go back to our project, paste it here, save. Let's go back to the browser and refresh again. Now as you guys can see, I have my page numbers also. Now if you change, if you want for example 20 records per page, you can just change this to 20 and refresh. It will show 20 records per page, and also your next previous page, page numbers, and all of them. But here we have a small problem. If I search for anything, for example this record, I will get all the records, and if I change my page, for example right now I only have 2 pages for the search result. Now if I click 2, it will bring all the pages back. So to prevent this, inside our, let's go inside our index, and in here in the pagination, before the links, before this, in here we have to type appends, then request query, and also in my search input. So in here also we have to add our old value also. So for that we will just type value dollar, sorry, request, and my search value here. That's it. Now let's go refresh. Okay, first let's search for something. Now in here my original value is still here, and if I go here right now I have 4 pages. If I go to page number 3, come back, still 4 pages, and if I select second page, still 4 pages. So if I clear my search, click the search, and it will bring all the records in here. So this is our pagination part. Okay, so now let's see how we can upload an image finally. So let's go to brands create. Actually it's easy to create a button or a link in here to directly click on it and go. So let's add that link also. In here let's create a div, and inside here a href url, then brand/create, then give it a text of create new. Okay, here is our button. Now let's see how we can upload an image. So for that we have our input type file. So if I go to inside my add page, where is my add? Okay, let's go from here, add, And in here in the fields, scroll down. In here I have my input. So as you guys can see in here, I have this input with the ID of image, name of image, and the type is file. Another very important thing that in your form tag, you should have this in type multipart form data, so we should be able to send a file to our server. Now let's go to our controller, branch controller, and in the create, in here, before the creating the record, in here we will check that if request has a file or not. So for that, let's say if request has file, then pass it the name of our input. So in our case, the name is image. So let's copy this and paste it in here. If it has a file, then we will create a variable with the name of path to store the path of the image. Then after that, we will move the image to our storage folder. So for that, we will type request file, our field name, and store it inside branch folder and inside the public directory. Then in here for the image field, we will just pass the path. Now if it does not have an image, so it will be an empty string. So let's add an empty string here. Now let's go and upload an image. So let's go here, create a new one, brand with image, choose an image. Okay, let's for example choose this one, click save. Okay, we have been redirected back in our page. Now let's go, and to see the image, we will go to storage folder, app, public folder. Now in here we have an new folder with the name of brands, and if I open it, you guys can see the image. So the image has been successfully uploaded. Now if I go to inside my database and refresh, scroll down at the end, now here we only stored the path of the image. Now let's see how we can display this image back. So let's go to our index page. So let's go here, and in here to display the image, first of all you have to, in your terminal, you you have to type php artisan storage link. This will generate a new folder inside your public folder with the name of storage. So this will link your storage folder with the public folder. So let's press enter. Okay, now as you guys can see, there is a new folder with the name of storage, and it also have your image inside it. Now we can display the image to our user. So for that, in our first column in here, we will type image src is equal to then the path of our image. So our image is stored inside asset, then our path, which is storage slash then dot brand and our image column. So inside our database, our column name is image and it's stored. So let's copy this and paste it here, the path, so you guys can see clearly. It's stored inside the branch folder with this name. So that's what we are going to display in here. Now let's close this. Let's go back to the browser, and inside our branch, scroll down at the end of the page records. Okay, so right now here is our image, but the height and weight is very large, so let's fix that also. Let's type here style weight is equal to, for example, let's say 50 pixels. Let's go back, refresh, scroll down. Okay, so here is our image. Now we can display this image also inside the edit page as well. So if I go to inside the my edit page, so let's go actually inside the fields. In here, let's display our image. So in here, first of all, we have to check if that variable exists, then we display it, because the branch variable only exists when we edit, but not when we create. So for that, we have a function with the name of is set. This will check if a variable is defined or exists. If it exists, then we can display our image. So in here, let's type brand, and also check if the brand have an image. Let's close the NF here. So if this variable exists and has an image, then display the image. So we can type image src is equal to asset, then storage folder, and finally after that our brand image. Let's give them a style also, style weight. This time let's say 150 pixels the weight. Okay, now let's refresh. Okay, now we got our image in here. And also if I click on the create a new page, I don't get any error. And also for these records that they don't have any image, if I click edit, I don't get any error, just this symbol that the image is missing. So this is how we can display our image in the Laravel. And if let's go to controller, this is how you can upload your images. Now let's see how we can delete a record that has an image. So in here we have the delete button and our delete form where we delete a record. So it will go to our destroy method inside our controller here. Now in here we have to write our logic that if this record has an image, we have to delete it also from our files. So for that, after the first method, after that we fetch the record, in here we will check and see if it has an image or not. So for that we will type if brand image, then in that case storage from facade. Don't forget to add this class if your ID does not automatically include it. Then colon disk public and delete. Now inside this delete function we will pass our path of our image, which is stored inside our record in the column of image. That's it. Now if we go to inside our browser and delete this record, so let's click the delete. Okay, we have returned back to our original page, which means successfully deleted. Now if we go inside our storage folder, so let's go to storage app public brand. In here, as you guys can see, there is no file, which means that the image has been deleted successfully. Now that we know how we can add and how we can delete it, it's time for us to also fix our update method. Also in here, first we have to check that if the image exists, then we have to delete the old image. Otherwise, then after that, add the new image. So for that, here again, after the fetching the record, we will check the request if the image is available or if a user have uploaded a new image. So for that, we will type request has file, same thing that we wrote in the create method. So if a request has an image, and then check that our record has also an image, which means old image. So then let's check if brand, if item image, if the record had an old image, then we are going to delete that by typing storage colon disk public and delete the item image. Now after the image has been deleted, we want to store the new image. So again we will create a new variable with the name of path and set it to request file image and store it again inside the brands folder, which is inside the public. Okay, let's add the semicolon. Now in here, let's add our path as an empty string, and inside our image item image is equal to the new path of the file. That's it, everything is set. Okay, let's go and edit a record. So let's edit the first record. Edit, upload an image. This time let's upload this image and click save. Okay, it has been uploaded successfully. Now if I go here, we can see our new image and also inside the edit. And if I go to the index page, refresh, now here also I can see my image. So this is how we can upload or delete our images inside the Laravel. Before moving to next topic, let's fix some things which are missing. First, create a CRUD for our categories, fix our sidebar links, and also create a CRUD for our products. So we can move to our next topic, which is validation, and we will learn validation in our products model because it have many columns and we can practice many validation rules. So let's go first of all create the CRUD for our categories, then we will fix our sidebar links, and after that we will fix our products. Okay, so because the brand and category both have same column, so I'm just going to copy everything from the brand and paste it inside the category and change all the brand model to category. So let's change all of them to category. Then for the views also, in the set of brands dot index, I'm just going to use category dot index. So let's change category dot index and the category dot view. This is also going to be category storage. Let's add the storage class from the top. Okay, let's search if any brand word is remaining. Brand category. Only one. This one. Category. So everything is changed from brand to category for inside our controller. Let's copy everything from the views also. Copy and paste, then change it to category. Now let's go inside the views and change all the brands or brands to category also. Category, replace all of them. Okay, let's see if there is any brand. Change this to category also. And okay, we have we are sending category. Let's go to controller. We are sending category. This will be categories. Categories, and inside the index we will just make it singular. So categories, and this will be category. Okay. Uh, brand cate Okay, this is done, this part. Let's check here. Okay, we have here category, and this is also category inside our edit. Then brand is also going to be categories. Sorry, category. So the views also done. Now let's go and add the routes for our category as well. Let's copy everything from here for the brand and paste it here and change the URLs. Okay, so our categories has been created. Now let's go to this URL and check if there is any error. Okay, there is no error, and we can click create. Okay, so categories slash create not found. Let's go categories create. We have here categories. Category. This is the error. Okay, I think that now everything is set. Let's go back, click create, refresh the page, then click the create. Okay, now we have here fill everything, click save. Okay, Okay, so our categories has been created successfully. Now let's go and add the links in for our sidebar so we can easily navigate through our application. So let's close everything from here, close all, and let's go to our resources, view, layout, and inside our sidebar, and we will create our links in here. So I already have them. Let's copy and paste them in here, change some things. So then say okay. So finally our links are also ready. Let's go to the browser and refresh our page and see our links. Okay, yeah, here we have the categories and also we have the brands. Now let's go and create our products so we can move to the next topic. So, let's go back to the app http product controller. Let's delete all of them. We don't need anything. We will create our CRUD as we did for the previous ones. Make this video shorter. I already created the CRUD of the products, so I'm going to just copy and paste the codes to here. So in this controller, as you guys can see, I only have these methods indexed to show the list of my products: create, store, scroll down, edit, update, and finally I have that delete destroy method. So I'm going to add the routes now to access all these URLs. So routes web.php and paste the routes in here. Now let me copy the views as well. So views, paste, I will paste it here. Okay, and one last thing that is pending is to add a link inside the sidebar. So let me copy that as well. Done. Now let's go to the browser, refresh. Okay, now I have my products in here also. I can create a new one, edit and delete these topics that we already covered. So in the next part or section, I'm just going to cover the validations. Imagine a user signing up to your website, but instead of entering a real email address, they type hello123, or they leave the password field completely empty, or even worse, they submit the entire form without filling anything in it. That's where validation comes in. Validation is the process of checking user input before saving it into database, and if something is wrong, the application sends an error message back to the user so they can fix it. So now that we have understand what is a validation, it's time to create a validation for our products data. So for that, let's go to inside our products controller, and in the store method in here, before saving the data to our database, first we will check that if data is correct. Then if it's correct, then we will save it in our database. So let's create our validation. In the top of this, we will type request validate. Then after that, inside this validate function, I will open an array, and inside this array I will write my validation. So the first column that I want to check is the brand ID. Now for the brand ID, I'm storing the ID of brands. So when the data comes, I have to check data should be required and it should exist in my brands table. So for that, I will type brand ID, the same thing I wrote in here. Then for the validations, I can type my set of rules. So the first rule should be required for each product we needed. Then after that, in here we have two options: either pass write our validation inside the array or write it as a string like this. Both methods are fine, so you can do any way. Then for the second rule, I will say that the brand ID that comes from the front end, it should exist inside my brands table. Column is ID. Now every time a user sends a brand ID, if it's null, the validation will fail. And if it's also not exist, maybe the user writes some other data, again it will fail. If both condition pass, then it will move to here. Now let's go and create another validation for our category. The rules for category ID and brand ID both are same, so I will just copy this and paste it here and change the brand ID to category ID. Next is our name. So for the name, I want this field to be required and it should be string, nothing else. So I can type it as required field and this field should be string. Even if you want to set the max length of the string, you can do that also by typing max colon then the value. For example, I want it to be 255 characters. Then after the name we have slug. So the rule for the slug is that it should be unique for each product. So let's type that. Let's type slug. First, it should be nullable. We don't need always, so I will say it should be nullable. If it's not nullable, then it should be a string with max character of 255. And finally, this should be unique. And the unique needs a parameter, the table and the column. So for the table, the first parameter for the table, I will pass the products table, and for the column, I will pass the slug column to check inside our products table slug column, and it should be unique. Now let's move to another rule. Okay, we have the regular price. So for the regular price, we need this column to be a number and the minimum amount should be 0. So let's type that. Let's type, sorry, regular price. Then first of all, it is a required field. Then we will say it should be numeric. And finally, the minimum amount that a user can pass is 0. Then after that we have the sale price. The sale price can be null, so nullable. So let's copy paste it here and set it to nullable. Then after that, if it's not null, then check it should be numeric, and again the minimum value for this should be 0. Then after that we have the SKU. So for the SKU, I will say it should be nullable. if it's not null, then it should be a string with a max character of 255. Then after that we have the stock quantity. So let's add our stock quantity in here. Now for the stock quantity, I want this to be an fixed number. For example, for the regular price and sell price, we say that it should be a numeric. The numeric can also be a decimal number, for example this number, or a whole number, or any number that in the decimal it will accept. But for the stock quantity, we want a number, fixed number. For example, we want it to be 10, 20, 30, something like this. Not, we don't want any decimal number. So that for that, instead of using the numeric validation, I am going to use the integer validation. This will check that it should be a number, but it should not be a decimal number or any other number. So let's make this also minimum character also, sorry, main value also as a 0, and make it nullable. So let's type nullable. The reason that I write the nullable or required at the beginning of the validation, that it will check if it's required, then continue, and if it's nullable, pass. Otherwise, if it's not, the value is not null, then check these validations. Next, after that, we have the stock status. So in stock status, either it will be in stock or it will be out of stock. So for that, let's write our validation. Let's type stock status and set it to required, and it should be string. Then now in this validation, I will specify that it only should be either in stock and out of stock. So for that, we have another validation which is in. Then we will pass our strings, which is in stock and out of stock. Okay, after that we have featured. So for the feature, it will be, again, it will be either it will be yes or it will be no. So let's copy this and paste it here. Let's copy and paste, then change this to featured required string and in yes and no. Okay, now let's go what we have after the feature. We have the short description. Now the short description can be null and it also can be an string, so we will not type any other things. Description, it is nullable, and if it's not null, then it should be string. Then after that we have the status. So for the status, it's same as stock status. Let's copy and paste it here, change it to status, and it should be required and string, and it should only be draft, active and inactive. That's it. Now finally, after all these validations, we have an image also, thumbnail and image also. So our thumbnail is a single file. So let's first of all, let's create a validation for this. Then after that, we will create a validation for our images, which is an array. So let's go, and for the thumbnail, we will type, it can be nullable And if it's not nullable, in that case it should be an image with the type of memes for the type JPEG, PNG, GPG, GIF, and finally WebP. Let's set a max size as well. So let's type the max size should be 2 MB. So in here we will type it as a KB, and 248 is a 2 megabyte. Okay, time for our images. Now in the images we require the images to be an array, because the user can upload multiple images of the product at one time. So we are going to type a array validation. So for that, let's go inside our validation, request validation. In here, let's say the images should be, can be nullable, and if it's not null, then it should be an array. That's it. Now it will check that is the images array or not. Then if you want, you can write a specific validation for each image inside that array. So for that you can type images dot star. This will check all the images or text inside an array. So we will say for each images apply this validation. It should be an image, then the image type should be these things. Let's copy it from here and paste it here. Then again, same as thumbnail, the max size of each image should be 2 MB. That's it. Our validation is ready. Now let's save everything. Let's go to the browser. Okay, let's add a new product. Okay, first of all, simply we will just click the save product. Okay, as you guys can see, nothing has happened. We got redirected back to our page. So it means that our validation logic have worked successfully. Now in the next part, we will see how to display the validation messages. Now let's see how we can display the validation error messages. So let's go back to our VS Code, and in here inside our products view, so products create, and in here I want to display the error messages. So after my page container, in here I will type add if $errors any. This will check if there are any errors in my session. Then let's end this also, and if there are any errors, in that case display them using div. Let's give them a class of alert danger. Then let's create a ul, and inside this ul I will loop through inside my all errors and display them one by one. So for that I will create a for each loop, and I will type errors $errors all as $error. Then for each error I will create an li and display my error in here $error. That's it. This is how we can display all our errors. So let's go back to our browser, refresh. Now click the save product, and we got an error undefined variable error. Okay, misspelled errors error, where we have error Let's go back. Okay, let's fix this. Now let's go back, click save product again. Okay, now we got our validation messages in here that the product ID field is required, the category field is required, the name, all the required fields. Now let's go and fill all of them and select some images. So I will select this 3 image, click save. The regular price field is required. Okay, again we mistyped something. Let's go here, regular price. Okay, too many misspelling, so let's fix and type again. Save images, save product. Okay, finally we have got product created successfully, and here we got our product. Now here we not just you can display all the validation messages in the top. If you want, you can also display the validation error for each field. So let's add some validation error message in that field as well. So let's go back inside our view and inside our products template, all the fields, and in here to display an error for each field, in the bottom of each field I will type add error. Then inside the error function I will pass the name of the field. So for the name I have name, copy and paste it in here. Let's end our error as well. Then to display the message I will create a p tag with a class of form dash error, and as a text I will pass the message of the error. That's it. Now we have to copy this inside all our fields. So let's copy this and for our Slack as well and change the name to Slack. Let's copy again, scroll down for our category ID and paste it in here. Then change the Slack to category ID. That's it. So let's add for brand as well. Okay, so this is how you can add an error message for each of your field. You guys can copy to all the fields. So let's go back and in here refresh our page, scroll down and click save. Now as you guys can see, for each field individually we got the validation messages. So this is how you can add it. Now let's clean our validations and move our validations in a separate file. Currently inside our store method we have our validation, but if our table gets bigger and we add some more logic inside our controller, then it will get bigger and bigger and it will be very hard to maintain it. So it's better to move our validation logic to a separate file, which we will call it as a form request. So for that, in the terminal we have to create a form request by typing php artisan make colon request, then give it a name. So I will call it products request. Enter. Now this will create a new file for us inside our app http then request. As you guys can see, it has been created with the name of product request. The first thing that I will do inside this file is change this to true. Then I will move all my validation and put them inside the rules method. So let's go to our products controller and cut everything, or let's copy and comment this because we will need it in the next part. Then let's add it inside this array. That's it, everything is set. Now let's save changes, go back to the our browser, refresh, click the save. We got the error. The reason is because we did not call our product request inside our products controller. So let's add it here. Instead of request, $request, just remove the request and type your class name, which is products request. And don't forget, if your ID does not add this automatically, you have to write the class path also in the top. Okay, now we added it. Let's go back and click save product again. Okay, as you guys can see, nothing has been changed. We got our validation and our validation messages. So it's better to add all your validation logic in a separate file and call it inside your controller, because it will, if you add all the logic inside your controller, your controller will get bigger and bigger and it will be hard to maintain it in the future. So now let's see how we can write our own custom validation messages and send it to user. So let's go to our products request. In here, if you want to write your own custom message for the validation, you can do that also by just creating a new function with the name of messages, and inside this you can return an array of your messages. So let's write our own custom message for brand required. For that, you have to pass first of all the field name, which is brand ID, then the validation logic. So I want to write a custom message for the brand ID required validation. So in here I will type brand ID, then dot my validation name, which is required. Now after that I can type my message. So let's say you forgot to select the brand. That's it. Let's add another message for our category. So for the category, we will type you forgot to select the category. Similarly, for all the validations, you can write a custom message. So let's say, for example, uh, for the name and max validation, we will type another message. So name dot max, and let's say you wrote too many text inside the name. Now let's save everything and let's go back, refresh. We will keep category and brand empty, and in here let's write a lot of text, copy paste. Okay, that's it. Now click the save product. Okay, now our first validation message, you forgot to select the brand, then you forgot to select the category, and for the name we got you wrote too many texts inside the name, and these two are the default Laravel validations, not just inside the product request. If you want to send a custom message inside the your controller request validate, we can also do that. So let's uncomment this now temporarily, and for your custom messages inside this validation, before after ending the first parameter array, you will type another array, and inside this array you will add your validation messages. So let's copy them from here and paste it here. Now change this back to request, so the Laravel use this validation. Okay, everything is set. Let's go back and add some text here. Now let's click save. As you guys can see, I got my messages again in this using this type of validation also. Now here we have one problem, that whenever we make a mistake, all our old data is lost and we have to retype it again. In the next section we will see how we can keep our old data. So in the previous part we have understand how we can write our own custom message. Now in this part let's fix this problem, that whenever we type anything inside our fields and if we face a validation message, those values are gone. So let's see how we can keep our old value. So let's go inside our VS Code. First of all, let's delete this validation logic from our controller. Right now we don't need it. After that, and in a set of request, call our products request. Now let's go inside our fields. Right now we are getting our data like this because we are using same file fields inside our add and inside our edit. That's why we have our value and written it like this. Now for the to show the old values before the product name, I can type call a function with the name of old, and in the first parameter of this I will pass the name of my field, which is name. Then in the second parameter of this I will pass my edit value. Now paste it here, save. Now let's go back to the browser and write something here, keep everything empty, click save. Now as you guys can see, in my product name I got my old value, but in the slug category this will be empty. So now if I click save again, I got validation error message, the slug is empty, the category has changed back to select category, and also the brand. So let's add for this also. So let's scroll down for the slug and the value in here. Let's type old, then the field name, which is slug, paste it here, and in the second parameter of the old we will pass our edit file. Let's do for the category also. So let's type here, okay, sorry, inside the options of this. Right now we have this logic that will check if the product exists and the product category ID is equal to our category ID, then it will be selected. Now in the else logic of this we can type, so let's remove this, we can type old, if old category ID, let's bring it in the center, if else old category ID is equal to $sign category dash ID, then select the else empty string. That's it. So in the else we just wrote this logic to check if the old category ID is equal to our for each category ID. In that case, then add this text selected, otherwise keep it empty. This is the logic. So let's copy this and paste it inside our brand also. So let's scroll down in the brand, in here remove this one and paste it. Then we have to change the category to the brand. So you have to do this for all the fields. I will not do it because it will take a lot of time and make the video very long. So let's go back and in here refresh. Now our field is empty. Let's type something, select this also, this one also. Now we have value for this field and these are empty. So we will hit the validation. Let's click save. Okay, we got a validation error message. The regular price field is required. Now as you guys can see inside my product name, we have our old values, same for the slag, same for the category, and same for the brand. So this is how you can write your functions to get the old value. So you will just type all, then in the first parameter you will type the field name, and in the second parameter, if you are doing same thing as me, using same file for create and edit, then in here you will pass your edit values. Okay, now let's move to the next topic, which is relationship in Laravel. So as you guys can see, this is my database structure, and in here I have users, products, brands, category, product images, and also the tags. Each user can create multiple products, so that's why we have a relationship of 1 to many. If I zoom here, then each product can have one brand and one category. So the relationship between the products and category and brands are 1 to 1, because each product can only have one brand and one category, but the each product can have multiple images. So we will store all the images of the products inside the product images. So the relationship is 1 to many, because each product can have multiple images. Now in the tags, each tag can have multiple products and each product can have multiple tags. So that's why we created another table with the name of product tags, and it will store the relation between products and tags, and we call this kind of relationship many to many, because many products can have many tags and vice versa, the many tags can have multiple products. Now let's start by creating our products relationship. So first of all, let's create the relationship between the product, category, and brands, because each product can only have one category and one brand. So first we will create this two relationship. Let's go inside our products model. Let's open the model, products model, and inside the product model we will create our brand and category relationship by typing public function. For the brand, I will give it a name of brand. Then inside this method you have to type return $. This belongs to, now the model name. So I am going to create a relationship with the brands, and in the first parameter of the belongs to, I have to pass the brands model. So the name is brand. In here I will type brand, my model name, then colon class. After that, the foreign key. So inside my products, if I open my products table, in here as you guys can see, the name of this foreign key is brand ID. So I will type that. So let's type brand ID, and in the third parameter, currently the relationship between the products and brands is based on the ID of the brands. So if you choose another column, so you have to specify that in the third parameters like this. For now we will type ID. If it's by default the ID, so you don't have to type this. Laravel will automatically select the ID. Now let's create a relationship between our product and category as well by typing public function category, and inside this again we will type return $. This belongs to first my model name category, category model colon class, then the foreign key which is the category ID. That's it. Now the relationship between the product and categories have been created. So let's go to our products controller and access our products with the brands and categories. So let's go to the controller, product controller, and in here let's create a new method with the name of show, then item, get all our products and return them. That's it. Now let's create a route for this method as well, so we can access it by browser. So route web.php, and inside my products in here I will create my route show. Okay, this is done. Now let's go to the browser and show, enter. Okay, now in here we got all our products, but we did not got our category and brands. So to fetch the brand and category inside the controller method, we will type after the product and before the all we will type with, and in here we will pass the relationship that we want to fetch. For example, I want to fetch the brands. I will just type the name of that method. So in here the name is brand, copy and paste it in here and change all to get. Now let's go back, refresh. Now I got my product and also with the brand. So in here as you guys can see the ID is 14 and here my brand ID is also 14. Now you guys can see all products came with the brand. If you want to fetch the category as well, you can do that also by just adding here a comma and passing the category relationship name. So category. Now save, let's go, refresh. Okay, now we got both the brand and the category with our products. Now we have successfully fetched the categories and brands. Now let's fetch the users. So let's create a relationship for the users or creator of the product as well. So let's create a new function with the name of creator, and inside here we will type return $. This belongs to, then we will pass the user class, user class, then our foreign key. So in here our foreign key in the products table, the foreign key for the creator is created by. So I will copy this and paste it here. Now if you want to fetch the creator of the product as well, so just add the method name. Now let's go back to the browser, refresh. Okay, we got the brand, we got the category, and finally we got the creator of the product. So this is how you can create your one-to-one relationship if you are sorry, here if you are storing the primary key of other table inside your table, let's see how we can create our one-to-many relationship. In here I have the product, and each product can have multiple images. So we are going to create this relationship between the product and product images, and at the end we will create the relationship between user and product. Same for the brand and category, because each user, brand and category can have multiple products. So first let's create our product and images relationships. Let's go to our product model, and in here we have to create a function same like this and give it a name. Then inside this method you can type return $. This has money, then the model name. So for the product images, my model name is product image. So I'm going to type that here, product image colon colon class, then my foreign key. So if I open my database table, and inside my product images table, the foreign key, the name of the foreign key is product ID. So I will type here product ID. That's it. Now the relationship between my product and images have been created successfully. So if I go to inside my products controller, and if I want to fetch the images also, I will just pass the method name. Now let's go to the browser, refresh the page. Okay, now we got our brand, category, creator, and the images is empty. So let's scroll down. Yeah, inside this product with the ID of 11, I have brand, category, creator, and images also. As you can notice here, the images have came as an array because each product can have multiple images, but others are a single object. So this is how you can create your one-to-many relationship using the has many method. Now let's go and create the relationship of the users with the product, brands and category as well. So let's go to the users model and create our relationship. So here let's type public function products return $. This has many product colon colon class, then the foreign key in here. So in the user, the foreign key, as we saw, the name of the foreign key was the created by. So here created by, let's copy this and paste it here. Now I am going to copy this inside the brand and category as well, because in both it's same, just we will change the name. So and the brand, it was brand ID, and for the, let's copy it inside the category as well. So it has category ID. Okay, now it's set. Now inside the controller, let's test them. So let's fetch all the users. Okay, the item is equal to you. Let's fetch all the users with the products. Items. Okay, now let's go refresh. Okay, we have successfully fetched all our user with their products. So only I have only one user, and it return that user with the products of that user. So it means it has working successfully. So this is how you can create one-to-many relationship inside your Laravel. So we have made the one-to-one, one-to-many relationship inside our project. It's time for us to make our many-to-many relationship for our products and tags, because each product can have multiple tags and each tag can have multiple products, and we are going to store the relationship inside a third table, which is the product tags table. And if I open the product tags table in here, you guys can see that I only store the product ID and the tag ID to keep the records of the relationship. So now let's go and create this many to many relationship. So let's open our project VS Code and let's go to inside our products table. So for many to many relationship with a pivot table, we will create a new method with the name of tags, since we are inside our products model and we want to tell Laravel that it has multiple tags. Then inside our tags method, I will type return $. This belongs to money. Then I will type my model name, which is tags. So tags colon class. After that, my pivot table, which keep the record of the relationships. In my case, it's the product tags. So I will write the name of this table in here. So it will be product tags. Then in the third parameter, I will pass the foreign key of my product. So in here, if I open the database, here the foreign key of my product is product ID. So I will copy this and paste it in here. Then finally in the fourth parameter, I will pass the foreign key of the tag table, which is tag ID. So let's copy this and paste it in here. Now our relationship has been created. If I go to my product controller and let's delete this one, we don't need it. And if I want to get the tags of the product as well, I will just type here inside my with method, I will type tags. So let's save everything. Let's go to the browser. Now refresh. Okay, we got the brand, category, creator, and also I got the tags as well. So in here, as you guys can see, I got the tags for each of my product. Here the product, this product with the ID of 3, I have these tags. Now let's go and fix the tags model also and add this relationship inside our tag also. So let me copy this and go to tag model. In here, paste this, change the method name from the tags to products. Then everything will be same except these last two parameters. We have to swap their places. So in the third parameter, it will be the tag ID, and in the fourth parameter, it will be the product ID. So now if I want to fetch all my tags with their products, so let's comment this out again, and item is equal to tag with products get. Now this will give me all my tags. Now this will give me all the tags with the product. So if I open the browser, refresh, now first I got the tag, and inside that we got all the products that uses this tag. So here you guys can see the tag with the ID of 2 and it has this product. Same for the 3, it has these products. So this is how you can create your many to many relationship with a pivot table. First parameter, you will type the model name, then the second parameter you will type your pivot table, then the same table foreign keys, and finally the tag model or your relationship model foreign key in the last parameter. So up to now we saw how we can create our relationships in Laravel. Now let's see how we can select a column with a relationship. For example, let's close these, and in the product, comment this one out. Okay, now if I refresh the page, let's go to the browser, and if I refresh the page, it will select all the columns from the brand, category, creator, and also from the tags. So if we want to select a specific column from each relationship, we can do that also in Laravel. So let's go to our products controller. In here, for example, in the brand, I just want to see the ID and the name of the brand. I don't want to see other columns. So I don't want to see the updated ad, deleted ad, created an image. I just want to see the name of the brand. So let's see how we can do that. So for that, for in the brand, you can, after you write the relationship name, you can pass a colon. Then after this colon, you can specify which columns you want. So for example, I want the ID column and the name column. So now if I go and refresh the page for my brand, I can only get the ID and the name. I can do exactly same for all of them. So ID and name. Now if I go and refresh for the category, I again got the ID and name. So to get a specific column of a relationship, you will just add a colon. After that colon, you will pass the column names. Now let's see how we can do aggregate functions with our relationship. So for example, let me comment this out and fetch all the brands. So item is equal to brand with products and get. So for example, in here I want to fetch all the brands with the count of its product and see how many products are inside each brand. So how many products each brands have. So for that I will type with count and pass my relationship, which is products. In here we don't need it to, if you want to display the products itself, okay. If you don't want to display the products, so no need for this one. Now let's go to the browser and refresh. Now in here it will show me the brand with the count of the product, that each brand have how many products inside it. So now we get 0. This brand have 1 product inside our database. This brand have 2 products, and this one also 2 products inside our database. If you don't want the count, you want the sum of each column. For example, if I open my database product, you want to get the sum of regular price or sale price of each brand's product, we can do that as well. So instead of with count, or actually let's keep this, you can add multiple aggregate functions, chain them together. So to get the sum of a column of a relationship, we can do that also by typing with sum, then the relationship name and which sum of which column you want. So for example, in here I have regular price and sale price. I want to get the sum of regular price, so I will pass this column name in the second parameter. Now if I go and refresh browser, for each of the brand that have a product, now I get the sum of the regular price of that product. So here as you guys can see, this one 7,000, this one 6,000, it has two products. And for those that does not have any product, I get the count as 0 and the sum as null. Same with like sum, you can also get the average value of a column. So by typing with avg, then avg like this, then the relationship name, products, and the column name regular price. This will give you the average price of the products inside that brand. So let's refresh again, scroll down here. So this one have only single product, the price is 3,561 and the average is also 3,561. But this brand that have two products, this is the sum and this is the average of that product. So in here, if you want, and we can also fetch the max and min of each price. So to get the maximum or the largest price, we can type with max products and pass our column name, and same with the minimum value. So we will type with min, our relation, and our column name. Now if we go and refresh our page, so let's scroll down here. So this one have one product, this is the max, and same, this is the minimum, and this is the average. Let's scroll down here. So this one have two products. As you guys can see, this is the maximum value of the regular price, and this is the lower or minimum value of the regular price. And if you take the average of this two, it will become this. Now in here, if you want to check that if a brand has a product or does not have, we can do that also. So in here, to check the brand have a product, we can type with exists, then pass the relationship name. That's it. This will give us true and false if it has a product. So let's go and refresh again. So as you guys can see, this brand does not have any product. In here I got false, but if I scroll down in here, that this brand have product, I got true. Similarly with all the brands, if it has a product, I will get true. If it does not have product, I will get false. So these are the some of aggregate functions that you can use with your relationships. Now let's see how we can fetch all the brands where they have products. So currently, if I open the browser, you guys can see I get all the brands, either they have a product or they don't have product. But if you want to get all the brands where they have products, we can do that also. So in here, to get all the products where they have product, we can use a function in Laravel function where has, and we will pass our relationship name in here. So this will fetch all the brands which have products. So let's go and refresh. Now as you guys can see, all my brands in here have products. So scroll down, all of them have products. But if you want to fetch all those brands which does not have products, you can do that also by just, instead of typing where has, you can type where doesn't have and pass the relationship name. Now this will fetch all the brands which does not have any products. So now if I refresh the page, we will get this error, doesn't have class. So let's fix this, where doesn't have. Okay, now let's refresh. Okay, so now I got all the brands which does not have the any products. As you guys can see here, the product count is 0. So if you want to fetch all the brands which have product, you will use where has, and if you want to fetch all the brands which does not have any product, you will use where doesn't have. Up to now we have learned all the pre-built condition or aggregate functions that Laravel provide for us. But what happens if you want to write your own custom logic with the relationship, or you want to use a customized where condition with that relationship? What you can do in that case? So let's comment these all out. And this one also, instead of this I will just write query. This query, it's like, it's just a placeholder. It does not do anything, it's just like a placeholder. So now let's continue with our lesson. Now let's create our own logic. So for example, let's open our products table. Right now we have products in these brands, so for let's put all of them in a same brand so we can write our own logic and condition and understand it easily. So let's apply. Okay, now all of them belongs to a single brand just for testing purposes. Now I want to get all brands with the products. So as you guys know, it will fetch all the products from that brand. So this does not have anything, empty. Now this one have all the products inside it, and we are going to apply our condition in here. So let's write and directly fetch this product, and here before this we will type where id is equal to 14. Okay, we got our brand with the id of 14 with all our products. Now let's apply a condition in our relationship name. So to add a custom where condition for your relationship, you can warp this inside an array, and you will call a callback function with the query as a parameter, then return $query, and after this you can pass any condition for your products table. So for example, in here if you want to fetch those products where the id, let's say where the id is greater than 5, you can just type here your normal condition. So you can type where id greater than your condition and semicolon. Now it will fetch all the brands or this brand with the ID of 14, and it will display all the products of this brand where the ID is greater than 5. So if I open, refresh, now here as you guys can see the starting ID is 6, and scroll down 7, 8 and up to the 12. All those products where the ID is smaller than 5, it did not fetch. If you want, you can add as many conditions as you want here. For example, let's add one more condition where let's check our database. For example, let's say it's in the stock, so stock is in stock, so column name stock in stock. Now both these condition will apply in for your products table. So now if I go and refresh, now here if I check here the stock status, it's in stock, and here also this one is also the ID is greater than 5 and it's available inside our stock. Now let's remove this one. So let's fix fix this one. Let's say 13, 12, then okay. Now okay, so now we just randomize all the brand ID. So let's go back in here. If you want, you can combine these where has and where doesn't have also with the where conditions. So for example, let me comment this out in the brand. Let's go back, refresh. Now in here some of them have a product, some of them don't have any product. So you can also tell that make a condition to fetch all those brands where their products are available in stock. So for example, in here if I type where has, and I will pass the relationship name, function, query as a parameter. Let me fix this. Okay. Function. Now in here I want to fetch all the brands where they have a product in the stock. So for that I will type return $query where stock status is in stock. That's it. Now it will fetch all those brands which have product inside my stock. So let's go back, refresh. Okay, we got an error. Let me fix it. Sorry, in where has, you don't have to pass it as an array. You should pass it in the second parameter like this. Okay, now let's go back and refresh. Okay, as you guys can see, I got all the brands which have product inside my stock. So let's show the products also. So in here let's type with products. Now if you are using where has with a custom where condition inside it and you do it like this, it will show you all the products. So now if I refresh, it will show me all the brands with all the products even if they are out of the stock. So as you guys can see in here, this one is out of stock but still visible in my list. To fix this, we will pass a condition for this one also for our relationship. So query again and return $query where in conditions. So let's copy this from here and paste it in here. Okay, now I will get all those brands which have a product inside my stock. So now if I refresh, now I got all those products which have, so here as you guys can see 11, then 13, 14, 10, all of them have, if we check the stock status, are in stock, and this one in stock. Now these are all the brands which have stock in which have product inside my stock. Now if you want to check or find all those products which, sorry, all those brands which does not have product inside my stock, you can just change where has to where doesn't have. So let's copy this and paste it in here. Now let's go and refresh. Now I got all, sorry, let's fix this one also here, add not equal to stock. Okay, now we got all those brands which does not have any a product inside my stock. So we get 1, 2, 3, and even if I scroll down in this product, this brand with the ID of 12, and I check the stock status, it's written out of stock. Similarly with this one, and also all the brands, now it shows all the brands. So this is how you can write your own custom logic inside a relationship in Laravel. Let's start with a new topic, which is the authentication and authorization topic in Laravel. Previously, I used packages to install Laravel Breeze, but in this course, I am going to make it from the scratch. One of the reasons is that I am going to make it from scratch is that on the time of creating this video, I read this article that there is a supply chain attack on Composer languages packages, and you guys can see the date in here as well, on 23rd of May 2026. So to be in safe side, we are going to make it from the scratch. There are multiple websites and article about this attack, so it's better to create this manually. So let's go to our project, and in here in the resources I already created the HTML part of the register and the login page. There is nothing like about the Laravel up to now. I just added this code that we already covered. So let's start. Let's start by creating our auth controller. First of all, I will type here php artisan make controller auth controller, enter. Now inside my auth controller I will return this view. So let's go to our auth controller, and in here create a new function, public function register, and return our register view. So return view auth.register. Now let's create a route for this as well. Type route gate slash register, and in here we will pass our auth controller class and our register method. Now if I visit the register in URL from my browser, you guys can see my register page. Here I only have the name, email address, password, and confirm password. Now let's go and create a method to submit this form and register the user. So let's go back to our auth controller, And after this, let's create a new function with the name of a store, and this will accept the request. Then inside this function, first thing that very important in the register page is the validation. So I'm going to write my validation by typing $request validate, and inside this array I will validate all the input fields. So I have name, which is required in registering a user, and the type of this name should be string with max character of 255. Then after the name, the email is required. So let's type required. This should be also a string, and it should only accept the email. So it means that the text that the user submit, it should have a @ symbol and dot symbol. Then the max character of this also should be 255. And another important thing inside the email, that each email should be unique for each user. We will not allow a duplicate email inside our database. So we are going to add a validation for that also. We will say it should be unique, and in the tables columns I am going to pass my users table, and in the column I am going to pass the email column. We don't need these. Finally, in the registration we also need the password. So I will type password. This should be also required. It should be a string, and let's say for this the minimum character should be 8 characters. The user has to type at least 8 characters for the password. And since it's a password and we are making a registration page, we also need a confirm password here. As if you guys can notice here, I have a confirm password as well. So for this I will say that the user should also pass the confirm as well. Okay, our validations is done. Now if all the validation have passed, now let's create our user. So in here I will create a variable with the name of user and set it to my users table, is equal to new user, and user name is equal to request name. Same for the email. And for the password, I am not going to store password as a plain text inside my database. I am going to make it hash. So for that I will say password user dash password is equal to hash colon make $ request password, and finally user save. So here we validate it, then we save it inside our database. Now if you want the user to directly log into your website after the register, you can type auth log in and pass it the user. This will automatically log in the user, and you can redirect it directly to your dashboard or your landing page. So I'm in here I will say return redirect to my /home. Okay, everything is set. Now let's go and create a route for this as well. So let's go to web.php, and in here I am going to create a new route with the same name, register, then auth controller class, and my store method. Now let's add this URL in my register page as well. So let's open the register. Here I have the form and the action of this form. I will type URL and pass my register. So everything is set, I think. Okay, now let's go to register page, and in here let's type user1 at mail.com. Type a password. Now click the register button. Okay, we have been redirected to our home page. So if I check my database and users, and in here, as you guys can see, the new user has been created in my users table. So this is how you can make a new user inside your database. First, remember to validate it, then add it in the database, and if you want to log in the user after the registration, type or login, finally return it to the page that you want. So we have successfully made our registration page. Now let's go and create our login page as well. I already created the login page same as the register page, but added just the HTML part. So now let's go and create our route and the controller. So let's go to our auth controller, and in here I will create a new method to return the view. So let's type public function login, and inside this I will return my login page, which is stored inside auth folder login. Now let's go and create the route for this also. So route gate slash login, and this is also inside our auth controller login method. Okay, now let's go to our browser to slash login. Okay, now I got my login page. As you guys can see, I have the email and password here, and with a checkbox that says remember me. So we are going to make a controller for this form. Now let's go to auth controller and click our method so we can get the user request. So in here let's create a new method with the name of authenticate, and this will accept the request. Again, we have to validate the user input. So I'm going to write my validations in here. $sign credentials is equal to $sign request validate, and in here I am going to validate the user input. So first thing that we need from the user is the email, and the email is required. The user have to give us his email, and the type should be email. Then we need password, so we will say password. This should be required as well, and nothing like. Okay, that's it. The validation is done. Now to check if the email and password exist inside our database and if it's correct, I'm going to use a pre-built Laravel function. I will type if auth attempt. Now this attempt will check the email and the hash of the password inside our database and give us a true and false. So this will accept two parameters. The first parameter is the credentials of the user, which will be the email and the password. So in here we have the email and password. So I'm going to just pass the credentials in the first parameter. In the second parameter, it accepts the checkbox which we added in here, remember me. So I'm going to pass that request boolean and the field name which is remember. Then if this give us true, then we say the user is authenticated, it's the username and the email address and the password are correct. So if the email and password is correct, then we will regenerate the session of the user, generate and redirect him to our main page. So return redirect to our main or our landing page. Now if the conditions are true, we will redirect the user back to our page. If the credentials are wrong, we will return back to the login page with errors, and in here we will pass our error. So we will say, for example, email, the provided credentials do not match our records. That's it. If you want to send the old data back, you can do that also by just typing only input. So we are going to just pass the email, not the password, back to the user. So I'm just going to pass the email back to the user. Okay, everything is set, our authenticate. Now let's go to our web and create a route for this. Route : post, this one also login, and auth controller : class authenticated method. Okay, so now let's add this inside our form in the login page. So here we have our form, and in here I am going to pass my login method. Now let's go, and in here first of all let's type a wrong email, for example this one, give him the password, press the login. Okay, we got our message that the provided credential does not match our record. Now let's pass our newly created user email with the password. Click login. Okay, we have successfully redirected to our main page. So as you guys can see, that there was no error. And if you want to create your login and registration page, this is how you can create it. So this is for the login, and scroll down, this is for our registering a new user. Now in this video, let's create our log out button so the authenticated users can log out from the system. So first of all, let's show the user name here in a state of guest. Let's open our VS Code and let's go to our layouts. So resources, view, layout, and in my navbar.blade.php. In here that I'm displaying a guest, here I will write my PHP, my Laravel code, and say auth : check. This will give me true and false. If the user is logged in, it will give me true. If the user is not logged in, it will give me false. So auth check. If the user is logged in, then show auth user name, else display guest. Now let's remove this. Let's go back, refresh. In here we got guest because currently I am not logged in. And if I go and log in, let me add a user. login. Okay, now if I click here, I get user 1. Now let's fix the sign out button. Currently if I click it, it will give me the error. So let's go and fix this. First of all, let's go to inside our auth controller, app http controller auth controller, and in here create a new method, public function log out request $request. Then we will say auth log out. That's it. This will log out the current user, and after that we will redirect the user back to the login page. So return redirect to login. That's it. Now let's go and create a route for this also. So let's go to our web.php routes, web.php, and in here create a new route with the type of post and call it log out. Then we will go to our auth controller class log out method. If you want, you as usual you can also give this one a name as well. So name is equal to log out. Now let's call this route from our navbar. So let's scroll down here. So in the sign out we have a form with the method of post. I already added my csrf. So now in the action I will just type my URL. So let's type here route log out. That's it. Save everything. Let's go and refresh. Okay, we got error. Let's open our web.php. Okay, p. Now refresh, click sign out. Okay, as you guys can see, I have been successfully signed out, and if I go here I will get guest as my name, and if I sign in back it will change to user 1. So this is how you can make your log out method.
Before we continue with middleware, let's understand two important concepts: authentication and authorization. Authentication means verifying who you are.
Let me log in. Login successful.
Now the system knows the user. I can log in, so I should be able to access everything, right? When you log into a system, access control dictates what you can see and do.
Authorization decides what you are allowed to do. Even if you're logged in, you may not have permission. I have full access.
Customers and admins both log in, but they have different permissions.
In Laravel, these checks are handled by middleware. Next, we'll learn how it works.
Before a request reaches your Laravel application, it can pass through middleware. Middleware acts as a filter that can inspect, modify, or block makes it to your core logic. Laravel provides 4 main middleware types. Global middleware for every request. Route middleware for specific routes. Middleware groups for collections of routes. And terminable middleware for tasks that run after a response is sent. Global middleware runs for every incoming request. No matter which page a user visits, Laravel executes this middleware automatically. Route middleware is attached to specific routes. It only runs when a user accesses that particular route. Middleware groups allow you to apply multiple middleware to multiple routes at once. Instead of repeating middleware on every route, you can protect an entire group. Terminable middleware runs after the response has been sent to the user. It's useful for tasks such as logging, analytics, or tracking activity.
Now that we have understand what is a middleware, it's time for us to implement the middlewares in our project. By default, Laravel gives us some default and pre-built middlewares such as auth, guest middlewares that we can directly add them in our routes. So let's start with them. Let's right now inside our this project, all the links are visible to the all users. Doesn't matter either they are guests or they are logged in. As you guys can see, currently I am logged in as a guest. So I'm right now I'm not logged in inside my project, but I can access all the links inside my project. So let's go and protect our links so only logged in users can access these links. So for that we will go inside our route web.php and we can use a predefined middleware to protect all our sensitive links. So for example, I have brands in here, and here I can view the index or all the list of my brands. To protect this, simply I will write here middleware auth. This will protect this link that only logged in users can see this link. So now if I go to inside my browser and I go to brand, I will redirect it to my login page. But since the other links are not protected, I can easily access them except the brands link, which will redirect me to the login page. I can also, for example, move this from here to the group function to protect all the links inside this group. So right now if I go to okay, let's log in. Let me copy a user from my database and paste it here. Now if I go here, I'm logged in, I can access the brands, I can access the creating a new brand, and I can access other links as well. Even though I am logged in, I can also access the login and the registration page as well. So here we don't want the logged in user to access the login and register page again and again. So for this we have another middleware with the name of guest. So if I type here middleware and type guest, this login page only work when the user is not logged in inside my project. Now if I go to the login page, it will redirect me back to my home page. But if I go to the register page, because this page is not protected with the guest middleware, I can access it. So I have to copy it to the all links. So let me add these. Now if I go and refresh, it will redirect me to my home page. But if I click sign up, check the register, I can access it. And same for the login page. So let's log in again. Now another middleware that I want to cover is called the throttle middleware. This will protect us from the DOS attack. For example, if you are making a middleware and you don't want a hacker or a user send multiple requests to your route, you can do that also. For example, let's check in the brands. In here I will use this middleware throttle. Now this middleware will accept two parameters. The first one is how many requests they are allowed to send. So for example, I will say the users are allowed to send 3 requests each minute per minute. So any users that send more than 3 requests, they will get blocked. So now let's go to the brand. Let's go brand, and let me refresh 1 time, 2 time, 3 time, and I got this message too many requests. I have to wait 1 minute until it get resets. So this is the job of the total middleware that will block the user if he sends too many requests. So these are some predefined middlewares inside the Laravel, which is the auth, total, and the guest. In this part, we are going to see how we can make our own middleware. But before making our own middleware, inside my users table, I need one column with the name of users type, so I can add the user type inside my database to check if the user is admin or customer or the user is the seller. So we can display each page based on the user type. For example, right now doesn't matter what's the user type. If they are logged in, they can see all the pages, but I want to make it like this, that so that the admin can see the categories and brands, but the seller or customer can see only the products, not the categories and brands. So let's go and add a new column inside our users table with the name of type. So let's create a new migration, php artisan make migration, add user type to users table, person table. Let's make it a string and call it type, make the label false, and the default should be customer. That's it. Now let's run the migration. Let's add it after the email. So here type after email. Okay, let's run our migration. php artisan migrate. Okay, so let's refresh. Okay, so our type has been added. Let's change this user to admin. Right now I will change it manually. So now let's click apply. Okay, so our user one is the admin and this user is the customer. Now let's go and create our own middleware. To create a middleware, in the terminal we will type php artisan make middleware space, then give it a name. So in my case, I will check if the user is admin or not. So I will call this middleware is admin middleware. Enter. Okay, our middleware has been created. Now if I go inside my app http middlewares, here is my middleware is admin middleware. Now inside the handle method, I will check if auth user type is equal to admin, then return next, else return redirect to let's if the user is the admin, we will allow him. Otherwise, if the user is not admin, we will redirect him back to our products page or any page it comes. So in my case, let's say products. Now our middleware is ready. So to use this middleware inside any route, and you can directly call it. So for example, in here I want to call my is admin middleware. I will convert this to array, and in here I will type is admin middleware : class. That's it. Now only the admin can see the list of brands. So, and one more important thing, that my ID directly automatically added this class in the top. So remember to add your class in the top. Now let's go, and in the brand, click brands. As you guys can see, I can access it because I'm currently logged in as a user 1 in this browser. Let me bring it here. I'm not logged in currently, so let's go and log in as this customer. So paste it here, type the password. Now if I go to the brands, so let's close these. Now if I go to brands, I will redirect back to the products page, but I can go to categories, and again if I click to the brand, it will redirect me to the products page. I can add this middleware to all the groups. So instead of typing it in the or just auth, I will change this here to is admin middleware colon class. Now no need to add it separately to all the links. Okay, now let's go back. Let's type here brand/create. Again I got redirected back to the products page, but if I log in as user 1, click brands, I can access it, I can create a brand, I can delete a brand, all the things I can do. But if I am a customer, I cannot do anything inside the brands. So this is how we can create our own middleware in Laravel, and this is how you can use it inside your route. In the previous part, we saw how we make our own middleware, but if you guys have noticed that we wrote the default Laravel middleware like this, and we wrote our own middleware like this. This is because we directly call our middleware inside our route. We have not defined any aliases to our middleware. We can do that also. We can also define an alias to our middlewares. So to define an alias, we have to go inside our bootstrap folder. So here where's the okay, here inside our bootstrap folder app.php, and in here we can give an alias to our middleware. So inside this function we can type $sign middleware alias, and this will accept an array. So we will inside this array, first we will type the alias for our middleware. So in my case, let's call it is admin. Then we will define the value for it, and inside here we will call our middleware. So is admin middleware colon class. That's it. Now inside our web.php, we don't have to call our middleware like this. We can remove this from here and simply type is admin. Now we have to remove this also. Let's go back to our browser. So if I open in here in this browser, I am admin. Let's click brands. As you guys can see, I can access it. Nothing has been changed. But inside this browser, I am logged in as a customer. So let's click the brands. I got redirected back to the products page. So this is how you can define an alias to your middleware. You have to go inside your bootstrap app.php, and in here inside with middleware, you have to define the aliases like this. If you have multiple middleware, you can simply just add them like this and change the keys for them. So let's remove them. In the previous part, we saw how we can make our own middleware and use it inside our route, because we made a route middleware. Now let's go and create a global middleware so it runs on every request. For that, let's go to into our terminal, and in here type php artisan make middleware and give it a name. So I want to store the user details inside a log file. So for that, I'm going to name this middleware log user details middleware, because this middleware will run on each request. So it's good to keep the log of all the requests. So let's press enter. Our middleware has been created. Now let's go to inside our app http middleware and log user details middleware. Now in here I can log all the requests. So before the return, in here I will call the log : info. Let's import this also. Hold Control Shift and press Control space. It will bring you this list and choose the facade one. Now this will accept two parameters. In the first parameter, you can type the name for it, for example request details, and in the second parameter it will accept an array, and inside this array we can type our keys and values for the details that I want. For example, let's say first I want to store the date and time. So date, time, and to get the date and time I can use the now function and convert it to date time string, this one. Then after that I want to store the user IP as well. So let's type IP address, and to get the IP address I can simply type request IP. That's it. Okay, let's fix this one, comma. Then I can also log which URL the user wants to access. So to get that, we will just type request full URL, and the method of the URL we can simply get that by typing request method. We can also get the user browser or the user agent by typing, let's call $request user agent. This will give us the user browser or the agent. And if the user is logged in, we can take the ID of that. So auth : check. If the user is logged in, they get the user ID, otherwise keep it empty. Okay, now everything is set inside our global middleware. Now it's time to register our global middleware inside our app.php, which is inside bootstrap app.php. Now in here, to register this middleware inside our with middleware, in here we can type $middleware append and type our middleware name. So in here I can type log user details middleware : class. That's it. Now when the user visits any part of my application, it will log all these details, and we can see this information inside our storage logs and laravel.log file. So let's clear everything and let's go to the browser. So in here I am logged in as a user 1. I will click the categories, brands, and products. Now if I come to the my log file here, you guys can see the user at this time with this IP access these links, which is the categories, then then the logo, brand, and finally the products. Now, and let's clear this and do same thing with the customer user. So let's click the categories. Now automatically, as you guys can see, it will add the details of the user inside my log file. So now I will only visit the products. I got the details, and even if I log out from any of them, so let's log out. First of all, let's clear everything. Click here, click sign out, go back. In here we get the user details that at this time, date and time the user logged out from the system and it got redirected to the login page. Now in here I want to show you guys one thing, that here at the end we get the user ID as empty. Doesn't matter if I log in again. So let me log in as the admin again. In here click category, brand, product. Let's go back. Now in here all of them, if you have guys notice, all the user IDs are empty, and the reason that all of them are empty because global middleware runs before all the auth logic. So doesn't matter if you are logged in or you are not log in, the global middleware runs before checking the authentication of the user. In this section we are going to see how we can create a terminatable middleware which will run once the response is sent to the user, which means that it will run after the response is sent or at the end of the journey. So let's go and create our middleware. So let's in the terminal type php artisan make middleware, and let's call this one last something, for example last response or the log after response. I think this is good name, and press enter. Okay, our middleware has been created. Now let's go inside our middlewares folder and click log after response middleware. Now if you guys see here, the global middleware and the terminatable middleware both looks exactly same. To make this middleware as terminatable middleware, we have to create a new method inside this, and we have to call this method terminate. Now this method will run after the response is sent. So let's accept the request here and also response. And it will not return anything, so we will just call it void. It's a void method. Okay, now it looks good. Now let's add same things that we wrote inside our global middleware to our terminatable middleware. So let's copy this and paste it in here. Let's add our log class also, and finally let's register this. So auth. Okay, let's go to inside our app.php and register our middleware log after response. Okay, so our middleware is ready. Now let's comment the global middleware so we can see the difference between global and terminatable request. So let's go to the browser, and in here first of all let's click the categories, brands, then products. Now in the log, in here we got exactly same thing as our global middleware, but in here if we come here we can you guys can see we also got the user ID as well, because terminable middleware runs at the end of the cycle, so that's why we got the user ID. If I go and comment the terminatable middleware and uncomment the global middleware, remove everything, go back, click the category, brand, product, and check here. As you guys can see, all the user IDs are empty because global middleware runs at the beginning of the cycle and terminatable middleware runs at the end of the cycle. So that's the reason that we get the user ID from the terminatable middleware. And to prove the point, let's go cut this down and paste it below the terminatable middleware, and let's comment this out. Type here log : info from global middleware, and let's add this one, comment this one also, paste it here from terminable middleware. Okay, now even I have registered the terminable middleware first, then the global middleware. Now let's clear our looks and see which middleware runs first. So let's go click the categories. Now let's go back. As you guys can see, I first log that I got it from the global middleware, then I got it from the terminatable middleware, because global middleware runs at the beginning of the cycle and terminatable middleware runs at the end of the cycle after the response is sent to the user. So this is the difference between these two.
Now, let's start with gates in Laravel, which help us control what a user is allowed to do inside the application. After a user logs into an e-commerce application, Laravel still needs to decide what that user is allowed to do inside the system. For example, can this user delete a product or access admin features? This is where Laravel gates come in. A gate checks whether a user is allowed to perform a specific action inside the application. Instead of checking permissions everywhere manually, Laravel uses gates to centralize these decisions.
So when a user tries to perform an action, Laravel either allows or denies it based on the gate.
In short, gates control what a user can do inside your application, making authorization simple and centralized.
Now that we have understand what is gates, it's time for us to create our first gate and apply it inside our application. So in here I am logged in as a customer in this browser, and in this one I am logged in as an admin. So we are going to create a gate that allows only the admin to delete a product. So only the admin should be allowed to delete a product, otherwise it should not allow other users to delete the products. And if inside my database currently I have two users, one with the type of customer and another one with the type of admin. So we are going to use this column to identify the user type. So let's go and create our first gate. Let's go to inside our app folder, then providers, after that inside app service provider, and inside the boot method we have to define our gate. So to create a new gate we have to type gate, then colon define, and in the first parameter we will give it a name. So I'm going to give it a name of is admin. Then in the second parameter of this we are going to pass a callback function with the user and $sign users. Remember that this user is our model, and inside this we are going to write our condition. So I will say return $sign user type is equal to admin. Now this gate will check if the user type is admin, then it will return true, otherwise it will block the action. So let's add our user class model, and remember this is the class of the gate and this is the class of the user. Okay, so our gate has been created. Now let's go inside our product controller and call our gate. So let's go inside our product controller in the destroy method. In here, before all my codes at the top, in here I will call my gate and I will check if the user type is admin or not. So for that I will type gate authorize and pass it the name, so is admin. The same name that we wrote in here is admin. Okay, that's it. Now our gate is here. Now my IDE will automatically add the gate here in the top. So remember to use this one. So let's scroll down back to our destroy method. Okay, that gate has been created successfully. Now let's go to our browsers. Okay, in here I am logged in as a customer. Now I am going to click the delete button. Okay, now okay, maybe a problem. Let's refresh, click delete again. Okay, now I got 403. This action is unauthorized. Now let's go and delete the same product with the privileges of admin. So here I am admin. Now I want to delete this product. Let me refresh this one again. Click delete, click OK. Okay, now I got this message that the product has been deleted successfully. So I, as a admin, I can delete any product, but as a customer I cannot delete any product in here. So it's better to not show the delete button for the customers at all. We can do that also with the help of gate. So let's go to inside our products view. So let's open the browser and let's go to our resources, views, products, then index.blade.php here. Okay, so let's scroll down until we find the delete button. Okay, this is the delete button. Now in here, just to hide the delete button for only the customers and show it for the users, we can type $can, and in here we can type our gate name, which is admin, and at the end of this we can just end our can. So end can. Now only the admin can see the delete button, not the customer. So if I go and in here I am customer, let me refresh. As you guys can see, there is no delete button, but if I refresh the page as an admin, I can see the delete button. So in the blade file, if you want to apply the gate, you will use can function, and inside the controller you can directly call your gate. Now let's do one more thing, and let's only allow the users to edit their own products. For example, if this product is created by the user 1, he should be able to edit it. If this product is created by user 2, only the user 2 should be able to edit it, not even the admin should be able to edit it. So for that, if I open my products table and scroll at the end, in here I have a column with the name of created by. In here I store the ID of the user who created the user, so I can take the help of this column. So let's go back to our app service provider. So in here let's create a new gate and call this one edit product, then pass our callback function. First fetch our user, and after that fetch our product. So let's type here product $sign product. In here let's check if the user ID is same as the product ID, then return true. So we will type $sign user ID is equal to product created by. Now it will only allow if the user ID is same as the created by. So it means that the user is the owner of the product. Now let's go inside our controller and inside our edit here let's call the gate. So let's type gate authorize, then let's say edit product, and in the second parameter we will pass the product itself. Now if we go here, I am admin, so which product belongs to the admin? I think the first one. Okay, now I will click edit here. It redirect me to the edit page. Now let's go to this one and click the edit button. I got 403. This action is unauthorized because this product does not belong to the customer table. It belongs to the admin user. So let's copy this and paste it in here as well. Now inside the product table itself in the edit button, so we now let's show the edit button for the users that can actually edit the product. So show the edit for the user who can edit it. So in here, same as we did in here, we will just type $sign can, then edit product, and we will pass our product in here. Let's move all of them in here. Okay, now let's refresh. Okay, as you guys can see, this user, which is the customer, can only edit these products. And if I go for the admin user, so click refresh, as you guys can see, the admin can delete all the products, but he can only edit his own products, not other products. So here, this is how we can set it.
Now, let's start with policies in Laravel, which help us manage permissions for specific models like products or orders. In real applications, we don't just control single actions. We often deal with entire models like products, orders, or users, where multiple permissions are needed. Instead of writing separate checks for each action, Laravel provides a better structure for this. It's called policies. You already learned about gates, which handle single actions. Policies take that idea further by organizing all permissions for a specific model. For example, in an e-commerce system, a product might have multiple rules. A customer can view it, but only the owner or admin can update or delete it. A policy groups all these rules together, so Laravel knows exactly what a user can do with that specific model. So instead of scattered permission checks, policies give you a clean structure for managing authorization at the model level, like products or orders.
Now that we covered the gates and understand what is a policy, it's time to create our own policy. So for that, we have to open the terminal, and in the terminal, we have to create a new policy by typing php artisan make policy, then the name of the policy. So the name of the policy should be exactly as the model name that you want to create the policy for. For example, in here I am going to create a policy for my products model. So I have to give it a name of product. So let's type here product, and after that policy with a capital P, then dash dash model is equal to my model name product, enter. Okay, our policies have been created. Now in here there is a new folder with the name of policies, and if I open it, I have my product policy. Inside this policy, as you guys can see, there are some pre-built methods in here like delete, update, restore, and force delete. These are the methods that we can use to define our permissions. So if I go inside my app service provider, in here one I add is admin, and we use is admin to only allow the admin to delete the product. So for that, I will come inside my delete method, and I will just copy this. Let me comment this one. Let's actually comment all of them. We don't need separate gate. We have created a policy. So now let's copy this one and paste it in here. Now if somebody wants to delete a product, if the type is admin, it will allow him, otherwise it will block him. Now let's do for the edit also. So this was our logic for the edit. So let me copy this and go to the update. Let's paste it in here. Okay, now everything is set, and let's go to inside our product controller. In the gate in here we wrote edit product. So instead of edit product, we will just type in the first parameter, we will just type our method name. So for the edit, our method name was update. So let's copy this and paste it here. Delete this one also, update, and let's scroll down. For the destroy, we use the delete method. So let's copy and change is admin to delete. That's it. Now let final thing inside my blade, we have to do exactly same. In the first parameter we have to pass the method name. So let's delete this one and write update, and also for the delete type here delete. Now let's go to the browsers. Okay, now let's refresh. As you guys can see, nothing has changed in here. Still only the users can edit their own product, and I can see the edit here, but I don't see edit here. Now in this one is the customer, and if I go to the users, refresh, okay, the delete is gone. We don't see the delete. Let's fix that. So delete, oh sorry, I forgot, I have to pass the here the product also. So in here I will pass the just the product. Okay, that's it. Now let's go back, refresh. Now as you guys can see, I got the edit and the delete. The only difference is that here you have to pass the product also, because the Laravel should know which model this permission belongs to. So as you guys can see, nothing has changed for the gate and policy. The rules are simple. So in the products you have multiple gates inside it, and when you want to use it in here, let's also pass the product. Okay, now everything is set. So this is how you can create your policies in Laravel.
Now, let's start with components in Laravel, which allow us to build reusable user interface elements and use them throughout our application. As applications grow, we often repeat the same user interface elements across multiple pages. Elements like product cards, navigation menus, search boxes, and alerts are commonly used throughout an application. Copying and maintaining the same interface in multiple places can quickly become difficult and repetitive. Laravel solves this problem with components, allowing us to create a user interface element once and reuse it anywhere.
Instead of rebuilding the same element repeatedly, we can simply reuse the component wherever it is needed.
Components help keep our applications cleaner, easier to maintain, and more reusable by organizing interface elements into reusable building blocks.
Now let's start by creating our first anonymous component. So if I go inside my resources, views, product, and in here I always use this code to display the validation error messages. Same, I have same code inside my edit file also. So it's better to create a component for this and use it in all the places that we need, and in the future if we want to change anything, we should only change it in one place and it will apply in all the places. So for that, inside my views I will create a new folder with the name of components, and inside this I will create a new file. Let's call it validation errors.blade.php. Then I will just copy this code. Let's cut it actually from here and paste it in here. That's it. We don't have to change anything in here. Now to call this, just we have to type in here x dash and the name of our component. So the name is validation dash error, and it's a self-closing tag. So let's copy this and use it inside our create as well. Let's do same for the brand. So let's go, and the top I will add this. In the edit also I will add this. Now let's go to our browser. Let's go to the brand. Okay, let's register. Let's log in. Let's go to the brand and add a new brand. So let's click save. As you guys can see, I got the validation message. Same, let's go to categories, create new. Let's see, did we added the component there? No, we have not added. So let's copy, and in the add, let's add it here as well. Now let's create a new category and let's save. As you guys see, in here I also got the validation message. So instead of repeating myself and writing the same code multiple types, I can just type it in one place and I can call it in all the places. Not just this, not like, for example, in here I created this component without getting any data from the parent side. We can also pass props and slot inside our component. So for example, let's create a new anonymous component and let's call this one button.blade.php, and in here I will create a default button and I will call it in all the places. For example, if we go inside our browser and the categories, in here I have this create new, this here also, and also in my products all of these buttons are looking different. So we are going to create a common button for all of them and we will use them in here. So let's create a button in here. Here a h tag. So our h tag needs an href, and also we need a class for this. So let's give him a class of btn blue, and our a tag also needs a text. So for the text, because it will be different for each page, I'm going to call it as a slot. In here we will type slot. This will accept everything that you put inside that tag. So for the href, for now we will keep it empty. Our button is ready. Now let's go to inside, for example, brands, and in here let's change this and call our button component. So we will type x dash button and we will close it with a closing tag. Then inside here we will type create new brand. Now if we go inside our browser and in the brand, you guys can see there is a button, create a new button. Let's change the color as well. So let's go inside our button and change to button, for example, primary. Now refresh again. Okay, now we got our button in here, create new brand, but for now it's doing nothing. So we also have to, where is the brand? Too many requests. Okay, no problem. We also need to pass the href also. So for that, inside our button component for href, we can create a prop as well by just typing the name of that. So I will type $href. That's it. Now every time I type href inside my component, when I am calling it, it will pass it in here. So let's add it. Let's go to index and in here type href is equal to, and we will pass our URL in here. Okay, so in here it's done. Now let's go refresh the brand, click here As you guys can see, I have been redirected inside my create new brand page. So now let's copy it inside all our index pages, so we don't have to repeat it always. So let's go inside category. No need this for this one. Change this to create new brand to category and add this URL. Let's copy it one more time for our product. Okay, no need for this now. Let's close, comment this out and paste it in here. Okay, let's copy new, create new product and the URL. Now inside my product, I, I, I have my button, same for the brand, same for the category. As you guys can see, in all the places it looks exactly same. Now if we want to change anything, we just have to change it inside one place. So for example, I will change it to secondary. Now in all the pages it has been changed to secondary color. Okay, too many requests again. Here also it has been changed to secondary color. So this is the beauty of the using component, that you have to only define it in one place and you can use it in multiple places. Now let's see how we can create a class based component. For example, if I come into my resources, view, product, and in the create or edit, in here I have a brand select option where the user have to select the brand. Now imagine if I need the brands in other locations or other places also, so I had to fetch the brands, then create the select option, pass the ID, the name for that. Then inside that I have to create the for each loop, and inside for each loop I have to loop through all the brands and all other pages if I need a brand. So to prevent this, I will create a class based component for my brands and I will call it at all the places. So for that I have to open the terminal and type php artisan make component, then give it a name, for example brand drop down, enter. Now our class based component is ready. If we go inside our app, there's a new folder with the name of view, and inside that components folder, then our brand drop down class. And also if I scroll down inside my views components, in here another file has been created with the name of brand dropdown.blade.php. So we can use these two files to create our brand component. So first thing that I need to do here is that I need my brands. So for that I have to fetch all the brands. So I will create a global variable. I will type public $brands. Then inside the construct method I will fetch all my brands. So for that I will type this brands is equal to my brand model : all. Now I can access all my brands inside my drop down view. So for that let's go and in here in the templates, let's copy this and paste it in here. So let's delete this one, paste it in here. For now let's delete all these logics from here. Okay, it's done. Now let's go to inside our fields again and comment this out and call our brand. So for that we can just type here X the brand drop down, and it's a self-closing tag. Now let's go to the browser, inside our product, create a new one. As you guys can see in here, I got all the brands, but the name is not showing correctly. Let's fix that also. So let's go to the brand. Okay, here is the problem. Now let's save, let's refresh. Okay, now we got all our brands and their names all also showing correctly. Now another problem here that we have is that the brand ID and the brand names are static. We want to pass it also from the parent page. So for that, first we have to go inside our class. So let's go to inside our class, and in here create two new variables, one for the name and one for the ID. Then get the name and the ID from the user. We in the construct method we have to pass this to as a parameter. So in here I will pass the name. Let's give him a default value also. Let's give them by default, it should be brand ID, and let's do same for the name for the ID as well. Then inside the construct method we can type $this name is equal to $name, and same for the ID. Now inside our view component we can use here our variables. So for in here we can type ID, and in the name we can type $sign name. That's it. Now we can pass the ID and name from our parent page. So let's give it a name of brand ID and the ID of brand ID as well. Now if we go refresh our page, right click here and check to see the ID and name. As you guys can see, it got the ID of brand ID and also the name of brand ID. Now in here we have one more thing to do, that we have to pass the default option also. So when the user is in the edit page, it should automatically select the brand ID of that product. So we also need the product as well. So let's go to back to our class, and in here create a new variable. Let's type here public $product, and also in before the name I will type pass the product, and by default I will make it null, because maybe in the edit page we don't have the product, only in the edit page we have it, in the add we don't have it. So again in here I will type $this product is equal to product. That's it. Now let's go inside our view component, and for the option, first of all, actually let's do it directly in the option itself. So in here let's write an if condition to check if the product exists and the product brand ID is equal to our product ID. So let's type here if as set if the product exists or product is not null, and the product brand ID is equal to $brand ID. In that case, selected And in here we can do one more thing, that we can check for the old value as well. So in here we can type else if old brand id is equal to $brand id. In that case also selected, and let's end our condition in here, and if that's it. Now let's go to our fields, and in here right now this two, the id and the name I passed as a string, but the product itself in here I don't want to pass it as a string, I want to pass it as a variable. So if you want to pass anything inside your component as a variable, you have to type colon, then product is equal to $product product itself. If product not exist, then null. Now in here this colon will treat this code as a PHP. If you don't add this colon, it will treat this value as a string. So now let's go and refresh. As you guys can see, I got my products in here. Now if I go and click and edit for any product, for example this one, let's click edit. Okay, we got an error in here that the brand id does not exist. Let's go back to our component in here. Yeah, here we have a problem that it's not brand id, it's brand id. Okay, now let's go back. Let's go and click the edit button. Okay, as you can see in here I got all my brands, and also here the brand is pre-selected. So this is how we can create our class based component. So this is the view of it, and this is the class of it.
Every time a user visits a different page, the browser sends a brand new request to the server. By default, the server doesn't remember what happened in the previous request. So how does Laravel remember that the user is logged in, or that there's already a product in the shopping cart? That's where sessions become useful. A session allows Laravel to temporarily store information so it can be retrieved during future requests while the user is using the application. Sessions are commonly used to remember login status, shopping cart contents, language preferences, and temporary notification messages. Whenever a new request arrives, Laravel can have information into the session or retrieve previously stored data, creating a smooth experience for the user. In short, sessions help Laravel remember temporary information between requests, making web applications feel connected and seamless for every user.
Okay, so now let's start by configuring our session in our Laravel project. For that we have to open our .env file, and in here if we scroll down we have a section for the session setup. So the first key is the session driver, which is by default the file. We can change it to database, or even we can use Redis to store our session. Now if I change it to back to the file, Laravel stores all the session inside a file which is stored inside our storage framework and inside the sessions folder. In here, as you guys can see, I already have only one session, so let me delete this. And in the browser, if I open it, refresh my page, now this file has been recreated. Now if I open my project in another browser, so let's go and open a new browser, enter. Now if we go, now there has been two files, one for each browser or one for each session. I can change back to the database. For example, let's change this to database. Now it will store all the sessions inside my database table, and if I open my database table, in here I have a table with the name of sessions, and in here right now there is a record. Let's delete this one, apply, and delete these sessions as well. Now let's go to the browser and refresh, and if I come back to my database, click refresh my table, as you guys can see right now the session has been created inside my database, and there is no file inside my session folder. If I refresh this page, go back, now it should be 2 sessions inside my database. So in here, if you want to change the driver of your session from database to file or Redis, you can use the session driver. So let's change it back to the file. Another thing important that we have here is the session lifetime. In here by default it's 120 minutes. So if a user is logged in and he is not active for almost 2 hours, then the session will expire and the user will get logged out. You can change it to 1 minute, 30 minutes, any minute you want. And another important thing is right now the session encrypted. Right now it's by default it's false. So let's open our create another session file. Okay, now let's open the browser. In here as you guys can see, all the values are stored in plain text, even the token also. As you guys can see here, we can easily see the token and all the details. So if we change it to true, this will encrypt our session. So let's delete this one and refresh our page. Now if I open this, now all my session has been encrypted into a random string. Now let's change this back to false and delete this one. Now let's see how we can add a data or store something inside the session. So for that, let's go to, for example, let's open a controller. So in the controller, inside the brand and the create, in here right now I'm just redirecting back without anything. So in here I want to say to the user that the brand has been created successfully. For adding a data inside my session, I have 2 options. The first option is to use the request. So I can type here $request session, then give it the key name. So for example, let's call it ABC, something like this. Then after that the value. So in the value you can type your message also, like the brand is created successfully. Now to display this, okay, we have something too many expected 0 found. Okay, we forgot one function here. You have to type both. Yeah. Now let's go and create a new brand. So let's open our resources, view brand, and inside the add in here. So in here, to get this session and to display its value, we can simply type first. Just we have to check if session Then the key of this, if this session has ABC key, if it's available, then we have to display it. So we can type here session and the key. So now if the session is available, it will display it in here. So let's go to the browser and create a new brand. Okay, let's log in. Let's go to brand, create new one. Okay, click save. Okay, as you guys can see, I got the session message in here that says the brand is created successfully. Now if I refresh, it's still there. Doesn't matter how many times I refresh, it will still be in here. And if I go inside my storage folder, framework, session, and inside my session and scroll at the end, as you guys can see in here, I have the key and also I have my value. So to prevent anyone reading the sessions, you just have to change this to true to make your session file encrypted. Now another method that I can use to add anything inside the session is to use the global session helper by just typing session, and inside here first I have to provide the key. So in this one, let's say for B, and in the second parameter my value. So I get session with session helper. Now let's copy this key and put it in the here. Let's go back, create a new brand, click save, and we did not get the reason because in here we have to pass it like an array. So let's fix this. Now let's go back and create a new brand, click save. Okay, now we got our message in here that the session with the session helper. So you to add data inside your session, you have two options, either by using the request or using the global session helper. Now as we saw previously, this value is still inside our session. Doesn't matter how many times I refresh in here. If you want to delete this message, we can also that we can to delete this session message. So instead of writing the session like this, we can just type session forget, then we can pass the session key in here, the session that we want to delete it from our session. So I want to delete this session. Now let's go and trigger it again. Now as you guys can see that session is gone, and even if I right now comment this out, refresh again, that session has been, so session key has been deleted. If you want, you can also delete multiple session keys at a single time. So currently we have this session. So if I change this to ABC, let me comment this one, we can still see our previous session. So if you want to delete multiple session keys at a single time, we can also do that by just passing the keys like an array. So in here, if I type ABC as well and trigger that method, now all the sessions has been deleted. So both these keys have been deleted from our session. If you want to, for example, clear all session data entirely, For that, you can type session, then flash. This will clear all session data entirely. With this method, if you guys notice, whenever I refresh my page multiple times, the session was also there. So what if you want to create a flash message using session? We can do that also, so it can only be displayed once. So for that, we can just type here session, then flash, and pass it the key, for example success, and after that the message you want. For example, brand is created successfully. Now let's copy the key here and create a new brand, save. Okay, now I got brand is created successfully. Now the moment I refresh the page again, the message will automatically gone, because this is using the flash message. It will generate the session key only for one type. The most common way that a lot of Laravel developers use session flash is by just directly typing it in here. So in here we can just type wait, then pass the keys, for example success, and our message. So let's copy it from here and paste it in here. Now it will do exactly same thing as this one. So if I go and create a new session, click save, I got my message in here, and if I refresh, it is gone. So these are the sessions and built-in functions in Laravel which you can use for your session. Now let's see how we can connect our Gmail account with our Laravel application, so we should be able to send email using our Laravel application. So for that, first of all, I am going to open my Gmail account. Then after that, I will go to inside my profile and I will click manage your Google account. Then in the search Google account, in here I will type app password, and I will select app passwords in here. Now after this, it will ask me for my password, so I will type my password in here. Now it redirect me to this page where I can create a key for my application. So in here, let's type the name for it. So let's say e-commerce and click create. Now it generated this key for me. I will copy this, then inside my Laravel.env file, scroll down until you guys find this section where it's written the mail, and in the password I will paste this. After that, in the mailer, in the state of log, I will type smtp. I don't need the mail schema, so let's comment this out. Then in the mail host, I will type smtp.gmail.com, and we are going to use port 587. Then after that, the username, my email address, and finally mail from address. Also in here, I'm going to type my email address. And one more thing, before creating this key, you must activate the two-step verification in your Gmail account. Otherwise you cannot create this app password. Now let's go back to our project. Now all our setup is complete. Right now we are able to send an email. So for that, to send an email, we need to create a mail inside our application. So let's open our terminal, and in here let's type php artisan make mail and give it a name. So for example, let's say call this welcome email. Enter. Okay, we got an error here somewhere. Let's put this in a string and delete this one. Now let's go back. Okay, and our email has been created. Now if we go inside our app, there is a new folder with the name of mail. If we open this, in here we have these methods: construct, envelope, and the content, and finally the attachment section. Now in the envelope section we can type the email subject. So in here it's written welcome email, or let's change this to, for example, welcome to my application. Then in the content section we have to pass here our view. In view we can create an HTML page, so it should add it inside the body of the email. So let's go to our resource views, and in here let's create a new folder with the name of emails. Then inside here I will create a new file with the name of welcome.blade.php. Inside this let's create a simple PHP file just with the head welcome and with the body of hello, thank you for your registration, or any message that you want to give. After that, our email is ready. Now we can send this email to a user. So let's go and send this email to a user. So let's go to, for example, let's go to our controllers. Okay, let's add it inside our auth controller. When the users create their accounts, we will send this email. So after the user is logged in, then we will send the email to them to welcome them inside our application. So for that we have to type mail : to, and in here we have to pass the user email address, so we can get the user from here. So let's type user email, then after that call the send function and call your welcome email. So for that we can type new welcome email. That's it. Okay, now let's go and create a new user inside our system. So let's go to the registration page, and in here let's say tester. The email will be tester@tester.com, and give him a password as well. Click register. Okay, there was an error, view.view not we did not change our view name in here. So let's change this inside the content function of our email. We have to write the part of our email. So let's change this back. Let's type emails dot welcome dot blade. Oh, sorry, that's it. No need to write .blade.php. So let's go back and register a new user. This time let's call this tester2, and this one also tester2@gmail.com. Then password. Click register. Okay, it has been registered successfully. Now let's go to our Gmail account and let's click to our send. As you guys can see in here, the email has been sent to this user, and if I open this, in here I got the hello, thank you for registering to our store, and in the subject also, if I select welcome to my application. So this is how you can create your email. So in the content you have to pass the view, and in the envelope section you have to pass your subject, and when you want to call this email, you have to just type the mail, and remember to add this also. Where is it? This one. If your IDE does not add it automatically, then after that inside the to function you have to pass the user email. After that, call the send function and your email. Now let's see how we can send an attachment also with our email. So let's go back to our email, welcome email.php, and in the scroll down in the attachments function, in here inside the return array we have to type attachment : from path, and in here we have to provide the path of our attachment. So if I scroll down inside my storage app private, in here I have an invoice, so I want to send this invoice as an attachment. So in here I will type storage path, and after that it's inside app private, then invoice dot pdf. So I will type app slash private slash invoice dot pdf. If you want, you can also change its name. For example, you can give him a name like your monthly invoice. And finally I will also pass the meme type of this. So I will type with meme, and in here I will type application slash pdf. That's it. Okay, it's array, no need for this. That's it. Now let's go and register a new user. So let's go log out from this one, go to register, create a new user, register. Okay, it has been successfully registered. Now let's go back to our send. Okay, now here I got the email, and if I open, there is my attachment and your with the name of your monthly invoice. So this is how you can attach anything inside with your email. Now let's start with the email verification. So whenever a user register in our website, we have to verify their email first by sending an email to their email address. So let's go to our project. The first thing that we have to do is we have to go inside our users model, and in the top, in the front of the class, in here we have to write implements and must verify email, and it will add this inside our users model in the top. Then after that we have to create a view to display to the users when they register, and tell them that we send you an email, please check your email. So let's go to the resources view auth, and in here let's create a new view with the name of, so let's create a new view with the name of verify email.blade.php, and let's create an HTML5 template. Let's give them a title of verify email, and in the body for now I will just create an h1 tag, and in here let's say please verify your email, and let's create a p tag, paragraph tag also. Let's say we send a verification link to your email address, please click it to proceed. That's it. Not too much fancy, just this view is enough. Okay, so let's go and create a route for this view also, so we can redirect the user to this view after the registration. Let's go to the routes web.php, and this is my authentication routes. Below this, let's create a new route gate email slash verify, and create our callback function and return a view which is located here. And let's protect this route as well, so only those users can see which have just registered. So middleware auth, and if you want you can give him a name as well. Let's give him a name of verification dot notice. That's it. Now our view is ready, our route is ready. Now let's go to our auth controller, and in the store method, currently we are logging the user and we are sending him an welcome email. So in the state of welcome email, let's comment this out and send our verification email. So for that, Laravel by default have a template ready for the verification, so we are going to use that. So in here let's type event, then new registered, and in the parameter of this pass the user. That's it. And if your ID does not automatically include it, remember to add this line at the top. And finally, let's, instead of redirecting user to our home page, let's redirect the user to this route which return this view. So let's go, let me copy the name. Let's go back to our auth controller, and in here return redirect to route and add it here. Okay, now this is ready. Let's go to our registration form and fill this form. Let's give him a name of tester at gmail.com. Give him a password, click register. Now in here we got an error that route verification dot verify is not defined, because we are using Laravel default email. For verification we have to create this route. So let's go copy this name, let's go back to our web.php and create that route. So let's create a route gate. Let's call this also email slash verify, and in here we will get the ID and also the hash. Now let's create our callback function. For now in here let's return, for example, you are here. That's it for now, and let's give him the name as well, the same name that we copied from there. Okay, that's it. Now let's delete that user again from here and create it again. Okay, let's give him a name of tester at gmail.com, password, click register again. Okay, now we are inside our page that please verify your email, we send you an email. Now if I come to my email also, in here as you guys can see there is a new mail. If I open it, this is the default Laravel verification email that's give us this text with a button and also with this link. In here, if you guys notice, we have the ID of the user and the hash. So up to here it's hash and the 19 is the user ID. So if I refresh, as you guys can see, the tester has the ID of 19. So that's the reason in the web.php we wrote ID and hash, because the Laravel will automatically send these two. So now when the user click this verify email address, it will redirect the user to this route. Now in here we have the user ID and also the hash. So in here we can verify the user that this email address belongs to this user. So in the callback function, in the first parameter of this, I will type email verification request, and also remember to add this in the top of your route. Then after that, I will create a variable with the name of request, and in here in the state of return you're here, let's type $request fulfill. This will automatically verify the user and finally return the user wherever you want. So in my case, I am going to return the user to my product page. Now whenever the user click this verify button, it will verify the user email address. So let's click this button. Okay, now we are inside our product page, and if I refresh my database, you guys can see the email verified at this date and time. In here, if you guys want, so let's go back in our previous page. If for example some users don't get the email, you want to send the email back to the user, or you want to resend the email. So now let's see how we can resend the email to the user. So let's go back to our project and web.php. In here, let's create a new route. So route colon the type of this will be post, and we will call it email verification notification, and we will call our callback function with the request and $request in here. Okay, I forgot this. Then inside this, I will type request user send email verification notification function. This will resend the verification email to the user in case the user did not get the verification email in the first time, and finally return back with a message. So we will type our message in here that the verification link sent. Let's give him a name as well. So let's call this one verification.send. Now inside our blade page, in the body, we will create a form. So let's create a form with the method of post and the action of route. Let's copy this and paste it in here. Let's close the colons Let's type our CSRF also because it's a post. And finally the button to submit this one, so type submit. Resend verification email. Okay, the recent form is set. Now let's go, let's scroll, let's log out from this users. Okay, syntax error, what we have here in the web.php, we forgot the semicolon. Okay, now let's log out from this user and register a new user, tester2 tester2@gmail.com, password. Now click the register button again. Okay, now we got our button in here, and in the email, if we we got this email, verify your email address. So let me delete this one. Let's go click this one again. Okay, we got sorry guys, there's an wrong spelling. Send email verification wrong spell. So it is verification notification. Okay, and also we did not added the request, so let's add the request as well. Let's copy, add this here. Okay, now I think everything is set. We can go back, click okay, let's rewrite this one. Send email verification notification. Hopefully this time it works. So let's click again. Yeah, it worked, and we got our notifications emails. So let me delete again. Let's click again. Yeah, as you guys can see, we got the emails in here. If I click, I got the verification email, and if I click it, I will successfully verify my email. Just to be sure to write this function as it is. If you make any mistakes, it will not work. In the previous part, we have learned how we can create a email verification in our application. In this part, we are going to learn and see how we can create our own verification email to send it to the user. So for that, the first thing that we have to do is to go inside our app service provider, which is located inside app providers and app service provider. Let's delete these or keep them. And in the boot method of this, we have to write first, we have to call verify email to mail using. Then in this will accept a callback function, so we have to type our callback function in here. And in our callback function, we have to pass two parameters. The first one is the object $sign notifiable, and in the second parameter we will pass an string, which is our URL. And also, again, as usual, don't forget to add this in the top of your class. So let's go and continue. Then inside our callback function, we will return the new mail message. And in here, if you want to give this email a subject, you can also give him a subject by just chaining the subject function in here. and you can type your subject. So for example, verify your account. That's it. After that, if you want to pass, for example, greetings in the body, you can do that as well. Greeting, for example, hello user, or in the state of user, let's pass the username. So let me delete this one, and in user, then if you want to get the user information, you can get it from your notifiable. Copy this, and in here get the name of the user. Finally, let's add a button as well. So for adding a button, we will call the action function, and in here we will give him a text of activate account and pass our URL in here. That's it. This is it for the our custom email. So now let's go to our project and register a new user. So let's go to the browser, and in here let's type tester4 give him a password, click register. Okay, so the user has been registered successfully. Now let's go to our email. Here, as you guys can see, I got a new mail, and if I open it, I get my text, hello tester 4. I get the button, the regards, and Laravel. If you guys want, you can add some content in here as well. So let's go and add some text content inside our email as well. So let's type content after the greeting in here by typing line, thank you for signing up for our e-commerce platform, and another line in the down. So let's type that as well. If you did not create an account, no further action is required. Okay, now let's go and register a new user. So let's go back, refresh. Let me log out from this one. Okay, tester 5, this time tester 5@gmail.com, password, click register. Okay, the user has been registered. Now let's go to our email we got here. Okay, as you guys can see, we got our content as well. Thank you for signing up, and also if you did not, no action is required. But the problem with this method is that still we get the Laravel logo, the design is not in our hand, and we cannot fully customize this kind of email. If you guys want to fully customize the email, instead of typing the email like this, we can directly create a blade file, and in there we have full control of our email, and we can make it. So for that, if you want to create fully customizable email, for that let's go and create a new blade file inside our resources, views, emails, and in here we will create a new file with the name of custom dash verify.blade.php, and in here let's create a and the title, let's say email verification, give them a style as well. So style. Now in the body of this, I will create an h2 tag and I will type the hello username. So in here let's type user name and create a tag for the button so the user can click and verify their email. So a href, and in the href of this I will pass the URL. Let's give him a class also. For the style, class is equal to btn dash verify and verify email address. That's it. Now let's go back to our app service provider, and in the state of subject line action, right now we don't need them, so let's comment them out and send our blade file in the email. So we will return a view which is inside our emails and custom verify. Then we will pass the URL and user. So let's pass the user notifiable and the URL. So URL, that's it. So you just have to type this line of code to send your blade file as an email. Now let's go and create a new user. So let's go back, log out from this user, register, create tester6 at gmail.com, password, click register. Okay, the user has been registered. Now let's go to, inside our email. I got the email. As you guys can see, here is my text and here is my button. If I click this, it will redirect the user back to the page and make his email verified. So this is the method that you can use to create your own custom email verification.
Ever wonder why some apps feel slow even when your internet is fast? Today, we're starting a new topic that solves that: queues. When a user performs an action, like placing an order, the application often has several tasks to complete before everything is finished.
If the application processes every task immediately, users may experience slower response times and unnecessary waiting.
Laravel solves this problem using queues. Instead of doing everything right away, time-consuming tasks are placed in a queue to be processed later.
A queue worker continuously processes these background tasks, allowing the application to remain fast and responsive. This means users receive a faster response, while Laravel completes the remaining work behind the scenes. In short, queues help Laravel move time-consuming tasks into the background, improving performance and creating a better experience for your users.
Now that we understand the queue in Laravel, let's implement it in our application. So what I want to do in here is that whenever I add a new product inside my application, I want to send a email to all my users and notify them that a new product has been added in our application. So let's implement that. So let's go to inside our products application in here and create a new mail. So for that, in our terminal we have to type php artisan make mail and let's call it add new product mail. It has been created. So let's create a view also for this. So let's go to our view resource emails and in here let's create a new blade file. Let's call this also new product email blade.php. Okay, just create an HTML5 template in here, and just simply I will create an h2 tag and added a new product. Now let's go back to our class, and in the content section in here let's return our email, our blade file, sorry. So the path is, it's inside our emails new product dot blade.php. So emails dot new product slash email, that's it. Okay, so our email is ready. Now let's go inside our products controller, and inside the store method send this email to all our users that a new product has been added. So then let's go inside our store method, and after this we will write here, first we will fetch all our users. So user colon all. Now for each loop, so for each users as $and user. Okay, now to send the mail we will just type mail, then colon 2, and pass here the user email, and after that we will call our newly created mail. So send new add new product mail. Okay, everything is set, I think. Hopefully we don't get any error. Let's check final things. Okay, everything is set. Now let's add a new product. Let's add product. This, everything is set. Let's click save. Okay, I think it's working now. The browser is waiting to send all the users an email. Right now if I come to my email and refresh, as you guys can see, I am getting that much email for all the users that I have inside my database. In my database I have almost 10 users, and it is sending to all of them, and it will take a lot of time if I have around 1000 or 2000 users. So I have to wait until all the emails have been sent. To prevent this, we will send this logic in the background, so we can see the response as soon as we add a product, and the job should be done in the background, so we don't have to wait. So for that we have to create a job. To create a job in the terminal we have to type php artisan make colon job and give it a name. So for example, send new product alert, enter. Now our job has been created. So if I go inside it, it's inside the app folder, jobs, and our newly created job. And let's close the terminal. In the handle method we will type our logic in here. So let's go back to our products controller, and instead of writing our logic in here, I will cut it from here and paste it in here. Let's add our users model, call the mail also, and finally our add new mail. Okay, now our job is ready. We don't have to do anything else. We can just call our queue inside our controller. So if I go, let's go to inside our controller, and in here we can just type the name of our queue. So send new product alert colon, after that this batch. That's it. Now let's go and add a new product. So create a new one, click create new, fill the form, click save product. As you guys can see, it took a very little time. Now if I come to my Gmail, now all the products are being all the emails are sending one by one in the background. As you guys can see, when I refresh, new emails are showing. So refresh again, there is more. Refresh again, one more, and finally refresh again. So it's all have been sent in the background. Now one important thing in here I have to mention, that I am running my application. Let me clear all of them. I am running my application using composer run dev command. So this command will run multiple things in the background. If we come inside our composer.json and scroll down in this section, we can see that this command runs, let me close this, php artisan serve and php artisan queue listened, and finally npm run dev. So if you are running your application using, for example, php artisan serve, or you are running your application using a local host, so in the terminal you have to, let me quit this and run my application using php artisan serve. Now in the terminal you should run this command, so your queues and jobs should work. php artisan queue colon work. So before running it, let me show you guys one more thing. So let's create a new product, delete all the emails. Okay, let's fill the form, click save. Now the product has been created, and if I go inside my email account, click refresh, I don't get any mails because all the emails are stored inside the job folder in here, and this job table will store all my queues inside it. Once I run this command, it will get that job from this table and execute them one by one. So currently still, if I go inside my emails, refresh, I don't get any emails. And if I run this command, so let's run. Now as you guys can see that this job is running. Now if I go inside my email, refresh, as you guys can see, all the emails are sent to the users. Once it's done, let's see, yeah, once it's done, I will get this line that this task is done. Now if I open my database inside and refresh my jobs table, this will be removed. So as you guys can see, it is empty. So remember that if you are running your application using php artisan serve or another way, you have to run this command so your task get executed. Otherwise, if you are running your application by composer run dev, you don't have to run this command. So let's clear this and go back, add a new product. Okay, let me delete it. Create new product, fill the form, scroll down, save product created successfully. And if I come refresh, now we got the email. So let me refresh again. We got other users email also, and refresh again. All the emails are sending one by one. So this is how we can create our queue and jobs inside our Laravel application. If you guys want to know more about the queue and jobs, you can just go to the official documentation. In here there are multiple options which I cannot cover in a single video. You guys can check the official Laravel documentation.